Give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome. My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide. Or more. Not be all also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content it come on at VOP TV.
The 2564 is coming up on Bernie 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'ọkwa akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ọzọ kerikosi ya gazere onye ukwu ma gazere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
King Jaja of Okpobo, whose full name was Jubo Jubora, was a prominent Nigerian ruler in the late 19th century. He was born in the early 1820s in the Okpobo region, which is located in present-day Rivers State, Nigeria. King Jaja started as a trader and quickly rose to prominence due to his entrepreneurial skills. He established a successful trade network that extended across the Niger Delta region, dealing in palm oil, palm kernels, and other valuable goods. His business acumen and leadership qualities earned him the respect and admiration of his people. In 1870, King Jaja founded the Okpobo city-state as a trading hub and became its ruler. He established Okpobo as a powerful economic and political entity, attracting traders from various parts of Africa and Europe. However, his growing influence and control over trade routes soon became a concern for the British colonial authorities. Tensions escalated between King Jaja and the British, leading to his arrest and subsequent exile to the West Indies in 1888. Despite being removed from his homeland, King Jaja's legacy as a visionary leader and influential figure in Nigerian history remains. His resistance against colonial domination and his contributions to trade and commerce continue to be celebrated.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to VOP This Morning. Today is November the 14th of 2025. I am Chukuma Okoro. And on the show today, over 50,000 Christians killed as Obi Toga clash over global image and genocide claims. Away from that, Tinubu's economic gamble, APC defense while opposition cries, debt addiction over 1.5 trillion naira loan. And PDP convention clear to hold despite legal firestorm. Now, these are the major topics of discussion, and in the next 2 hours, we'll be talking about this and more.
Yes, of course, those are the conversations on our table this morning, but there are other conversations as well that we'll dive into this morning. It's a beautiful Friday, and you know how it is on Friday. We represent the people, all right, we represent the people in our attire right here. That's why it's Voice of the People. In case you're wondering what VOP stands for, that's what it stands for, Voice of the People Television. And we do have a radio station too. In case you haven't listened, you should tune in. It's 90.3 FM. That's the radio station. I am Moses Humphrey. Now that's okay. Fina is very quiet this morning, looking radiant. All right, in her attire. She's got some African, a blend of African, and a little English in her attire. Really nice.
No, she's not quiet, because when we're coming, to the studio, she was all live, and
she was a chatterbox.
What's the problem with you this morning? You said, "I'm very happy today."
It's already weekend.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the song I wanted her to sing. Can we hear that?
The last time I checked, I'm a broadcast journalist. I talk. I don't sing.
Okay.
Mostly just did the song.
Okay. Yeah. Don't mind Fina. Well, she's Fina Okechukwu.
Exactly.
Now let's get into one of the conversations for this morning in what has been described as a dramatic intervention that sent shockwaves through Nigeria's education sector. The House of Representatives has ordered the immediate suspension of the planned rollout of computer-based tests, the CBT, for the 2026 West African Senior School Certificate Examination. The lawmakers raised alarm over the potential for mass failure, psychological trauma, and widening inequality, citing the lack of digital infrastructure in many public schools and the absence of adequate training for students and teachers. The decision followed a motion by Honorable Anamero Dekeri, who warned that the abrupt shift to CBT could crush the dreams of millions of students, especially in rural areas. Well, the House mandated its committees on basic education and examination bodies to investigate the readiness of the West African Examination Council, WAEC, and then report back within 4 weeks. As the debate, as this goes on, parents and educators and the students alike are calling for a more inclusive approach to digital exams, while WAEC is yet to issue a formal response. I don't think there's any response that should be expected from WAEC other than to follow what the House has said. And yes, it's a concern. Organizing CBTs in a place where students are not even familiar with computers. We have places within the country where they have no knowledge. I mean, we've talked about this repeatedly. Some tutors in some parts of the country don't know what a mouse pad is. They don't know. They've never seen it. And you organize it. I mean, if the teachers haven't seen it, what do you expect from the students themselves? And then you want them to go somewhere to sit for a CBT, which of course they will fail if care is not taken. So I am particularly for this order that CBT be put on hold for now. So we don't have students paying for WAEC and then failing not because they don't know the answers, but because they are left confused in the examination hall and the results come out and they fail. And then another year, they would have to pay again. And WAEC is, remitting money into
that, we must write mathematics in examination, especially for those in the SSE, that's senior secondary school. And the other time, they said by 2026, WAEC will no longer be the way it's being written, it will now be computer-based. And today we're getting from the House of Assembly that can no longer happen. Reason being that it will cause or it will lead to mass failure. Now, when WAEC come up to project or to tell Nigerians that by 2026 all their exams will now be computer-based, is it that they are not aware that we're having all these issues that Moses Riley pointed to this morning? The issue of the fact that some people, especially some teachers too, or even some schools, don't even have those amenities. The fact that we don't have stable data supply or network now, internet network. The fact that we have some glitches also that have marked JAMB and other exams that are now CBT. The fact that we have so many things to be challenged. And they did not want to look at it. They were looking at the time. They want to make the world understand that by 2026, WAEC will now be this instead of this. Why are we having this conflicting results or reports? Why are we trying to confuse the people? I said this on this table, that even as of the time that particular report came out, some schools, we saw videos and pictures of how people are being expected, children are being expected to, quote and unquote, write their CBT when they have their classes under the tree in dilapidated buildings, where there's no even electric supply, where there's no even, internet, and then you expect them to perform the magic. In one breath, this is going to more like make some students to fail to start with. In another breath, it also shows that some agencies are here actually to make money, even when they are not revenue generators. They want to turn themselves into that. Because when you have mass failure, we will still go back again to say we are reducing the academic balance or the qualification. JAMB is no longer 200 now. They reduce it to like 150 or 180 for you to get admission. And this is how we keep on pushing down the standard of our education when we know the needful thing to do. Get all schools to be standardized, make them to be where they have to be, especially senior secondary schools. They're blocked. Let them get to that point where they're supposed to be, where we know that, if I'm coming out to say I want to be a lawyer today, I would have been able to pass through some incisive training and lessons and teaching that will prepare me for that journey ahead. If I'm hoping of becoming an engineer, I will have my lab working well and all that. If I want to be a medical doctor, we'll have the labs also working. And if I want to be a computer engineer, a computer scientist, we'll have a computer lab working. It shouldn't just be with some private institution might not have issues writing WAEC and CBT, some, not all. But most of the public-owned secondary schools that we have will have issues doing this. I was opportune to tour a certain secondary school, and I noticed that when the students are to go in for their computer class, they have like 4 desktops in their computer lab. And these 4 desktops are supposed to be what 40 school children are to use for them to learn. With the diskettes handing over, and I'll ask myself, how are these children going to learn this when we don't have enough of it? So if today we're getting information from the House of Representatives that they have given an order for immediate suspension of this plan, is good. But all the same, we cannot keep on suppressing what the other people of the world are doing because they're not ready. They should also find a way to roll out a sophisticated secondary school where we have modern equipment to be used by our secondary school children. That is all I'll say regarding to this. Okay,
a lot has been said by my colleagues here, but let me start with what Moses said. Moses said, we are the government. And I like that audacity, the way he expressed it, we are the government. It will do much better if many Nigerians express that audacity and also demonstrated that, look, we are the government. Now, that said, when the House of Representatives says ordered, is it a resolution? Is it a motion that they passed or what? Can they enforce it? Is it enforceable? That is the basic question I'm asking now. Is it enforceable? Because we have also heard the House of Representatives say, look, NNPC, we need you to do this and do this and do that. Has the NNPC done all of that? The answer is no. We have heard the House of Representatives say, look, Ministry of Defense, Nigerian Army, Nigerian Post Authority, we need you to do this and that. Have they done it? The answers are no. The answer is no. They have not done all of those things. So I'm trying to see how we are going to walk through this. The rep that made this thing has a point, but it is also pointless. It has a point to the extent that, look, we are not ready. But it is pointless when we consider the fact and ask ourselves, when will we be ready? There's a saying that goes to us, no man will do a thing if he waited until such a time that no one will find a fault with what he has done. If we keep postponing this thing, at what point will our high school students be tech savvy to be able to use CBT as a test method? At what point will we have internet connection in all the 774 local government areas so that students can write exams seamlessly? At what point will we have steady internet connectivity that when students write exams, they don't fail because of disruption in internet or equipment failure, but because they didn't study hard or they lack knowledge in the exam? So those are the basic questions. Like Fina said, how long will we sit by and wait and watch the world move on while we are still tinkering with processes, tinkering with equipment and all of that? Let us start something today. And if we start and see, we can keep tweaking it, tweak and retweak it to the point that, look, it will never get perfect, but at least let's have a starting point. Because if we keep putting this thing up, by the time probably another mode of writing exams will come out that is faster and more efficient than CBT, and we are still grappling with CBT. We can't make progress. We can't make progress traveling in that direction. So my opinion is, authorities that are involved, there's a way. When JAM started, we cried foul. We said, no, it can't happen, but at least it has stabilized now. Something has to give. Unfortunately, something has to give. Either students fail or students pass. But what about elections? Have we perfected them? So, but we have started electronic transmission. People are asking, okay, Beavers and all of that, IREP, let us start something. Because if we waited until such a time that when we start, and that no man will find fault with it, we will never start. That's my position on that. Between the Ministry of Education, between WAEC, and the House of Representatives, they should work around all of these things and say, look, let us start. Let there be a take-off point. Even if students have to, you put students together, find a center that can accommodate as many as possible. But my position is, let us start something. We should not wait and allow the world move faster than us. We're already behind. So how much longer are we going to wait behind?
Fix our house before we start, because
how long will it take us to fix our houses?
Right now, even those that manage to get into institutions and have left institutions are having to call their faces with charcoal so that a computer, a machine can capture them. Okay. I told you how some have gone round Lagos just to be captured so they can still serve.
Okay, so NYSC should stop.
I'm not saying NYSC should stop. I'm saying, no, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying clearly is put our house in order.
How long will it take us to put our house in order?
As long as it takes.
As long as it takes. And we'll keep waiting.
But the only thing...
Let's look
put our house in order.
You recall that at a point, when I wrote JAM, it wasn't CBT, we were shading with HB pencil. HB pencil. And at a point, JAM said, no, it has to be CBT. People said, no, it's not going to work. JAM created centers and all of that. Today, what do we have?
But we still have children also who have suffered. We have people who have suffered not because they are not intellectually balanced or because they are not intelligent, but because of the equipment being provided for them. So are we going to allow the tears of the innocent now go that way just because we're not really?
If you say, okay, let's just continue and then we'll learn along the way.
People will suffer.
Let us start from some. People will suffer.
Unfortunately,
that is what is it.
If we continue, we know how.
I'm saying let us start.
Let us start.
From some.
We've started already.
No, but people are kicking. House of Reps.
No, we've started. We are only slowing down so things can be put in place. Okay. We started already.
Okay, so how long will it? I go back to that question. How long will it take us to put things?
And that was why I said they should make.
So the pressure now is on government to ensure that things are put in place.
Exactly.
So if the people don't put pressure on the government, I was okay, how long? Let's just chill and wait until...
Sometimes I might be hawkish in my disposition because I always believe that, look, something has to give.
I wouldn't want to be that.
There is no policy that you make that will favor people 100%.
But I wouldn't want to be used as that thing. Exactly.
As a guinea pig.
I don't want to be used.
Someone has to be used to do that.
But it doesn't really make sense.
Let's move on to... another topic of discussion, and I think it has to do with
FCT Minister.
Moses, get out.
I didn't see that coming. Oh my God.
In a showdown that has gripped the nation, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has reaffirmed his commitment to the rule of law following a dramatic confrontation with military personnel over a disputed parcel of land in Abuja's Gadowa district, where the clash erupted when FCT officials enforcing development control were allegedly assaulted by armed operatives guarding the site, which is linked to retired Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awar Gambo, where Wike, visibly outraged, stormed the location himself, confronting Navy Lieutenant A.M. Yerima in a viral video where the officer claimed to be acting on orders from above. Wike insisted the land was legally allocated to Santos Estate Limited for recreational use, not residential development, and condemned what he described as military-backed impunity, while he emphasized that no one, regardless of status, is above the law, and vowed to protect government institutions and personnel from intimidation. The defense minister has since intervened, while legal experts and civil society groups have also weighed in on the implications for land governance and civil-military relations. Well, this issue is trending, is on the front burner, and a lot of Nigerians have made money with this from social media. There are skits in different languages. I've seen one in Yoruba, I've seen one in Igbo, I've seen one in Pidgin, you know. There are different variants of it. And
there are songs to it,
There are songs to it, and people are raking in views, farming impressions and all of that, you know. So it's business for some people. Like we say in Igbo land, you know, when the community is in turmoil, some people benefit from it. Literally, that is what it means. But that said, what went down between the minister and the Yerima, I mean, it was uncalled for, it was unnecessary, but it happened. But I'm a bit worried the way 7 military officers, retired military officers, have more like thrown the minister under the bus. It speaks to a very dangerous trend. It speaks to a very dangerous trend. And that is submission of military authorities to civilian rule. It's very dangerous. I hear Buratai, former Chief of Army Staff, say it was disrespectful and disgraceful. And you hear the the Defense Minister, Badaru, and Minister of State, Bello Matawale, say, look, we will protect our military so long as they are on legal duties and all of that. And I begin to ask questions. There's a level of impunity between what Wike did and what the military authorities are doing. We should not gloss over, whether you like it or not, Wike is FCC minister. You might like him, you might dislike him, but he's doing a job, and a lot of people believe that he's doing a good job. The military asserting itself in this fashion is very, very dangerous. Civil-military relations. Tomorrow, the same military will come and manhandle an unarmed civilian, and Nigerians will cry foul. Let us act in such a manner that the military is not above the law. The military is not. In fact, they should. We have a commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He's civilian in the first place. So, in the final point, what I'm saying is that we should subject military authorities to civilian administration. That is the essence of my take.
Very simple, you've made your point, but for me, the manner and the way the FCT minister carried out that, will I say, raid at this point, believe me, it's very wrong of him. He's a public officer. So why go on to have a confrontation, an altercation, verbal abuse on someone who is putting on the toga of the nation? That man or that Yerima, he's no longer standing there as an ordinary Nigerian. He is there as a representative of Nigeria to start with. He was putting on...
And Wike was there as a representative of who?
Wike is a minister of FCT.
As a representative of who?
Now, he was a representative
you said that Yerima there is a representative of Nigeria.
Yes.
So Wike is representing who? Himself?
Now, Wike actually happens to be the FCT minister.
Representing who? No, you use the word represent. Operational word represent.
Now, what I want us to understand is this. We got it all wrong first. From the time that we allowed the military to be where the military are not supposed to be. These men are professionally trained to make sure they protect Nigeria. They're not trained for you and I to be having banters and be talking on the street. But what do? We push them into the streets, make them to man roadblocks, push them where they are not supposed to be. They are meant to obey orders. And that is the number one point to look at. Then the second thing again is this. FCTDA, they have a team. They've been moving around, revoke properties that were revoked. They go there to implement what the FCT minister asked them to do. Yes. Then the ministers are facing there, big, more like he's going there, waiting on this to that thing.
I'm sorry
for me, I have an issue with that.
Wike didn't just wake up and go to that site.
Yes.
Are you aware that FCTA personnel had gone to that site and they were chased out by military? And went back to the minister. The minister said, let me go and see, hands on.
Let us understand what is happening on the
that we have missed out.
The particular case, take it to court. So why go there to fight a military man in the first place?
So why didn't the military go to court?
Why would the military go to court?
So why would Wike go to court?
You are the one who alleges. You should go to court and prove.
Wike's men went there.
They are the ones
and the military chased them out. Why didn't the military
let them go to court? They are the ones who are.
No, why didn't the military go to court?
They are the ones alleging that they were being chased.
We're mixing up a whole lot of things
here. We're not mixing up anything here. They are the ones alleging that they were being chased out by military personnel.
So they are now alleging?
Yes, they are the ones alleging. We didn't get information on how they were being manhandled or how they were being assaulted.
Well,
so let them take the case to court.
My position in all of this is my position in all of this is that there's in military civil relations, there's what we call the push and pull theory. All of us studied political science here. The push and pull theory. We are pulling the military in.
Absolutely.
We are putting them in. We put them in when we allow them to be mounting roadblocks. You put them in initially.
It's a sensitive issue.
Okay.
It's a sensitive issue in the sense that the military, like I said the last time, the military is like a cult.
Okay.
They will not speak against each other. You will not find a military man speaking against another military man. It's not done. Okay. So I understand the support from Irabor, Buratai, and the rest of them. I think the minister overstepped his boundaries. We
all understand that he overreacted.
He would have reacted a lot better to avoid that. I mean, if you are staying in his office and put a call through, if they told him, okay, your staffers are being assaulted, and then you put a call through, I'll call them, okay, come back. And then you resolve it, from the back end and avoid a public show. What the minister did was a public show of shame. Public show of shame in the sense that you're confronting men with guns.
His men had guns.
He went there with 50 men.
Okay, his men also had guns.
Okay, and then if things had gotten out of hand, we would have had a superior power win. Now, who would have been the superior force at that point?
No,
we don't even know.
I admit that the FCT minister overreacted, when he
and then the FCT minister.
But I don't have a problem.
There's one thing there's one thing that pisses me off in all of this. Coming out to say, oh, he was defending
the rule of
his
law.
staffers, defending the rule of law. He shouldn't say that. He shouldn't say that. If you're defending the rule of law, the very next day you're placing a ban on your workers not to use phones in the office. Is it a bank? Not to use from level 14 and under. Not to use that is encroaching.
All these are fallouts,
That is encroaching on their rights. That in itself is encroaching on their rights.
I admit that Wike overreacted, but for him going there, I don't have any problem with it. Moses, let me ask you. You send your son to go to a store and get something for you. There's an altercation there, and he runs back to report to you. Will you put a call through
to
the store owner?
It's a different scenario.
It's a two-way thing. It's either you go home with whatever thing your son brings home, because that shopkeeper will tell you we have a policy here. You don't refund items.
The scenario is not the same.
The picture you painted, actually, this one is higher than that. Now, I can decide that I'm not taking back whatever thing your son must have brought home for you, because I have my rules. And that is it. You go home and sulk in peace. For me, as far as I'm concerned, the manner and the way, imagine the minister of FCT going out all for boats, telling the man you're a fool, get out and all that, making a show of the power
that is clearly unacceptable.
And that is what will happen when you confront. And it's the same thing that happens when parents feel that their children were malhandled in schools and they go there
to fight,
to enforce what they feel is right, and then they beat up the teachers. It's the same thing.
Anyway, I think it's ongoing. A lot more people are still weighing in on this. We have lawyers, senior advocates, even disagreeing. So it's not strange that we here will have to disagree on this point. Anyway, let's move on. And
But I agree on one thing. We should be careful how we pull the military in. I agree on that.
Yes,
we should be
very careful.
Because I was driving somewhere in Ikeja yesterday. I was in my right of way. And then a military, those trucks with some soldiers at the back, just swerved. And I'm like, what's your problem? If you want to get in, you honk and allow me to give you space. I said that. And the one on the back said, and then he did this.
Oh.
And I just looked at him, small boy, with a gun. I said, oh, well, Minister Wike has...
Anyway, let's get into the papers because we are out of time.
I think Lagosians need to know of this particular shake-up, that might affect thousands of commuters at this point.
Okay, what's going on at
Lekki, Ajah?
Exactly.
Okay. So there'll be construction on that road, and it's going to last 8 months.
And it will start from tomorrow.
November 15th, tomorrow, all the way till next year. So that's an information. Well, we'll tell you more in subsequent news bulletins. But let's get into the papers now. Very quickly, Daily Independent has these headlines. Inflation seen easing to 16.29%, but tight policy to remain. ADC slams Tinubu over 1.15 trillion naira loan, alleges fiscal recklessness. BOT confidence PDP convention can hold, cites legal clearance. Senate backs bill to ban recruitment of minors into armed forces. Probes stamp duty, revenue generation, utilization. We're building a confident judiciary, says the NJI administration. I have great respect for the armed forces, says Wike. Again, FG insists no threats to religious freedom in Nigeria. Stakeholders move to end accord party tussle, suspend rival faction. Suspension of 15% fuel import duty viewed as timely economic relief or confusion. Tinubu praises Super Eagles over 4-1 defeat of Gabon. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of Daily Independent.
And that's how far we can go on newspaper headlines this morning. Moses and I will return at 10 o'clock for extended review of newspaper headlines and inside stories. Now, we'll go for a short break, and when we return, in the world of insecurity, over 50,000 Christians killed as Obi Toga clash over global image and genocide claims. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP this morning. That is Voice of the People Television. In a wave of international outrage, Nigeria is facing mounting scrutiny over alleged mass killings of Christians, with over 50,000 deaths reported by global watchdogs since 2009. Former presidential candidate Peter Obi has condemned the carnage, calling it a national disgrace and blaming weak leadership and poor governance for the escalating violence. While his comments follow the United States government's designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern and threats of military intervention over what some have labeled Christian genocide. Reports cite attacks by Fulani militants and extremist groups, including a recent massacre of 25 Christians in Benue State, fearing fears of religious persecution and systemic failure to protect vulnerable communities. Meanwhile, Nigeria's Foreign Affairs Minister, Yusuf Sogar, appeared on the Piers Morgan Uncensored show to defend the country's image, demanding the full, unedited broadcast of his interview amid backlash over alleged censorship. While Tuga insisted Nigeria is committed to human rights and challenged what he described as selective narratives that distort the country's efforts to combat terrorism and uphold justice. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, by Barrister Asim Adams. He is a legal practitioner, constitutional lawyer, as a matter of fact, civil rights activist, former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Utubo / Peter Obi campaign organization, Labour Party in Rivers State in the 2022 general elections. And we'll be joined virtually by Barrister Eze Eluchie. Okay, I understand that he will not be part of the show. We'll also have Comrade Ibrahim Momo, a lecturer of political science at Ambrose Ali University, Ekpoma. And in Edo State, he's a public affairs commentator, as well as member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organizations, Secretary General of the Physical Disability in Edo State, member, human rights activist, advocate, and all of that. Barrister Adams, good morning and thanks for
joining. Good morning to you. Good morning once again.
Okay. Comrade Ibrahim Momo, good morning and thanks for being part of this show. Okay, I understand that he's not in there. Will join us in the course of the program. Barrister Adams, let me come to you. If my memory serves me right, we had a discussion here about a fortnight ago about whether there is genocide in Nigeria. And at that point, if my memory serves me well, you were of the opinion that, well, there might be killings in Nigeria, but that there is no genocide. I hope I'm right on that. Now, the United States government haven't redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern because that, according to them, there is killings of Christians, in fact, genocidal killings of Christians in Nigeria. Between then and now, how much has your position changed on this issue? Bearing in mind that, look, we have information that over 50,000 Christians have been murdered since 2009 by global watchdogs.
You see, I just want to make a correction. What I said that the last time I was here was that genocide does not need to happen to millions of people killed before you refer to it as genocide.
Okay.
I think I cited the Genocide Act, United Nations Genocide Act that says, that was in 1948.
Yeah, okay.
That said, if there's a systemic killing or murder or extermination of a group of persons, either based on ethnic, religious, or political affiliation, by a particular person, is genocide. In Yugoslavia, you saw what happened in Yugoslavia.
Okay.
In Rwanda, you saw what happened in Rwanda, where the Hutus and Tutsis were against each other, whatever. There were those who prepared those kind of, carnage and murder, because based on ethnic affiliations, you just come out. So I describe what is happening in Nigeria today as, genocide to a particular, people. Okay. But whether it is based on religious whatever, or on ethnic, tribal, whatever, that is one question we need to answer now.
Okay.
Now look at it. I will quote something from a pastor. I listened to him quite recently, about 2 days ago. He said, help me understand your perspective. God is not a Christian. If God is a Christian, who answers the prayers of the Muslims? if Christianity is the only way, heaven will be empty. He went further to say, God is the father and the creator of those who founded religion. God is not religion and does not belong to any religion. That is a pastor I listened to.
Okay.
He was making this assertion. That drew my attention. And I asked myself, I said, well, this is another visa or perspective to what this particular whatever is. I want to chronicle this, how it happened. Whatever we call Christian genocide or genocide of the minority, tribes in Nigeria today. Let me start with the Constitution first of all. Your 1999 Constitution has created room or maybe division that can, accentuate genocide. If, for instance, the name of Christ Jesus is never mentioned in your Constitution, but the name of Muhammad is mentioned. 2, if, for instance, the name of your faith, Christianity, is never mentioned in your Constitution, but the name Islam is mentioned in your Constitution. 3, if, for instance, you now found out that there is no canon law operating in Nigeria that will say that all Christians or those who are Christians, who take Christianity as their religion, should practice canon law when it suits and fits them. But you have Sharia. I don't know if you understand. Sharia is an Islamic code, whether we like it or not. Whether we like it or not, Sharia is an Islamic code. To the extent that your constitution says that the House of Assembly of the state that want to practice Sharia can even make laws that will guide how Sharia should be operated.
Okay, but
now you look at it now. Okay,
in all these things that you have mentioned
yes.
About the constitution,
Yes.
can you tell us how this supports the killings of Christians or the
because
killings of Nigerians?
This feeling of entitlement to power, the feeling of entitlement of religious superiority. That is the reason why you see in Kano State there's what a group called Hizbah. It's an Islamic police. They implement, enforce, execute Sharia laws that say you cannot drink alcohol in a municipal, a city like Kano State. I am from the South. I'm a Christian. I drink alcohol, maybe a bottle or two a day, and I find myself in Kano. But for me to go buy it with my money, I have to go and hide and drink it. Because if I'm found with a bottle of alcohol on the street of Kano, the Hizbah will do what? Arrest me. If I also run a shop, because we don't forbid alcohol from where I come from. My religion does not say don't drink. Take in moderation. And I want to open a place in Kano or Kaduna or Sokoto to run a liquor shop. I've obtained my license and I want to operate it. The Hizbah will come and close it down and say you cannot do this. Is that not entitlement of a nation that is called secular state? I begin to say that he wants to Islamize Nigeria. ISWAP. That is their mission.
Okay.
If not because the constitution gives them the vent, zest and zeal for them to operate, they will not have such.
Right.
Have you seen Christians, taking up arms to say they want to Christianize Nigeria? These are questions we have to ask ourselves.
Let's
questions we have to ask ourselves.
Let's get the view of someone who practices. Let's get the view of someone who practices Islam. Mr. Ibrahim Momo is Islam. Mr. Ibrahim Momo, good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation this morning. Now, do you think the issue of some religion or one religion thinking it is superior to another was or has been propelled by the kind of our constitution or the constitution we practice? Is that the bane of our problem in this country? We don't hear such things of genocidal or anybody trying to take over Saudi Arabia. We don't. I mean, there are a few Christians living there, but we don't hear that. Oh, they are trying to impose themselves. Do you think our problem is this issue is constitutionally driven? And what can be done differently?
Okay, good morning, and thank you very much for having me. The first point I'd like to make has to do with the fact that it appears that there is high level of disinformation. You don't also raise the issue that there's another law that the Constitution also allows, the common law, which doesn't have a religious origin. It doesn't have a Muslim religious origin. The Constitution does not mandate the compulsory practice of Islamic Sharia law in the entire country.
So why do we have that actually as part of our constitution from the beginning? Why infuse it there where we know we are a secular nation? So it's more like we're having a niche for a particular religion and their own laws to make it to our constitution.
The Constitution also recognizes the Christian common law, canon law. It's there in the Constitution. We have the criminal code and have the penal code. Why is it selective and selective?
Why you go for that to confuse now? Now when you say are we having a selective amnesia, or is it we are the ones actually confusing ourselves on this table, or rather Nigeria as a person or the country making all those things to come up the way it is. When I asked this question, I asked it in the sense that I think it was in Sokoto State that a particular girl was lynched. She was killed. She was set ablaze. And Niger State also, another thing like that happened just this year, 2025. On the notion of that they decided, or that the people that was killed, the girl that was killed was because of a statement she made on the school group WhatsApp about the prophets. And the lady that was killed in Niger State also was because of the way she disposed herself still. And all this borders on what? On going against the Sharia law. Like Barrister pointed out, if you're to get yourself somewhere in the north, in the core north, where we have the Sharia law also, it's a thing. And when the likes of Sheikh Ahmed Gumi was talking, he said something in Turkey. He said that Christians, especially those residing within the Middle Belton region of Nigeria, are trying their best to malign the move or the talk or permutation about Islamizing or making Nigeria to be an Islamic state. Isn't that point to the level of religious plurality being practiced by some people in a secular state?
There are two things you have said correctly. One, there are criminals, there are people, individuals who don't have the authority of the state, who have perpetrated crimes, including killings. That's a correct statement to make. If that's constitutionally enabled, a criminal, that's one. Those criminals, were they empowered by the Constitution to do what they have done? Also in that same vein, are these the only religiously motivated criminal killings and other criminal conducts?
When you don't see those individuals in court and we don't see them in the prison, some people will still allude.
The journalists do not see them. That's what you're saying? Should I recount those incidents for you? How can the journalists not see them? It's not possible. It's not possible. That's on the issue of I agree that there are criminals who claim the use of religion, including the Muslim religion, the Christian religion, whatever religion they choose, to commit heinous crimes, including murder. These crimes are criminally, these crimes should be prosecuted for what they are. But to use it as a bait or as an excuse to want to, smear, malign Muslims and then Islamic religion, it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm a Muslim. Okay. I do not support those criminal conducts. Okay. My religion and my religion and Nigerian constitution does not enable those criminal conducts.
So should we have a case? Now you've made that point, and I appreciate that too. So should Nigeria have a problem? Should he have a problem when the president of US said that he wants to come in to help take out the extremist jihadists that have ended up killing both Christians and Muslims in Nigeria? Should we have a problem with such? They didn't say they are coming in to kill Muslims. They said they are coming in to take out extremist jihadists operating freely on the soil of Nigeria. Should Nigeria have a problem with such team or such help coming to us?
One of the beauty about VOP TV, one of the beauty, with all due respect, why I'm always very willing and able to feature on the program, is the quality of its anchor. I say that not patronizingly. I say that because in the way you have asked your question, a lot of Nigerians don't think at that level. Should we have an issue? In the way you have asked, I'm just trying to recount your question before I respond. Should we have an issue with the US designation of Nigeria as a country of a particular concern, on the basis of which it is willing, if it intends to or wants to come in to assist to take out these criminals, the jihadists, as we have, extremist jihadists, in the way we have used. So, should we have any issue with that? The answer is absolutely no. Yes, in international law, it will amount to an infringement of a country's sovereignty, for one state to want to, directly intervene in internal affairs of another state. That is, yes, international law, yes. But is there a foundation, is there a basis for the statements? In fact, for me, I applauded and deplored Trump. I applauded him because his commentary, his statements on Truth Social about the criminality going on in Nigeria, even though he posed it in a way that enables a single narrative, a false narrative, it mainstreams the challenges Nigeria has been facing. So I applauded it because what is the duty of government? What's the business of government? Essentially, it's about the protection of lives and security of life and property of the citizenry. That is the basic duty of government. Now, what people have now called, in my opinion, firstly, a Christian genocide, is to amplify the security challenges that Nigeria has been facing. And I applaud Trump for it. But to now make the false claim that it's a Christian genocide, and you see, when you allow a lie to slide for too long, it can be taken as fact, unchallenged, can be taken as fact. We know, we are Nigerians, we live in this country, even the bigots, those who are religious extremists from both the Muslim and the Christian faith, those bigots, those who are the bigots who take things to the extremes, also know that this is not religiously based, even though Christians know, Muslims know. Because the majority of the victims, the hotbed where this criminality is going on is Muslim-dominated areas. The majority of the victims are Muslims. But the religion is, for me, I think religion is not even the issue. The fact that government stands as camps and people, Nigerians, full-fledged Nigerians, citizens with rights, are being killed on a daily basis. And the government is aloof, is unable to act over the years. It's something that we should deplore. All Nigerians, all men of culture should deplore. What is the purpose of government if you cannot secure the life and property of the people? What is the purpose of government? But now we have a common security challenge. But people are now trying to mine it for some primordial sentimentalism, for some, Islamophobic or, primordial interest, or even pecuniary. Some of them are doing it for money purpose. It's what I find very disturbing. We have a common challenge. Let's work together to resolve it. Let's call out the government when they fail to protect our property. That is the challenge we are facing, and I think that's how I think we ought to work around it.
Thank you.
Well, let's bring it back to the studio now. Barrister Asim,
yes.
You want to, well, before you take your reaction to his statement, we have Mr. Ezeluche Esquire with us in the building. Good to have you with us.
Thank you very much for the invite.
All right then.
I want to say, with due respect to my brother over there, the lecturer, that I stand by my own take.
Okay.
That the Constitution empowers these incursions that we have. People, whether they are criminals or whatever you call them, just for instance is well known the reason why you have that. Two is this. Let me draw his attention to a particular issue that happened in Oyo State. 11 January of this year, because of the empowerment given to some of these people by the Constitution, the Supreme Council for Sharia proposed, the bringing Sharia to be a system of legislation in Oyo State. They were supposed to launch that particular, on the 11th of January 2025 this year. If not because the Constitution gave them that vent, do you think that they will have that temerity?
What specifically does the Constitution
Section 277,
Section
277, 275, even 262. You have all these sections there. If you go to 260, you see the creation of Sharia courts, Sharia Court of Appeal. Now, if these people see this happen, then they believe that if the Constitution can give such to a religious, group, they believe that they have that particular, powers for them to now run sound over the rest of the other people of Christian faith, as case may be. I am not preaching that to say that what has happened is because they are going against, but the Constitution gives them the power to do that. If the Constitution, for instance, can mention 95 times the issue of Sharia, and there is no place, zero place in the Constitution where the issue of canon law was not mentioned, how be it? Even President Buhari in 2014, when he was interviewed, you know what he said? People can still go back and fact check me. He said that the issue of Sharia has come to stay because the Constitution gives the Muslims the powers to practice Sharia in Nigeria, and that God willing, that is what is going to happen until it is reversed by the Constitution. That is Buhari, late Buhari, taking care of this. People have argued, like myself, to say that you cannot have, that section 277 that talks about Sharia creation TC, where you have section 10 of the 1999 Constitution saying that Nigeria is a secular state, as the case may be. Otherwise, if not because the powers given to them by this Constitution, why do you have the Hizbah in Sokoto, in Kaduna, in Kano, that will destroy truckloads of alcohol based on the fact that Islam or whatever forbid it in a state where you say it's a secular state? I was discussing one of my Muslim brothers. He said that under section 38, he has the right to the religion of his faith. That the same Constitution grants him the right under section 38 to belong to the religion of his choice.
Barrister Adams.
You understand the point now? So it's something that bothers me.
All right, Barrister Adams.
And until this particular area is, maybe amended, it will continue to energize.
Okay, but
this Islamists.
I want to ask you a question. We understand all, that you have said about the Constitution giving vent,
That's right.
Some kind of push to
energizing them.
I'll ask you now. Hizbah people that implement Sharia and Hizbah, they don't do it under a war situation, right? Is there any part of the constitution that says that the government shouldn't fight terrorists, who, by the way, coincidentally happen to be Muslims?
There is no section 14 sub 2B is very clear. It is very clear by the wordings and couching of that particular section that says as security and welfare. It never said welfare and security. It mentioned security first. That is the reason why you are in government. So if you are a governor, local government chairman, president, if you are sworn in today, the main thing you have to do is to fight security first of all. Make sure there is security of lives and properties and jobs, etc. Then you now go to welfare. Now, if you abdicate any of the responsibility and you are tabagant, you are didimusan, and at the same time you are ambivalent about implementation and execution and providing security for lost Nigerians, then you have no basis to be there.
Okay,
because it means that you can be impeached based on that particular, derivation of
I'm trying to find a fine line.
I don't know.
I'm trying to find a fine line between the constitution pushing the jihadists because of the letters, like you said, 95 times it mentioned the Sharia.
That's right, you can protect it.
Okay, and you believe that alone, that is one of the factors that energizes them. So I'm trying to find a fine line between what the constitution had said and what the constitution also says about protection of lives and property of Nigerians. Let's bring in Barrister Eze Eluche into this conversation. Good morning once again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Barrister Eze Eluche is a lawyer as well as political affairs analyst. Now, this debate has raged, for like 10 days or more. Nigeria redesignated as country of particular concern, CPC, by the Trump administration on the basis of what? That, look, there's Christian genocide in Nigeria. A lot of people have weighed in. Barrister, first of all, do you agree with Trump that there is Christian genocide in Nigeria? Let me start, let that be a take-off point.
Well, thank you very much. For some of us, Nigeria, for patriotic Nigerians, Nigeria has been a country of particular concern for more than 10 years. Nigeria has been a country of particular concern to Nigerians, patriotic Nigerians, for more than 10 years. So that Trump is just declaring it as such on even only one aspect of life, which is religious freedoms. For us, Nigeria is a country of particular concern in the area of security, in the area of education, in the area of governance, generally. It has been a concern to us. So what Trump just did was to only address one area of it. And with regards to whether genocide is there's a Christian genocide ongoing, people think the word genocide it's not a word you bandy about. It's rooted in international law. The Genocide Convention and the Rome Statutes. Article 2 of the Genocide Convention and Article 6 of the Rome Statute clearly postulates that there are 5 actions that need happen. And when any of these 5 actions happen, any of them, and it is geared towards either the full or total destruction of a people, it's a genocide. But for our own sake, we will only be concerned with only 3 of these actions, which when any of them happens, there's a genocide in place. One is if there is killing of that people, targeted killings. Secondly, if they are made to suffer bodily or mental harm. And thirdly, if there are deliberate policies in place to dehumanize them. Now you ask yourself, are Christians being targeted, killed specifically in parts of Nigeria? Unequivocally, the answer is yes. Are Christians being made in some areas to suffer bodily and mental torture? The answer is yes. And mind you, the Genocide Convention is that any of this taking place.
Okay, you mean the Geneva Convention?
No, the Genocide Convention of 1948 and the Rome Statute of 1998. So they are very, very clear. So technically speaking, there is Christian genocide going on in Nigeria. Now, but realistically speaking, do we see this genocide going on? When you see 300 people being buried in one day, killed by extremist Islamist jihadist terrorists, who go for them and kill them and destroy their churches, and not only pursue the remnants away, but also take over that land. That is genocide. So the argument whether it's taking place or not taking place is foolish. With all due respect.
So we agree that killings are taking place, but the argument is that it's not. It shouldn't have the tag Christian.
Yes.
Because some Muslims are being killed. Mosques have been burnt down as well.
Yes.
So the fact that Muslims are being killed alongside some of these Christians.
Yes.
Should we remove the Christian?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. We concern ourselves with the issues at stake. Is there also maybe a shared genocide going on? Because mind you, these terrorists are mostly Sunni Muslims. That is the reality, which nobody's eating at. And they're always killing the Shias.
Okay.
That is one aspect of it. Another aspect of the killings also is that you also have extremist extremist Fulani jihadists killing indigenous Hausa settlers or Hausa indigents. So these things are several killings are going on. Now, if somebody decides to say, okay, I am more concerned about the Christian genocide, what is wrong with that? If perhaps the Iranians were concerned about the Shia genocide, let them raise it up. But the question is there a Christian genocide going on? And there is no debate on that.
So now,
in fact, just yesterday, I saw I will not use harsh words on him, but he deserves the harshest words. The African Union chairperson, Yusuf, he went all the way to the United Nations and was talking nonsense about the Christian genocide going on in Nigeria, that there was no genocide. This is a character who, as chair of the AU, has not bothered to comment on the Darfur genocide, which has been on for more than 20 years, has not bothered to talk about the issues going on in DRC Congo or in Tanzania, where a woman has just destroyed the opposition and named herself the president. He only talks when he feels his religion is at stake. So that is the kind of debate we're having. But as a reality, there is no debate. There is a Christian genocide going on. If over 50,000 Christians have been killed, and these are documented, it's not hearsay. When you hear 19,000 churches, they are known. The locations are known. It is preposterous when you have people like Adeboye of the RCCG suddenly saying he cannot make comments, when even his own church has suffered it. But he was able to make comments when Jonathan was in office and talk about a slight increase in fuel price, or when you hear the idiocy in Adefarasi's comments, when he says it's only a few people have been killed. Look, we have to call a spade, because we are free here because your family has not been killed or mine has not been killed. But if they were killed, you wouldn't be here debating genocide or no genocide.
But
it's very annoying.
I was coming to that. Do we see a mix of politics in all of this?
Yes.
Because there's been this pushback, by the federal government.
Yes.
So that went to the United States, appeared in Piers Morgan's show and said, look, there is no Christian genocide here.
Yes.
But curiously, we also have Christians in the South here who are vehemently defending that there is no Christian genocide.
Yes.
Even people whose churches, have been affected.
Yes.
Do we see a mix of politics, ethnic politics in all of these defenses? Is there anyone that you see?
During the Holocaust against the Jews in Germany, there were some Israelis, there were some Jews who worked with the Nazis for some kind of pecuniary benefits to even perpetrate the genocide or the Holocaust that was going on. So when you hear these characters who come out and say there is no genocide because maybe they want to have some largesse from government or whatever, Kenyamu said because he's a Christian and he was made a minister, then there's no genocide. What kind of crap is that? Or that the president's son distributed 1 million Bibles, so there's no genocide. For goodness sake, there are Bibles in hotel rooms, and we know what goes on in the hotel rooms. So the reality, we don't debate. I've just explained to you rationally what genocide means and what in reality we are experiencing in Nigeria. So with regards to what the foreign minister went to do in New York and his interview with Piers Morgan, it's expected. This is reactionary. The government will try and do all sorts. But we have a president, Bola Tinubu, who never bothered. When 50 are killed, 100 are killed, he travels abroad. His only visit to Yeletawa was when the Pope raised the issue in a homily. That's when Tinubu went. And what did he say when he went there? Try and make peace with your killers.
Now that you've said something about this whole permutation having a political backing, what does this portend for Nigerians, especially people that are within these axes where the killings are going on? the people of Kaduna State. The other day, we learned that a pastor was kidnapped along 11 others, 4 were killed. In Benue State, they're still killing. In Plateau, we've not really heard much of the killing at this time, but we know that, you know, something like that is still going on. What does this portend for Nigeria? And moving forward, with the way the tension is already high, Christians are defending themselves, Muslims are saying we are not doing any superiority part, even when we have the constitution more like empowering some people or emboldening them with their action and attitude. What does this portend moving forward for Nigeria?
Well, real Nigerians will not look at this political divide, because if you are in Plateau, Nasarawa, Taraba, all those areas, or even part of Enugu State, you are being killed. So you only have to raise your voice, let the world know what's going on, and the world knows. Even the world is aware of these reactionary moves. They know how the Nigerian government operates. They know that money is going around. They know that they're paying lobbyists in millions of dollars to try to launder Nigerian image. But the reality is the reality. People are still being killed till tomorrow. And the Islamists, you see, when government does these things, the world is watching. Because when you go and you massacre an entire village, and that village, you will now pack the people who are remaining, say they're going to be in IDP camps, and their killers are seen taking over their land, and you come out and say there is no genocide. If we decide to be dons in this country, the world is not stupid.
Now let's take a peek on the issue going on. You know, you made mention of people being massacred and the people that are killed and moving around.
Yes.
Nigeria decided to embrace the non-kinetic approach to make sure that terrorists would de-radicalize them, rehabilitate them, reintegrate them back into the society. The other day, Kaduna State also made a statement on how they are going to bring in free education and medical health care for them. There was also a talk about you know, further embracing of these people that have killed people before, and they say they are not terrorists in quotes. You know, now how do you think this will help to shape the idea and ideology of those whose family members were killed by these men, and then they are still seeing them moving freely, enjoying what them are not enjoying, the free education and free medical health care?
Thank you very much. I think Nigeria is, we present ourselves as a joke to the international community. This phrase, non-kinetic, is simply dense. We don't need it. We need actions. We need the outcomes. It's like when the government threw out the issue of palliatives or the issue of IMF conditionalities. Then everybody runs to the streets shouting conditionalities, without even knowing what it means. That is how every soldier now comes out, or every governor says non-kinetic. Ask them, what does it mean? Because what people want to see is the results. And when you have a government that embarks on this senile approach that they call de-radicalization, rehabilitation, and reintegration, come on. The fight against terrorism is not new. It's not novel. You don't reinvent the wheel. It's the same terrorists that Americans are fighting, that those who bombed, those who participated in the 9/11 are still detained till tomorrow. But Nigeria is now rehabilitating and reintegrating the terrorists who killed. And what do? When they come back, you house them, you equip them, you give them more money. They look fresher than our soldiers who are sacrificing their lives. And you expect these soldiers to go in and give their all? Or when the government now comes and says, okay, we're going to give you free education, free health services, this leads many of us to believe that these characters in government are in collaboration, or they collude, or they are complicit with genocide. Because you can't tell me that you are giving a killer of your own people, you are giving them free education for what? You are rewarding evil. So those characters in government, whether they are governors or whatsoever, who indulge in this kind of criminal behavior, I believe that at the appropriate time, when there is need to bring all these characters before an international tribunal, you will discover that under the same genocide convention, these characters qualify as people that should be tried.
Now I asked this question earlier to Comrade Ibrahim Momo. Let's get your opinion on this.
Yes.
Should we have a problem with US coming in to help us take out the extremist jihadists operating, killing people? Now we've said there is not only Christians that are being killed, Muslims too have been killed. Should we have a problem, with the United States coming in to say we want to help kill out or take out or exterminate this people?
Thank you very much. In international law, international affairs, that's what is called the responsibility to protect. Anybody, any country has a responsibility to protect somebody who is weaker, who cannot defend himself. Nigeria itself took part in such an R2P when Nigeria went into Sierra Leone and Liberia. Because no government invited us in Liberia and Sierra Leone. Nigeria went by itself. So the reality is this. If in their good thinking, the United States or any country, having seen that Nigerians are incapable of stopping this Christian genocide, they decide to exercise their rights or their duties under the responsibility to protect and come in, they are most welcome. I mean, if you are somebody who has lost his family in Nasarawa and you are at the verge of losing your life, and somebody says, I'm coming to help you, when your government has severally failed, there's absolutely nothing wrong in any country, whether the US or whoever, coming in willingly to try to help those who are suffering from Christian genocide.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Luce, for your submission. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. And we'll go in straight to the second topic of conversation, which is about the borrowing. As APC defends, while the opposition crisis, debt addiction over the 1.15 trillion naira loan, which the National Assembly have already accepted that the president should borrow. And this money we're looking at is for us to help to measure up with the deficit of the 2025 budget. We'll dissect this after the break. The word to stay with us. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. As Nigeria grapples with rising inflation and economic uncertainty, the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, and the opposition African Democratic Congress are locked in a war of words over President Bola Tinubu's fiscal strategy. APC National Chairman Professor Nintawe Yilwatda praised Tinubu's administration for doing its best to improve the economy and uplift Nigerians, citing constructive media criticism as a catalyst for better governance. He emphasized that the government is responsive and committed to reforms, despite the tough economic terrain. The comments came during the 21st All Nigeria Editor Conference in Abuja, where Yilwatda urged journalists to help reshape Nigeria's and national narratives. But the ADC isn't buying it. The party slammed Tinubu's fresh 1.15 trillion naira domestic loan approval as a reckless and contradictory spending, accusing the president of being addicted to debt despite claims of surpassing non-oil revenue target with 20.59 trillion naira generated by August 2025. ADC spokesperson Bolaji Abdullahi warned that if all of Tinubu's 2025 loan requests are approved, Nigeria's public debt could balloon to a staggering 193 trillion naira. Critics argued that the borrowing spree undermines fiscal discipline and exposed deep inconsistencies in the administration's economic messaging. We still have with us in the studio Barrister Asim Adams, who happens to be a civil rights activist as well as a constitutional lawyer, a former spokesperson, Chibitre Situban P2B campaign organization for the Labour Party in Rivers State in 2023. Beside him is Barrister Eze Elushie, is a legal preliminary, just the way he got a legal luminary. Yes. And also, he's a public and political affairs analyst. And then we have from our Benin studios, the comrade Ibrahim Momo, a lecturer of political science at Ambrose Ali University, Ekboma, in Edo State. He's also a public and political affairs commentator, as well as member of the Coalition of Civil Society Organization, Secretary General of the Physical Disability in Edo State, member of Human Rights Activist Advocate also. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. Let me start off with you, comrade Ibrahim Momo. Thank you so much for being part of the show thus far. What do you make of this particular banter? I'll call it banter because it's coming between, it's happening between APC and ADC. The House, the Senate approved 1.15 trillion naira for the president for us to measure up the deficit with the 2025 budget. And we know that from the report we gathered from APC administration, by August this year, we have been able to get or surpass our even non-oil revenue target with 20.59 trillion naira generated already. What do you have to say about this borrowing? And you know, the fact that it's already out there. The likes of the Speaker of the House some time ago was taken aback about the borrowing of Nigeria, saying that if we don't curb this borrowing, it's going to send us to a place that will not really be formed. And also the fact that if we're to borrow this money, we have 193 trillion naira to be the money, the debt we're owing now at this point. What do you make of this, please? Let's get your opinion on this.
Well, thank you very much. My first take is to, roundly criticize or condemn the penchant of this administration, the borrowing spree, just the debt peonage that they are turning that, taking Nigeria into. I find it very disturbing that at the time when all manners of subsidies have been removed, in order to save funds, at a time when this same government has told us that their revenue targets were not only met but surpassed before, just around the middle of the year, around August 2025, at a time when the government, if any, can speak in terms of earnings, what the Federal Account Committee shares monthly now is almost 200% or more than what it was just 3 years ago. At a time when the economy is supposedly doing so well, it is a time when we are going beyond the borrowing plan, agreed or approved borrowing plan by the State National Assembly, and borrowing excessively. In a year where we have not had subsidies, this government, what that report said was, if this government had its way with this 1.15 trillion borrowing, we would have borrowed 40 trillion. That's almost the size of the annual budget of 2025. This year is about 57 trillion. And if this particular one is approved, it will take it to over 40 trillion. Almost the equivalent of the entire budget at the borrow. At a time when you have met your revenue targets, even before the end of the year. I find it disturbing. I find it incomprehensible that, the government is only understanding of macroeconomics is debt peonage.
When you say you find it disturbing, Comrade Ibrahim, before now the budget was supposed to be 54 trillion naira, and then after the FIRS and also the custom, when they push in their revenue the money they generated, they pushed the budget now to 59 point something trillion naira, hoping on the oil benchmark sale to be at 75. And also, we're told by the Minister of Economy that a certain 13 trillion naira will be borrowed for the budget to be supported. So they told us already before this particular turn of borrowing and all that started coming up. Should we be surprised now? And if we're not supposed to be surprised, they also say that the reason for the borrowing is to make sure that every Nigerian benefits from this present administration's policy. And also, the president said something, that his major aim is to make sure that no Nigerian will go home or go back to bed empty or hungry. Isn't this more like a good one? Isn't it moving like in a good trajectory for Nigerians now?
Now, there are issues with the current borrowing spree. Issue number one is that the revenue borrowing is supposedly meant to augment revenue shortfalls. Now, this government has told us that it has surpassed, not just met, because it met it in August, surpassed its revenue target for the year. It means that the idea of borrowing to augment revenue shortfall ordinarily should not have arisen. That's one. Issue number two is the fact that when it comes to this borrowing, it is outstripping the borrowing plan. The borrowing plan was around 17 trillion, if I'm not mistaken. Now we are borrowing, if this is approved now, about 40 trillion. It's incongruent. The fact that at the same time when you are earning more than your revenue target, you are borrowing much more than your borrowing plan. It's incongruent. So, and the idea that the borrowing is for the good of Nigerians, is for to ensure that no Nigerian goes home hungry, it begs the question with all due respect.
All right.
Why I say that is because, one, this borrowing it's not a grant, it's not a gift you are going to pay back sometime in the future. What if there are revenues? Now you are exceeding your revenue targets. What if because of COVID, another COVID, or because of one global pandemic, or because of one global economic meltdown, there is revenue shortfall? What happens? Have you not outmuscled the power or the opportunity to borrow?
Interesting question indeed you just asked. I believe the government will answer that. I believe the government watching at this point, they will answer that. Let's bring this conversation to the studio. Barrister Ezeluche, what do you make of this and the fact that most of the APC governments have not really been keeping to what the Fiscal Responsibility Act stated? You know, the reason for borrowing, the budgets and how they're supposed to tell Nigerians what happened and how we use these monies. You know, they've not really been giving us those information. What does this portend? You know, the democracy that we practice and every other thing playing out within the government system now.
Well, I mean, fundamentally, let us not deceive ourselves. We're Nigerians, we know our country. We can't be saying the democracy we practice, because we don't practice the democracy in this country. Those who are...
What do you practice if you don't practice democracy?
Kakistocracy. We have the very worst of us who are leading, who are ruling us. And they were not, most of them were not elected to office. I mean, they rigged their ways to polls. So let us have that basic and then address the issue, because it's only when you tell the truth to yourself that you're able to now confront the realities on ground. Now, let us bring down this whole economic garbage being churned out to basics. The government is supposed to be the parent of the family. Now, we know that the Nigerians are anguished, they are famished, they are pauperized, their income level of spending has reduced. So this whole stuff that Mr. Bola Tinubu is saying, that they are borrowing for the good of Nigerians, we know it's a lie, a flat-out lie that does not even require much investigation. Because ask yourself, as a Nigerian, those who are watching us on TV, you know how your president, you know how much better off you are. So it's not a matter of economic jingles or stuff. The reality is, how are you impacted by what all these borrowings? And the unfortunate side of it is this. These characters will keep on borrowing. And I'm sure there will be another borrowing plan brought before the National Assembly, which the rubber-stamped National Assembly headed by Akpabio will approve. Because their own is just to sit down and approve. They don't even know the details of these borrowings. And for instance, this issue of the U.S. classification of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, you need to also pay foreign lobbyists in the US who charge about 20 million or more. And that is not factored in, so they have to go and borrow. So the bulk of this borrowing is not for Nigerians' interest. It's for their personal goods.
Okay, but
Yes.
when you say that these are more like economic lines,
Yes.
But we have data and statistics to support all of these. The ones that the government, has pushed out. They say inflation is dropping, isn't it dropping? From 34, like 40 something 2 years ago. Now we are, within the neighborhood of 24, 26.
The same wonderful group, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, told us that employment has gone down to 3%.
Okay.
Beautiful. Yes, 3%.
And look at the exchange rate.
That in your own street, virtually all the youths are unemployed. In my own street, the same thing. And if somebody is telling us 3%. In fact, Nigerians are very mild and very calm with these characters because they lie shamelessly. In reasonable countries, if you say 30, 40, okay, but you say 3%, that means we are even above, economically, we are above full employment. They deserve to be flogged because of the kind of lies they churn out.
Now, how about the exchange rate stability? It's been hovering between 1,004 something to
yes.
1,500.
Look, this exchange rate stability, if somebody brings in $5-10 million into the market today, the value of the dollar will crash. Then what happens the next? Is it sustainable? And what is sustaining it? Is there an increase in production? Well, that's what we have to ask ourselves. What magic has happened? Has somebody just decided to bring in $2-3 million for elections? And like if you noticed, previously when the PDP was ruling, when there is election period, the value of the dollar crashes because there's so much dollar flows. I watch in the market. But soon thereafter, what happens? As long as there's no production, as long as there's no sustainability of that issue, it's just a fluke. And like all flukes, once the reality dawns, it will evaporate.
But Barrister Adams, I saw you giggling. Are you giggling? Do you disagree with Barrister or do you disagree with me?
I don't.
What's your position?
I want to reaffirm what he has said.
Okay.
You see, the only thing I've just add is that when I was growing up, my mother used to tell us, he who goes a borrowing goes a sorrowing.
That's right.
Then in the door where I grew up also as kids say, borrow make me shine. You understand the point?
Yes.
Now borrow make me shine. I'm sorry I have to use the word. Just say to get some relevant comic value. You understand the point? And so that tells you that borrowing is not a good thing. You understand the point? I'm taking money from people to do whatever as case may be. Now, when I grew up, I found out that they say yes, you can borrow money or take loan to develop, to create, to produce, etc. Maybe you don't have, and you have opportunity to take money from your uncle, from a bank, etc. For generation, for production purposes.
Yes.
You do that. There's something wrong with that. If you borrow and pay, and you move forward and you increase your whatever. But the problem we have is that they borrow and steal it. Now, how do you explain that a country that is having 193 trillion is now having in the convoy of the president, vice president, National Assembly? You understand? Their convoy alone is going to about 50 to 60 trillion naira value. That is the convoy. A country that is owing 193 trillion. In fact, there is no man living on earth today that is a trillionaire. The richest man on earth is a billionaire, not a trillionaire. How many nations do you have that will tell you that they will have trillion economies? They're not to 10.
A trillionaire in dollars.
You understand? In dollars, that's what I'm saying. It's trillionaire in dollars, whatever you call it. Nah. It's not naira. You understand the point? And that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's only in Nigeria you see that the man, our economy is going into trillions, we are in debt.
Naira.
Whether it's naira, currency, our currency.
Because of the value of
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. See, that should scare them. Because you should go to zillion. When you now say it's about 2 zillion that Nigeria is owing, or 200 zillion, is that what people want? Somebody went to UK. Was it Margaret Thatcher? I don't know when Obasanjo was. I think Obasanjo or something like went. The Prime Minister UK, told him categorically, why are you coming here to come and plead for the debt, whatever the case may be? Whereas 1 or 2 persons in your cabinet can offset this whole whatever that we're having. So stealing to consume, borrowing to consume is the problem we're having in Nigeria today.
Okay,
these trillions.
Talking about borrowing to consume, let me bring you back to, I'd like to talk about your friend, a man that you admire a lot.
I don't want you to go into that. Anyway, if you are going into that, let us not.
Yes, that's talking about Minister Nyesom Wike. He was asked how is it that he drives a Rolls Royce, and he said, "So what? So what?" Now, what do you think would be, or what do you think has been the feel and perception of Nigerians saying that someone who is in government at that level would react to the ownership of a Rolls Royce, such a luxurious vehicle, as so what, in an economy where Nigerians are struggling to feed?
Normalization of corruption and opulence. A president who is almost a billionaire today came in 1999 and said that he has only 30,000 naira in his Union Bank account. What am I going to Aso Rock to go and collect? What luggage did I leave there? But today, as we speak, we know where he is in terms of balance. One came and said, I didn't have shoes to go to wherever, but today we know he has a boutique full of shoes, as case may be. If you look at what is happening, anybody can get up in government today and say, I am a billionaire. Just look at all these people in government, the so-called politicians today. Ask any of them, what do they do for a living? Assuming you take up politics and politicians from the world, and let's go back to our normal whatever, how many of them can even produce 1 million naira? I have witnessed where a man who had nothing to eat, a man who could not pay his house rent, suddenly in about 3, 4, 5 years, something happened, he now became a commissioner in one of the states. Within what they say, twinkle of an eye, twinkle, twinkle, little star, he became a billionaire, acquiring properties here and there. The rest of us who were following him and were able giving him to spend, they now say we are not progressing. They called us, loafers, because we are not smart. That is the reason why we could not. Within 6 months,
because you didn't join the
You understand the point?
But you know what that
so
means?
it's normalization. It's wrong. So this is the reason why they can get up and say, I own a Rolls Royce is because of what you can't even question it.
I think we just question it goes to the root of the essence or the meaning of having the EFCC.
You understand?
I mean, the reality is this.
It's so sad.
I have always advocated that group should be scrapped.
Me too.
Because
I'm of the opinion.
if the EFCC is doing its job, somebody like Wike will not say so what to having a car that worth hundreds of millions of naira. What have you done? What has your salary been apart from your income from as a government employee? So it goes. I mean, the society is decayed. If the FCC was functional, recently they just charged Sylvia for taking $14 million. In a country where you have a regulatory agency that should be tracking funds movement, what they do is to pursue young boys who are pressing their phones.
People go to the offices
and they say they are working. Meanwhile, I mean, that is why I say EFCC should be scrapped, because they're just a bunch of characters who are making money out of the system.
Well, unfortunately, I would have loved us to, drag this a little bit more, but we are out of time for this conversation, and we have little time for the very next conversation. Comrade Ibrahim Omar, I would like to start with you on this next conversation. Well, let's take a break. And then we'll come back. We'll be looking at the PDP. The PDP's convention is to hold, and this is regardless of court orders. Thank God we have barristers in the building. We'll take maybe a few takes each, and then we'll wrap this up. Join us again after this break. All right, now let's dive into this. In a twist, in a dramatic twist, ahead of the PDP's convention. And Oyo State High Court in Ibadan has extended its interim order allowing the convention to hold in the state. And this is regardless of another court order from Abuja asking that the convention not hold. And then we've also seen a situation where the parties, we've had chairman, suspended. Well, gentlemen, there's no point going into the story of the PDP. We are all well aware of what's been going on in the PDP. I would like to start off with the lecturer. I wonder what you will be teaching your students now when we see what's going on in PDP. Comrade Ibrahim Momo, what do you think will happen if this convention holds, like Olugwagba and the rest of them are insisting on, going ahead with the convention? What do you think will happen?
Well, what do I think will happen? I think first and foremost that eventually a court of appeal or even a Supreme Court would nullify that convention because there is a court order stopping it.
And there's another court order asking that it goes ahead.
I'm going to that point. Yeah, the challenge with our courts, particularly at the High Court in Nigeria, is that these courts are seen, this is for the first time, you see coordinate courts, court of coordinate jurisdiction, court of equal standing, high courts, for example, sitting over the same issue and passing conflicting judgments. I think the judgments are now for sale or are now for hire. Come to me, I'll give you a favorable judgment. Go to that one also give you a favorable judgment. So that's all. The major challenge is the fact that our courts, and I have seen this NJC, in the time past, have suspended, sacked judges for this similarity, but our judges still do not, particularly the High Court, are not learning their lesson. The other point is about the fate of PDP. For me, that's even the most important issue. The fact that this PDP has kind of, if Abraham Lincoln did say that a house divided against itself cannot stand, he's leaving that premise. PDP is a house divided against itself. Wike at one time, post 2015, was the messiah. He was the one who was doing everything. In fact, literally, one who helped the ship. That same Wike is now its albatross. It's not the one destroying within the party. And we are seeing the effect. It is not. There's no rocket science here.
What does that say? What does that say to the structure of political parties in Nigeria, where individuals basically determine how the parties are run, survival or death, as it were, of parties?
If you will recall on your show sometime several months ago, when we spoke about similar issues, I hold the view, and good thing you called me a lecturer, because that's what I am. I also taught my students that when we look at what is a political party, in stricter sense, Nigeria does not have any political parties. Nigeria political parties are parties, primarily they have ideologies. What's the difference between the PDP, the ADC, the APC, and the Labour Party? What difference? Political parties have membership who pay dues. Those members elect their leaders. It is a bottom-up kind of. In Nigeria, all the parties you have in Nigeria, a few people come together, form the party. The PDP was G34, G34. The APC was 30 people. The ADC was taken over by a group of 6 persons. Across political parties, what you are seeing is a top-bottom approach. Whether it's going to be a bottom, which political party do members pay dues in Nigeria? And we have had this action group and said there are parties where parties are parties in the time past. Today, we do not have political parties in Nigeria. All we have are vehicles or special purpose vehicles. So it is not surprising. Go through the Nigerian position. The current Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, governor for 8 years under the PDP. Today, he was minister under the APC and now he's Senate President under APC. You can call even this former governor of Edo, Godwin Obaseki, first elected under APC, and then moved to the current Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, elected under PDP for 2 terms as governor. And then he was elected governor, Tomati Filechi. He became governor for 2 terms under PDP, and then eventually he had moved to the APC.
So we don't have political parties in Nigeria.
So we don't have political parties, and that is what we have seen. We have special purpose vehicles. That's what I call them.
Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Well, let me bring you to the studio. I think we'll just take maybe a few minutes because we'll take this conversation later during newspaper review, which is about 10 minutes after the end of this one. Barrister Ezeluche, your thoughts on this one? You could just paper over it, so we do more justice.
I think Wiki has done what he was recruited by the Tinubu regime, and it's time to discard him. So very soon he'll be leaving. But the reality is this, which we also have to realize: those who make peaceful change impossible, make violent change inevitable. So if APC thinks that by scuttling the various opposition parties, they've done that to the PDP, they've done that to the Labour, they are also planning to do that on the ADC. When the coast seems very clear to them, that's when they will be hit by reality.
If APC thinks, but the courts are the tool, basically.
Yeah,
doing this.
I agree. The courts are doing this, and who do you go to? Is it the current NJC headed by the Chief Justice? If you recollect, it was this same Chief Justice that was on the panel that certified Hope Uzodinma, who came forth in the elections in Imo State as the governor. So there's not much hope in this system, in the judiciary.
Don't worry, we'll expatiate on this one later. Barrister Asim Adams.
See, the point is it's really, really sad.
And then the court had to tell INEC not to even go monitor.
That is what I'm saying.
And recognize.
It's really very sad for the judiciary. And the CJN is really not doing something about this. Because I remember last year, 2024, during one of the judges' conference they held in Abuja, the issue of these conflicting judgments or, judgments of this nature came up. What the CJN said in that particular conference was that one of the reasons why you see this kind of judgments being conflicting judgment making by cause of coordinate jurisdiction is because judges do not do what they call conferencing. That conferencing or whatever the case may be, that they should be networking and whatever the case may be. That is the only answer she gave to it. And I felt very sad. I said that is not what should be.
You guys should have a WhatsApp group.
Yeah, maybe they should have a WhatsApp group because they said they are not doing conferencing. You understand the point? Then I now replied, I said, well, CJN, I'm disappointed. But I look at it, that even Mohammed Tanko did better than she's doing right now, because Mohammed Tanko, wielded the axe, that heavy axe at that time, based on this political, decisions of this nature, High Court, Federal High Court, etc., cause of coordinate jurisdiction, giving conflicting judgment. He came and suspended, 3 judges, one from River State, one from Cross River State, and the other one from Kebbi State. You understand the point now? He suspended them, and they're still serving their term today. So I don't know. It's really sad for judiciary.
All right, really sad indeed. But of course, like I said earlier, we'll talk more about this in a few minutes. We'll take a break now. When we come back at 10 o'clock, we're going to the papers. This is one of the stories in the dailies, and we will talk more on it. Well, that's it on the show, VOP, this morning. But paper review comes up next. Join us again. We still have the gentlemen with us in the studio, Barrister Ezeluche and Barrister Asim Adams. I want to say a very big thank you to Comrade Ibrahim Momo. Thank you very much for your contribution. I hope you can also stay back for newspaper review, so we have a fuller house. All right. Well, that's it on the show. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I'm Fina. Okay, Chico, enjoy the rest of your day and stay patriotic even during the weekend. Bye for now.
I'm Chukuma Okoro. Bye for now. See you again at 10 o'clock.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Appeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please to sport.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown
in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on. At VOP TV.
With every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for joining us again, and we do appreciate you for your patience. I know you've been waiting for this conversation. Well, it's a full house this Friday. I am Moses Humphrey, in case you're just tuning in. This is Voice of the People Television, and of course, Chukuma Okoro right beside me. Together, we'll be doing this. And we do have Barrister Asim Adams stays back from the VOP this morning show, And also, Barrister Eze Luche also stays back. And we have also been joined by Mr. Dele Fanimo, yes, a veteran reporter. Thank you very much for joining this morning.
Good morning, my pleasure.
Good morning once again. Now let's dive into it. Let's look at the papers. And yes, we did talk about the PDP story, as that will be part of one of the stories in the dailies. But let's take a look at the headlines from the dailies this morning. I would like to start off with the Guardian newspaper. These are the headlines on the cover page of the Guardian. The big story there is Anti-Torture Act at 8. Victims bear scars, endure trauma as law remains on paper. The Anti-Torture Act. And then window headlines, Senate considers bill subjecting military convictions to court review. ASU may resume full-blown strike on November 21 over selective implementation of pacts. Nigeria supplied 12.6 million barrels to Dangote, says NMDPRA. Passengers stranded after train breaks down in Kaduna. We seem to be having a lot of breakdown and derailment with our train services. Tax burden on airlines threatens aviation sector, operators warn. Confusion crisis swell around PDP convention amid conflicting court orders. AU chief dismisses genocide claims as Obi tasks editors on nation building. And the bottom strip there. ADC says fresh 1.15 trillion naira loan exposes Tinubu's addiction to reckless debt. All right. Now, I would like for us, gentlemen, to start off, to pick up from where we left it off, talking about the PDP convention. I know we didn't have enough time to really express ourselves on VOP this morning. So here we are. It's the papers. So let's express ourselves better with giving our own thoughts to this one. The Guardian targeted confusion crisis swell around PDP convention amid conflicting court orders. And I also pointed to the fact that, another court order prevented INEC or prevents INEC from going to monitor the PDP convention. The Punch tags that story. Ibadan convention, PDP delegates arrive amid Taraki's cancellation move. And then the rider to that one, ex-Senate President George, top PDP leaders clash over caretaker committee plan as INEC reviews judgment. So it seems like INEC is reviewing the judgment. Will INEC embark on that mission, regardless of a court order? Looking through other headlines, other papers here. Let's see what we have on the PDP. Do we have any other headline responding or reacting to the PDP story? Well, I think the Nigerian Tribune has a different PDP story here. It says PDP seeks to join Bayelsa deputy governor's suit against moves to impeach him. Okay, that's... Go ahead.
In my own listing, the one that interests me, that caught my fancy, is the one I talked about, the PDP convention, courts, and whatever else case may be.
INEC is reviewing.
Yes, the genesis of this issue has to do with what has been happening in Nigeria. These federal high court, state high court, even though they are courts of coordinate jurisdiction, you find out that Oyo State High Court gave that particular judgment in Ibadan. Then the one the Wike faction are going with is the Federal High Court decision from Abuja. This is, you have a conflict, there as per whether they are truly courts of coordinate jurisdiction. But by the Constitution, they are courts of coordinate jurisdiction. Now, this creation of the Federal High Court in the first instance, in my own opinion, for a long time I've been saying this, brought this problem to Nigeria in judicial firmament. The federal high courts of those days were revenue courts originally. But it was, I think, IBB's regime that they were now converted from revenue courts to, the normal federal high courts that we have today. And you find that by virtue of Section 251 PQROS of the 1999 Constitution, it now gives power, exclusive, jurisdiction to the Federal High Court, to the exclusion of the state high courts. That is where the problem is coming from. And what this particular section 251 PQROS is talking about is that if you have any issue or matter that pertains to police or federal agency, maybe custom, Nigeria police, Nigeria army, INEC, they believe INEC is a federal, agency. So that is why you find that when you have issues that borders on INEC and police, they will tell you that they are going to the Federal High Court, to the exclusion of the State High Court here. Now, this particular judgment that was given, I do not see any reason why, for instance, if you have the matter, original jurisdiction was for the State High Court here in Oyo State, it will be difficult for another judge of the same, High Court of Oyo, to come out and give another conflicting, judgment if they are from the same High Court situation. Then two, the issue is that of corruption. Corrupt judges, with due respect, not all judges are corrupt, but we have many of them who are very corrupt, and they exploit this means through ex parte orders. Like what happened, in Oyo State, and even the one in the Federal High Court there, they are ex parte orders.
Yes.
Which can be granted even on weekends by the judges. They can be granted in their chambers. So it means it's just a one-way ticket. Now, the applicants just go and meet the judge and maybe talk to him or speak some grammar. Or that case maybe, it will just issue it, and at the end of the day, it becomes an order that he has given. And you now have, like what happened in Oyo, they said, that 7 days, which means the 7 days, expiry period of the expiry order has expired. So it was now renewed. So they are going to continuously begin to renew it until maybe the year runs out. The third point I am saying, and which the NJC and most senior lawyers have canvassed, is that use of ex parte orders at this point in time, especially political matters, they are aberrations, they are anathema, to real justice, as the case may be. Why am I saying that? You find that before this ex parte order came, there should be a main suit, a substantive matter that is there. Then the applicants now come by way of interlocutory and now get that order to restrain or maybe ask them to continue and do. You find that, unfortunately, that most of the substantive suit issues are resolved at the ex parte application stage of this what is going on now. Now you are asking them to do the convention. At the end of the day, maybe the suit that is before you is the issue pertaining to the subject matter is about the convention, legally speaking or otherwise. Now you have asked them to go ahead and conduct that particular convention. What now happens if they go ahead and they now do? What do you now have to now adjudicate upon as a judge in your court? These are questions that the judiciary and those or his staff should answer. The judges, for example, and especially. Finally, on my own take on this is that, one, why is it that it is only political matters that
the courts are
so very quick to not deliver judgment and give rulings? For instance, we have applications on fundamental human rights, burden of freedom of those who are in detention that have been brought before courts. At the end of the day, it will linger for about 1 or 2, 5 years, and the man remains in prison custody or correctional custody, as case may be. Why is it that it's only political matters that you now find out that within 1 day the matter is filed, the following day they give judgment or they give a ruling? It's corruption, a kind of situation that we find in Nigeria here, and it's baffling. The NJC has to come into this again, and maybe reinvent what Mohammed Tanko did in that case and suspend the judge or judges that participate in giving these conflicting orders when you knew that there's a particular order that was given by a court of the same currency with you. All right. That is just my take.
Well, I have a fundamental response to these issues which border on the Constitution. When you have a fraudulent Constitution, which starts with the word we the people do hereby make unto ourselves this constitution. And in reality, we know that that constitution is a mere schedule to a decree signed by one individual. Every such issue will keep on cropping up day by day. Because these documents that we call constitution, and then now it's not ours. And then now make lawyers and judges begin to hit themselves over the head over nonsensical issues. In sane countries, what normally happens is political issues are given to maybe a constitutional court, which may not even be populated by or presided over by lawyers. It could be a constitutional court could have politicians, past presidents or whatsoever, but maybe some kind of legal advice. And then allow the courts, allow judges to face issues of law. But what we have here is clearly political issues. And what do I see will happen in Ibadan when they meet for this convention? The issue now becomes, where does the state authority, the enforcement mechanism, the police, the army, who will they enforce? If the IG decides to side with the, and of course that's what they will side with the Abuja people, they may come over there and maybe declare the place a security zone, send some Navy personnel like the young man who was busy making noise as a minister to go and cordon off the place. And that is, it's all over. So bringing in lawyers to discuss these issues, we try, like they're trying to even desecrate the legal profession and the issues of the justice, to desecrate the justice issue of judiciary in Nigeria. Because this is clearly not a judicial issue. This is more of a political vendetta, which has been unreal, and they're now spicing up lawyers, bribing judges to issue conflicting judgments, and letting the lawyers pick up the blame that the profession has gone down the drains. It's quite sad. And I unfortunately, until we redress this constitutional problem, we keep on addressing snippets of it. Today is the conflicting jurisdiction. Tomorrow it will be the land issue. Next tomorrow it will be the NYC, which is still existing, and posting Nigerian youth, teenagers to where they will die. And nobody's addressing this issue because we have a vicious document which is debilitating, which is even killing Nigerians. And we are forced to abide by it. Every day we go about trying to make cosmetic changes on one or two provisions, when in reality that entire document should be dumped down the drains, and Nigerians will come and decide whether they want to have a constitution or not, or whether under what guise they want to stay together. We are not going to solve this issue because tomorrow there will be wars that will happen. Today we are talking of tomorrow there will be wars. Okay, I don't even comment on these issues again, because the reality is that we have a fundamental gap, a fundamental error, and until we address that fundamental, all we are doing is just semantics.
Semantics indeed.
Well, I'm going to move away from the legal aspect
I think what my colleague here said is apt and it's true, especially the side of that police. Now, what is going to happen is that there are two orders of court. Which one takes superior? Some lawyers will say the latter, some will say the former. You understand? It's a discourse. Now, the police may just decide, like he stated clearly, and said, oh, this is the guy that we believe is working for us. They go to Ibadan, give the CP, directive and say, cordon off the whole area, in the interest of peace. They will use that word, in the interest of peace, so that there will be no breach of public peace. Go and cordon off the area. Whereas they are doing the bidding of a particular...
If your governor brings a moteku to come and enforce
it becomes problematic. So these are the things. And so we beg them to always, like the CJN once said last year that they should be doing conferencing. Maybe they have to set up a WhatsApp group or a Facebook group for them to begin to talk. Do you have any decision to make tomorrow on this PDP, whatever? You say no or yes. Then so that we don't have this thing. The judiciary confidence Nigerians have in the judiciary has been, seriously and thoroughly eroded. That is just the fear I have as a lawyer. I've seen situations where...
But you blocked him off. He wanted to have his own layman's view.
That's right. So that is it. So no problem. It's all right.
Sorry. I want to cleverly run away from constitutional matters.
Okay.
Because I am not a lawyer. I'm only lettered. I'm not lying. But talking seriously, you see, it's quite unfortunate that... let me start by saying I've always had sympathies for PDP. This I'm saying for the first time in the open. Because of certain reasons in the past. And I feel concerned that a huge political party with very strong foundation in less than 16 years of being out of office, even 10, that political party is in tatters. I was reading Bukola Saraki this morning when he said, only a stupid politician who want to contest on the platform of PDP.
Of the PDP.
This was PDP that made you. You became governor for 8 years under PDP. You became a senator under PDP. That's why when people talk about politicians, I go back in time to review their past deeds and utterances, and I begin to say, how can this person come around today and tell me that he's my savior? Somebody who had denigrated me not too long ago. Because the way it is, I said it yesterday, PDP will continue in this trajectory until after 2007 election.
27.
Because the problem had been there, and it's not going to leave PDP. And unfortunately, those who are engineering this are within PDP. Unfortunately, again, opposition in Nigeria has fizzled out. The same litigation orchestrated by people within the party is also assailing Labour Party. ADC is nowhere in the radar of respite. So where are the opposition politicians? Where is this opposition platform? Are we going to go into the next election in 2027? Or maybe November 2026 has been proposed with just a party, a formidable party, and some other platforms. Anyway, I don't call them parties, they are platforms. And other platforms in disarray without any one of them getting its bearing. I look at democracy and I look at the next 10 years, 15 years, if we continue in this trajectory. And what this means is we are going to throw up people that are ordinarily...
Is it okay to say that this administration, the Tinubu administration, has destroyed democracy as we know it?
No, I will not take that. I will not take that.
Because it's under this administration that we're seeing...
It is the politicians. If you tell me that somebody has come to your bedroom to sleep with your wife, how did he enter your house? The woman opened the door. These politicians are selfish. Let's admit that. If they are not selfish, why would they be jumping from their political party? Did you think that all these governors...
We hear that they are being lured by money. They are being given money.
Why should they be lured by money?
Because they need money. Pardon?
Why should they be lured by money?
Ideology of money.
Ideology has to override personal gains, personal aggrandizement. But here you have people. Look at the number of people that just left ADC. Labour Party. Is it in the interest of their constituency? No. Those who have come to jump ship to APC, it is not in the interest of anybody. It is in their own interest. It's not that they like Tinubu or they like APC.
May I just correct one impression you made? Okay. You said that there is one strong party and others, you don't know what they call them, coming towards 2027 elections. Even the APC is not a political party. It's more like a cult. So they're all at the same level. Yes.
Yeah, but one is stronger now.
Than the other. One of the cults is stronger. But the reality is this. This is the same position the PDP was 2014.
That's what I'm saying.
When they thought that they would be infallible for the next 60 years. ADC is attracting all the governors. They're all coming in. But that is what will implode in the ADC. APC. So let us not think there's a political party. It's not. Because the political party is run from bottoms up. This is from the Emilio down. He decides who will become whatever. He removes the minister to allow a governor to come in Enugu State.
Yes.
He does all sorts. So it's not a political party. So let us not make that mistake. That's why when people say we're having a democracy in Nigeria, I say, look, maybe when you're writing exams, you can write whatever. But when we're talking to ourselves as Nigerians, let us, for goodness sake, be truthful. We don't have a democracy in this country.
Okay, yes.
I've said in passing in my comment that we don't have political parties in Nigeria.
Yes.
We only have platforms.
Absolutely.
No, okay.
Absolutely.
The whole issue of what is going on in the PDP. Let me start from the few things that you said. You are disappointed at Bukola Saraki for what he said, but he's just been factual. He's only an insane politician.
I'm not saying it's not right.
Okay,
but
that is what PDP has.
Stature.
But he's just been factual.
Shouldn't he have done something?
What else will he do? What else will he do?
Done something to solve
what else will he do? You understand? So, and again, you said that look, it is not the APC that is destroying the democracy that we have. Moses asked a question, about what we
not democracy, the political parties, because that's
no, his question was democracy. His question was democracy. I think APC has contributed much, to the dwindling fortunes of democracy. But again, I don't blame APC. I blame Nigerians because we allow that to happen. Now, back to the issue of the PDP and what is going on. First of all, the courts. It also speaks to what our courts have become. And it's laughable that they are just, there are two camps now in the PDP. You have the Sheyi Makinde camp, that found it convenient. It was easy for them to go to Ibadan High Court, to get that injunction that says, go ahead. Why? Because Sheyi Makinde wants that convention to take place.
Validating also.
Yes. And so we have Nyesom Wike who goes to Abuja High Court, where he superintends as the minister, to get a High Court judgment that says, no, don't hold that convention. So it speaks to what the judiciary has become. It's maybe to the highest bidder. That is what we see. But I also want us to get to the meat of the matter in what is going on in the PDP, especially as it relates to Nyesom Wike. A lot of people also believe that Nyesom Wike and Damagum have fallen apart. I don't think
so. They obviously have. No, I think they have.
No, they have not. They are working, to one end. Now, which is that end? Let us get into the ingredients of the matter. The Wike camp, what are they saying? You can't go to a convention where you have not held local government and state congresses and local and zonal congresses in some states. It goes against the letters of the Constitution. It goes against the letters of the Constitution of the political party. And you have a Damagum that says, no, we have to get into the convention. Now, these states, who are going to be their delegates in that convention? Because it's not just an ordinary convention, it's an elective convention. So they are not working at cross purposes, they are working to what end? Which is to make sure that the powers, the capital, the political capital of the PDP is reduced ahead of 2027. And some people say that, look, PDP will spring back in 2031. And I ask, to what end? Because by that 2031, the power will automatically be going back to the north. So what are you going to do with PDP at that point?
Sorry, I think we have been unfair to Nigerians.
Okay.
We have so many political parties, more than 50 at the last count. If one decides to go down the drains, so be it. I mean, let us not, because I don't think any of us here is a member of the PDP. I'm not a member. So, let them.
I'm not a member.
He says he has sympathy for
Yes. I'm not a member. I said I have my sympathy at some time.
Okay.
At some point.
And there are so many very critical issues on the newspaper reviews, which I would have liked to mention on one or two before we further ahead, because the PDP, they let them sort themselves out. I mean, we can be so happy that we can be happy that people are still talking about this
about PDP.
When the end game is already assured.
But it says, I'm happy that you brought this up, but I also know that you schooled in the United States of America.
Yeah, that's my master's.
Okay, my master's. And also know that we have two major political parties in the US.
Yes.
GOP and the Democrats.
Based on ideology.
Based on ideology.
Yes.
But I also
ideology in this country.
I also understand that those are not the only two political parties in the US.
I agree, yes.
There are other political parties.
Yes.
So if we have an APC that looks like the last man standing, and we have probably 2 or 3 other opposition parties, PDP, Labour Party, and the upcoming ADC, I think is it not normal, to sustain our democracy?
I don't think so. Because like I said, we have the carcass of the PDP now. And with the current system, with Wike still there doing the bidding of the presidency, scuttling the PDP at every move they make, we will just be wasting our time. and judge is ready to give conflicting judgments at any day, and the police is ready to step in
now finally
and beat up PDP members when they gather.
Yes, finally for me, even when I say that Damagum and Wike are still on the same page, even when they are working differently, Damagum knows that under his own conditions, if PDP conducts that convention, a court is going to say no, that was not a convention.
Not only
and
that,
I'll be surprised if INEC monitors that convention.
The INEC
if INEC doesn't monitor it, it's going to. I mean,
the INEC chairman is there, said to be a beneficiary of land allocations from Wiki.
Allegedly.
Yes.
Allegedly.
So all these characters are just
allegedly.
They keep us talking about things that are not even necessary. When we should be focused on how are they governing us.
What I see in all of all this is that these are people, a band, I don't want to use the word gang, a band of people with the same corrupt ideology, you know, with the ultimate aim of capturing power by all means possible. All the politicians in Nigeria, with due respect to them. That is why you find out that I've asked this question a number of times. There, about 90% of people composed of ADC, PDP, APC, TC, they were once in the same political party.
Indeed.
Is it Atiku Abubakar? He was in APC once, he was in PDP. Bukola Saraki was in PDP, he was in APC, now he's in ADC. Rotimi Amechi was in APC, PDP, now in ADC. Just call any of them. So about 90% of these people in PDP were once in APC, APC were once in PDP. So these are men who are not interested. Yeah, they're not interested in ideology or the welfare of the people. They're just interested on capturing power by all means possible. Otherwise, I don't see any reason why Sheyi Makinde, for instance, wants to use the last drop of his resource, to battle and also power from the weakest faction. He's not doing that with his personal money, I believe so, because I believe this the monies being spent here are beyond personal pursuits and whatever, in my own opinion. So what are they doing? Are they doing this convention because they want to bring PDP back so that they can build a better Nigeria? I don't think so. So I just allow them to fight, just like a fight in the Serengeti. Where lion, leopard, they come together. When there's a kid, their own interest is how to get that food for their stomach.
All right. Then.
One of them described, their approach as stomach infrastructure politics. That's what they are doing here in Nigeria. Here.
All right then. Well, let's look at other stories. There are a lot of other stories in the papers. The Anti-Torture Act. We need to look at that. The headline here, and I particularly like how the Guardian, how they use that cartoon to depict this. Anti-Torture Act at 8. Victims bear scars, endure trauma as law remains on paper. And then right there, this Anti-Torture Act says no to custodial torture. This has been ongoing.
Yes, thank you very much. I mean, these are not what Nigerians will be interested in hearing, not about this political party.
The politicians don't.
Yes, I was once a part of a tribunal of civil society, Human Rights Commission was there, even the Police Service Commission was there in Imo State. And the kind of testimonies we had from people, you would think we were like in a war crimes tribunal of torture they suffered in the hands of the police, particularly the police, the state CID, the anti-terror squad in Imo State. And I'm just giving this an example because I'm sure it replicates across the country. There was one who said that to get him to talk, to even extort money from him, the police had to shoot and kill a suspect.
Wow.
That's right.
Then, yes, he had to now tell his parents, his relatives, make sure you bring what was asked. I mean, this is on record.
What is the difference between that and the terrorists?
Good. I mean, you see all sorts. I mean, you have people who say a rod, like the spoke of a bicycle, is passed through their penis to extract evidence. Victims get beaten black and blue. Lawyer, in fact, in one instance, when I tried to approach this, what they call the anti-terror squad in Owerri, headed by one Ola, one of the staff said my client was a kidnapper and she will shoot and kill him there. I had to make a report. Because that is what happens. So the law is there, but we don't enforce it. And unfortunately, the rot starts from the very high up, from the top, from the IG's office. I will say this with unequivocally. The reason is this. When you make complaints that there's these characters you have downstream who are involved in torture, who are involved in extrajudicial executions, who are involved in all manners of illegalities, nothing happens. Rather, the police even send people to threaten you more. So you now begin to wonder, what is the purpose of this law? And if there is no punishment, I mean, no doubt, the police itself, once in a while, they weed out bad elements. If they are captured on video, they make their best to weed out bad elements. But what of those who don't get captured on video, those who the evidence are overwhelming? When you have people who are detained in cells for more than 2-3 weeks, when the law is very clear, within 48 hours, you must take the person to a court. So it's part of the law. It's one law that Nigerians, because you may think you are away from it, you may think you are immune from it. What of your relatives? What of others around you? And maybe one day you might even be a victim of it. So these are what we should be concerned about. Get the police to come out and say, okay, what is your position on this anti-torture law? Are people still tortured? Lawyers go to see their clients in a police detention and you are told you can't see him. When in reality, according to the police order 20, those who are in police cells must not take down their statements in the absence of a lawyer. You ask him, does he have a lawyer? Before he writes a statement. But you see under torture, people write all sorts. And we have the judiciary that does not even go through these statements before they either convict based on your statement. So this is one thing that will worry Nigerians, that we should begin to ask ourselves, how do we stop this issue? The law is already there. And if you go to court, which court are you going to go that will compel the police to implement the portions of this anti-torture law? None. So, I mean, it's something that has to worry us. And we do not only wait until when a particular person is out of government. It's continuing. It's a continuum. When the police can decide that they can extort money from people on the street, they collect these monies openly. If they can get away with that, what can they get away with in secret? It's really worrisome.
You know, under our laws,
yes,
when people say they don't implement, they don't execute, it is true. What we call AJA, Administration of Criminal Justice Act, federal, then the one for the laws in various states. A particular section there says that the Office of the Attorney General, Lagos State AG, the DPO, ought to be making weekly reports or returns
of detainees,
their condition, etc. And that the AG's office ought to be going around. You understand the point now? To look at what the people who are detained are going through. That is ACJ, even the Police Act. Then civil society will come out to say that for every police station in Nigeria today, we should have a division officer or litigation officer who is a lawyer from the AG's office that should be stationed there. He works there from morning till night, etc. He sees cases of people who are brought in. Is he stealing? Give him bail, release on bail. Is he whatever, release on bail? He goes into the cell to check number of inmates and make sure that torture is not carried out. Now, you have two forms of torture. Number one is custodial torture. Number two is the torture outside of the custody. About 2 weeks ago, and I want to let the Commissioner of Police know this too, there's a particular thing around that Festac axis, my two, and the environs of Festac. They were lucky I couldn't get in touch with them that day. They got one of my clients who was on a bus traveling to Badagry. They said they are on stop and whatever, they are not on uniform. The stop buses begin to search male and female to their pants. To the extent they took out ladies to say they want to dip their hand into their private parts, that they suspect that they are carrying cannabis sativa or whatever the case may be. On the road, and I called the victim, and I said, give the phone to the officer there. I spoke with one of the officers, and he said, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. I said, from which police station are you? I later found out that it's from Area E, or whatever they call it, First Start Police Station. That my 2 axis is becoming notorious with that particular gang that's operating there. What they do is to torture people on the highway. They just block, a moving vehicle and ask all passengers to disembark, and they begin to torture people just that way. Now, how do we begin to enforce this or execute this?
And you say Nigeria is
How do you want us to execute this, for instance? The Commissioner of Police, we have petitions before you on various tortures, custodial tortures, and tortures on the streets. Nothing is being done about it. I challenge them to come on set and let us debate on this issue. Nigerians are suffering. Because when the Guardian publish anti-torture, maybe tomorrow you hear that lawyers are holding a seminar talking about torture. That is not what we want. What we want is implementation of the law. It's against humanity. It's against the Constitution. It's against conventions held all over the world. Let me tell you, I have also been to correctional centers. The condition under which some of these inmates, hibernate or maybe habitate or whatever the case may be, is something that is deplorable. Nigeria has become like a state, like I liken to Somalia, a war state where you go out on a daily basis, you are scared of accident, you are scared of electrocution, you are now scared of security people to protect you. Now that they become a nuisance to you and begin to intimidate. Even lawyers are intimidated and tortured by police officers. I've seen that happen. Number of times we've gone out to lawyers have been detained because they've gone in there to defend their clients. So the point is, I don't know where our white guardian raised this particular issue today, but it is not something that should be raised today and forgotten tomorrow. We have to put our foot down and make sure that this torture stops. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I think we can do it.
All right then. It's.
I think
we should do something about this. Indeed, it's horrific.
That first stack axis, the first stack axis there. My 2 first stack going to Kokomaiko.
It's nationwide, not just first.
I'm just the one, the experience I have. Yes, the one side. Yes, I'm isolating it, but the one I have experience of. I about 2 weeks ago, I've seen that happen. Even when I drive past, I see things happen. I stop. I tell them, why are you doing this to people? They will say they were sent by the commander, etc. I'm saying, let them know now. There's a team. They don't even wear uniform. They wear mufti, and they drive with this their buses. That's
why I say it's nationwide.
Whatever kind of bus. They move around that area, and that is what they are doing. It's all about the nation, but specifically.
But the blocking name of.
Yeah, but specifically, I'm talking about the first stack, axis that I have experienced a number of times.
You see, for me, my summary of all this, I've covered crime beats for some years. We have gotten to a stage that it's a sin to be Mr. Nobody in Nigeria. There is no grammar you want to use on this set to adequately paint what Nigerians suffer in the hands of policemen. I've seen it happen. As a matter of fact, if not for my friend that I want to excuse, because I know that I could spoil the day for him if I had to paint gory pictures of how people are tortured. Because most of these victims, they even recant what they watched in movies just to have momentary succor, which they don't know could lead them to the gallows. It is better imagined the way Nigerians suffer in the hands of these policemen. That, in fact, there are some of them that you see bestiality in them, even when they are not active. You know that these people are not normal. You know that psychologically, these people are not supposed to bear arms or even wear uniform. That's the way it is. Some people, among them, they bathe blood like hyena. I am telling you, in the dead of night, they take people out, point blank, shoot them, and dump their bodies in mortuaries. And over a period of time, they will do mass burial.
Mass burial.
That's why sometimes when they say somebody is missing, if you love that person, quickly run around and rescue that person. I'll just give you one example. Years back, I won't mention the police station because the DPO at that time is now an AIG, a friend. A friend of mine called me, a female, that between Egbeda and Ikotun, that her husband was accosted by policemen and that in the process he was still talking to her. That was around 11 p.m. in the night. But suddenly the phone went dead. That the only thing she heard was that this team, he overheard them saying they are from so police station. But because of my experience, I knew something disastrous could happen the following day. Immediately, I wore my shirt and ran to that police station. Lo and behold, I was talking to different officers in that police station. Nobody could account for the whereabouts of this particular person. A banker. The only saving grace that night was that I had to call that my friend who was the DPO and said, my friend, there is a case here now that we must attend to right now, that a relative was arrested by a team from your station and that they are claiming that they don't even know anything about it. And I'm sure that this guy is within the precinct of this police station. He said he will get back to me. He said I should remain at the police station. He called the SO. And the SO was standing beside me. He said, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. And that was what changed the game. Do you know what happened? They brought this this man from the back of the police station, stripped naked. Now imagine what would happen. The car, his own car, was about 200 meters away from the police station, right in the middle of the road. Now, just imagine what would have happened to that person if that intervention didn't come that particular moment.
Now, let us be clear. What you've just said is not an abnormal issue. It's a normalcy, height of normalcy in this country.
It's normal.
The examples I gave you in Imo State, you will be shocked with the kind of stories we were hearing. You say, is this from Srebrenica? Those was terrible stories. So when you see the senior high-ranking police officers with their beautiful uniforms, looking all neat, and you are presiding over this rot, I call on the IG, Egbetoku, who answers PhD, whatever, and all that stuff. You are presiding over rot. Look at these commissioners, look at the DPOs under you, understand the kind of bestiality they are exuding, and let us see if we can get this country right. It doesn't all end in, and then you see the way these things happen is this. When the international community now says Nigeria is involved in torture issues, we now start making noise. No, we are not. We are defending. When the rot, we had seen it really. Akin to the issue of Christian genocide. The government will not react on it, but until another country makes up the issue. It becomes an issue. It becomes an issue. This is the time, Mr. President, Mr. I.J. Egbetoku, the Hyundai, the PPRO, don't just keep on issuing press releases. Your men are killing the people they're supposed to protect. What do? And it can be stopped. Set examples, and the police, without doubt, police has good internal mechanisms of cleansing the rot. But you should explore this mechanism more. And then also be careful who you recruit. Because like
touch on that.
Yes, like Reggie pointed out, some of them are animals. Because why will you come out and start slapping somebody who's a road user because they didn't give you what you expected? Are you well? Was there proper medical test undertaken before? Yes, you have to do this. Because you are giving somebody a gun to be on the street. And then also, one other thing, Nigerians must also be civil to policemen. We cannot doubt that. You can't just because you're in an air-conditioned vehicle when you're approaching a policeman and tell him to go to hell. I mean, he's right there in the sun, you respect him. But for goodness sake, if you're being paid by public funds, you are being equipped by public funds, be civil to the people you are serving. Thank you.
Indeed. Indeed.
Yes, a lot has already been said about this. I think it's a clear and present danger that we need to deal with, you know. And my payoff line there is, how do you now, you know, kill the people that you are supposed to protect?
It's sad.
Because you don't regard the people.
But you see,
it's a colonial mindset that has followed us up until this time.
Very, very, very.
And I like what Barrister Eze Eluche said, you know. He said, look, the way we engage with policemen also is an issue.
Yes.
You know, some people believe that, look, I mean, if I'm doing well in my own right, why should a policeman accost me and stop me?
Because
when police stops you, stop and search. You know, open your boot, you open your boot. You know, if you don't have anything in your boot, it's as simple as that. Open your boot, you open your boot. Wind down, you wind down. You have a driver's license.
Let me share my recipe.
Engagement.
When the police stops you,
very simple and courteous.
Just be courteous. Good day, sir, or good day, officer. How can I help you? And for me, usually they say, go.
You would have disarmed him.
Yes.
If you say
but when you say, what are you doing here? Let me give one girl in the school I went to. You know, my first school was University of Nigeria. In debut, I mentioned her name because it cost her life. Coming back from a party, she got stopped at the police roadblock in the middle of the night, you know, with all this men. Then she told the corporal, who the hell are you? I can pay your salary. Then, in that heat of passion, the response was, you pay that salary over your dead body. And that was before the others even at the checkpoint could stop him.
He shot her.
Yes. So, I mean, you also understand where, I'm not trying to justify what he did, but for goodness sake, when you are approaching policemen, he's serving you and he's armed. Yeah. You be civil. But then what is wrong is when you now go to the station and then that kind of criminality continues as if the entire station is part of that crime. If he had not mentioned the DPO, God knows what would have happened to his. So we should not get to that base level.
You know, Nnamdi Azikiwe, you know, in his wisdom said, look, you don't have, I'm going to paraphrase him, not the exact word, but his idea was that, look, you don't confront a man with a gun.
Yes,
you know, because in a fraction of nanoseconds, something could go wrong at that moment.
Right.
Of course.
Oh, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. This is how far we can go. We must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Eze Eluche. Thank you for your time and contribution on the program. Big thanks to Dele Fanimo as well, the veteran reporter. And big thanks to Barrister Asim Adams as well. Thank you very much for your contribution to the program. Newspaper review. Well, Chukwuma Okoro makes a return later tonight at 6 p.m. For Political Lens. You want to share?
Yes, I'll be joined by Dr. Peter Anosike, and we're going to navigate the country to bring you interesting political stories. Join me then, it promises to be quite interesting.
All right, there you have it. But at 11 o'clock, we'll be going to the sports room, and Kizzy K will take you through the world of sports. Super Eagles did fantastically well against Gabon, and so we're still holding on to the tickets to the World Cup. Oh well, we wish them the very best. I am Moses Humphrey. Have yourselves a beautiful Friday. Bye for now.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
That's 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Ariaria International Market is an open-air market located in Aba, a city in Abia State in southwest Nigeria. The market is one of the largest markets in West Africa and nicknamed China of Africa because of its versatility in the making of wares and leatherworks. Ariaria International Market was established in 1976 following a fire outbreak that destroyed the old Ekelha market in Aba. The market was originally sited in a swampy area. The market is known for its shoemaking and leatherworks, thus making it one of the largest leather shoemaking markets in West Africa, with an estimated 2 million traders. For more than 2 decades, the market has serviced clients home and abroad. Manufacturers in the market boast that their clientele base extends beyond the shores of Africa. The market cuts across 3 local government areas: the Aba North, Aba South, and Osisioma. Ariaria International Market, with an annual turnover of over $3 billion, as recorded in 2018, is a reseller's market where you can buy wholesale cheaply and even have your desired products designed and produced to your own exact specifications. There are a variety of businesses across the market, which includes sales of fabrics, shoemaking and sales, pharmaceutical supplies, hair salon materials, salons, general household goods, and so many others. The Ariaria market has a total of 37,000 shops.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them, the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is Lamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch the dial. Even if you want to touch the dial, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
In a world where power shapes with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
in a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Three years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching. My name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Now score with a check. With the check score, more no waiting they play yesterday. Where now? You don't come? Presenter content no go understand it they play. You don't come? Waiting they play. We make a check and talk back now. Yeah. Wait first. Make the check and first. Wait it be.
This to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries, 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people, 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we
Welcome.
God, if for hard. we talk and say not be every TV presenter will be say they see for the other side and they understand. So this thing we want to talk now be say the Super Eagles don't do what they're supposed to do and the result don't dey. But what this suit me now, just suit my body be say the result go our side. Now they say na Congo na dey for front. If Congo no wetin good for them, many just complete that match on Sunday. That same stadium. Now I'll tell you now why. Congo not even wear. Now when they put doctor for their front, DR, now be Congo. So DR Congo, they call it Democratic Republic of Congo. We get many things we want to talk for the show this morning. We say now welcome. Say we don't come the Friday edition. When we don't come Friday, we don't carry the talk too much. We only talk about like this. Now Super Eagles matter one star. But the first time I want to give now say President don't talk. And why be saying that when sweetie job for Nigeria and president they celebrate himself. Now president not come me they celebrate president, number one citizen of Nigeria. They call him Bola Ahmed Tinubu with all excellency. You don't give the Super Eagles all the accolades, they call accolades, they say precision, they say they get all the thing where you need to take go walk up. Because they give them say you don't try, say not too much, say not do well. And I see the news that say yes, I don't say Baba go talk. Baba T, now me the corner. If you be about anyone call about me, call Baba T. He says Super Eagles say they don't try. That match we yesterday, at the check out for phone, I see live score with the check out. We see 4-1. And they watch Congo match, we say Bemba, Chelsea Bemba score. When they play for Lille, score that last goal. I see that score. I say this score good though. All the Twazembe, all the Bisaka, they good, they get score, they also get player. But when they do Cameroon yesterday, it be like I like him because they 2 days used to Nigeria. But back to president. President come and tell us say yes, say our team good oh, our team this one oh, our team this one. But I tell you say imagine person when not get country, maybe say the support, you not feel know as they be. Super Eagles do what they need to do and president hate them where we say make them continue like this, say go give them all of the things they need. But this kind of Super Eagles squad, so you not sabi play ball like this. Wait, if they tell the Super Eagles go win 4-1 yesterday, you will believe her. You can look the match yesterday and say show Nigeria, let me know. Nike Gabon that 4-1, all the Gabon get play, all the Poco, all the Lemina, all the younger brother. They not fit do anything. I see Bonga for one side, all the top. I been now Yono, I been now Penkoye. They get score, but they not reach Nigeria. So when we take the Guinness some analysis, now see some kind of play me with the call. Because Super Eagles yesterday they made me proud. And also in the way they watch, so you know they happy with Nigeria team. But president not talk say, may not carry the goal. Say again I support. Me not worry, everything just see clear, so as you'll be. But Moses jump better the next one. Victor Osimhen. Osimhen, I don't know your head too good though. See. Osimhen. More the right hand. And I will talk, we put that down. Victor Osimhen. That guy head good. More your thought, you follow me reason. If they say Nigeria not win that match yesterday, who you blame? All the matches they play, they come. If so Osimhen not there, we hustle, not to play. Now Osimhen can't come back to the team. Yesterday, in our city do. The other time, carry ball go as against Benin. Now, see the show say yes, me a Nigerian best player, and I may be African best 2023. Now me, I play for Scooter that win many things for myself. So see me now one blessed player. If you call him blessed player, I know they wrong because that chance also me miss for that 10 minutes. When we say Lemina can't sing go, now teammate them before Galatasaray for Turkey. Now see me get that chance. Keep on just come and you go press on one side. Go miss that goal. I say show Victor Osimhen I want to cope this night. He not believe him. Camera just show Osimhen. I can't believe it. They look Osimhen. All the people are talking. He not believe him. But he get what Osimhen talk. I'll tell you. I mean, not worry. I'll tell you now. What Osimhen tell teammates. What he go do. But the goal tally now don't do. When they get Odegbamina big name. They call Yakuba Egben. He see there. All the Rashidi Yekini don't late today. They Osimhen inside. Now Osimhen not get that 31 goals. So. Now 31 go down. If that's not 6, you remember. So if you don't like 6 more now, you don't go past Rashidi Yekini of blessed memory. You can't say Osimhen and Nigeria all-time top scorer. So whether Osimhen go match that one, you cut and format. So Osimhen go break that record. Not be see Nigeria, we don't get striker. We don't say they build the big man, they Yakubu, they don't try. Rashidi Yekini, you don't try. Understand? But Osimhen now they call her. If you call her living legend, you know bad. Waiting what they cry self now. When you say Nigeria have not work up, but they say anything, God can do anything. Understand? We too pray for Nigeria. But I want to say, walk up where they come. So if we win on Sunday against Dr. Congo, come and DR Congo, you're not bad. But me they call the doctor because they're not too well. Understand? You go not say, Osimhen go feel go walk up, but not before they finish because he go intercontinental playoff. Now they fear. maybe they play with go Igbo head. But if you look the tally about Osimhen goal now, you go see now just 6 now remain. Victor Osimhen will count on Nigeria all-time top goal scorer. I mean, at the right hand down. That's so Osimhen will be. But I look the record, I say, Osimhen, you don't try. What did you do yesterday? Show say you sabi play ball. Even though you miss that chance, because me they ask myself, say, now Osimhen, when we know be this one, you catch keeper on or what? I say don't finish. But did they play ball? See record now. I'm not see until they share the goal, they come. Osimhen not the year what? He can't he give Ukraine 1 lesson. He almost score Ukraine that time. Since you are not give them 4. Convert side, give them 2. Osimhen not the year what? The 6 countries. See them. See them. 2, 1, 3, 5, 5, 1, 7. Come, if you now look Osimhen matter and I'll give him everything he deserves, now he be the Nigerian best player. We go talk. When I want to start the show, I see my producer friend that side the pass now. He tell me say more bless you crazy. I say no worry. When we want to play analysis, I'll carry you come here, you sit down, me and you for talking. He said you crazy not play well with that boundary. You not play well. You can't tell Nigeria. I say you not play well. But men I give Osimhen respect. Say me will be Victor. I don't score goals. And my mind they tell me say me will be Victor. Not be me or no Osimhen they talk. Say you go come break that record. But sharply more run enter another one. We just see this. So the Super Eagles game. The one they fear me so. If you check out where for Nigeria for Igbo land, they call am Didi. And Didi means patience. Not be everybody get patience. We get Didi if you understand. But not be the good luck type with the talk. The one where you talk now, the one we say we get for Nigeria midfield. Didi they play ball, but forget. Another I want to talk and forget and Didi they play ball. See, they say they play Beshita, say don't say nothing move again, nothing run, nothing. Bro, forget her. This kind of they see so they play ball. Say Didi not say Didi don't hold though. Don't bring him more. Don't invite him more. Who tell you? You know, they see ball yesterday. Even when this Super Eagles not good though. So now they come. The thing where we say federal government doing now, I don't even let them affect you now. And I like the way they take play yesterday. The transitioning, everything they do, the way they organize themselves, the coach, everything we share do, they make sense and he just try. I like that match. As I watch them, I say yes. Nigeria is good to go. Now he be our captain. And they call and we fed in Didi. For that match, when I watch and say yes, Nigeria good to go. So we get the squad, we get everything where we need. So the bad thing we call then I be say this man not go play next match. I couple of says he not play, I can't the fear. Now we say we not get good players, say go fit play oh. But my mind they tell me say Nigeria go miss am. Because what did he do yesterday? See, I talk and I will still do some kind of trouble when I see him. What did he do yesterday with the woman for midfield? They all play deep, they all they change am. They change am. Chukwu they come in, they play like number 10 so kind of time. You see, Lookman they go appear like number 10. Say, Eric, which start be this one again? Chukwu they not say Chukwu because you know say start is somewhere they run. Not go that side. Make in the run, make you come inside. Now did they play, but now based on that yellow card we collect. I don't even know what team make they go they talk. I don't know what team make they talk. Now see talk. Now they give a card, say take it. It be like miracle service, say take. You don't go get yellow card now. Now if you say we not go see Wilfred Didi against Democratic Republic of Congo. So Nigeria can play that match. Go play that match, focus. So if you say no, here can I go call replace him? I don't know. Alasan Yusuf see there, but not go do try a lock every chair. See, I beg, I won't beg federal government. Me not just interfere. NFF, me not just leave and me just do it today, man. Because the way they start yesterday, I like that squad. Nigeria start to wear. And if you look at that formation, you go know say the way we take play, now so teams supposed to play. Understand? So me, I want to tell and say Nigeria good for what they do. But if we just come up for that one, we tell and say when I wait to go at the next one. And when they talk for YouTube, so all the calibers of players, me not worry. Form one, me not still manage form one not there yet. Mo go the next one they call Osimhen. At the 10 I want to tell I wait to Osimhen 10 players. You know see that chance where Victor Osimhen miss. It's not clear, no, not too clear. See that one where Victor Osimhen miss that chance. Now he gave a team play for area. Osimhen say it is extra time not there. It is a straight to penalty. As that game come blast, it don't rest more. You can't ask the teammates, how far wait till they play, so I be. Anything I say, Osimhen, don't worry, that's extra time. But now waiting players, so they come alive for big moment they do, now Osimhen do. Now so they take the redeem image. Now so you take come back, maybe for change, I mean, they tell you say, yes, I know I don't miss a kind of goal, but I need to show my team, say, yes, I won't pay on our back. And what Osimhen do yesterday, they call payback. You need to be dressed well. Say yes, Osimhen. Now me Osimhen. He can't follow that talk. When he follow that talk, now they tell him say chance day. He say me maybe Osimhen, I go pay you in a back with good. He never scored that time. You understand? He never scored. Now Adam don't score. Adam don't score. We don't celebrate 1-1. We enter extra time. Osimhen tell him say if this game go enter extra time, say me maybe Victor I go score. And Osimhen can still score 2. If they give a chance for carry ball go us. But when our coach go want everybody play, I rock that other chance, give the chance, you just come. Now I can't get chance, say I rock that yeah, you come play. Play for me. Now they come out. So now the memory and the way Osimhen take they do this national team, bros. I'm not sure say anybody get luck reach that boy. Because me, I know as Nigerians they do. If they say Osimhen miss, as they miss that chance, we're not gonna go walk up, they go blame her. Nobody see for area, nobody get memory again. They don't forget the way you do pass. 99 bad plus 1 good, or 99 good plus 1 bad, you be bad person. 99 good plus 1 bad. Now you say you be bad person. So Osimhen you get luck, say you do that thing when you do. But I talk I say whether Osimhen there, Osimhen not there. Osimhen be Nigerian best player. But more just jump, run come on for that one. Time not today, you check out because if you look Nigerian news, you can see many things just stay inside very long. Now the playoff. You get what I want to do with you now. Before we go do some assessment, you get one thing where we talk, they call it throwback, we cannot come in and say, even me say they try. I talk for TV, I talk for radio, say, Eric Che, if you won't get your result, you try play 4-4-2. You go walk. I talk and last time we can't do, I can't take where I go take do on that left side, we say, oh yeah, Mechi did there. You can't see get, what they call that player at that time. You can't see get Sanusi. Sanusi don't show me say yeah. I don't say get quality before, we know. But Sanusi they play, forget to. Now that 4 for back, that 4-4-2 when I see. When I heard the radio, one showing at the video now, not say we want to say they play now, I got the wait now. One showing everything, when I heard the scene. You now watch and I come understand. Say yes. Say so can't trouble the work. Now that lineup when I talk, I say the formation I won't use. Say Mary Chair use 4-4-2. Now not be just normal 4-4-2. If with the transition we'll do 3 at the back. They don't say Sai Samuel did there. But I say the problem when Nigeria they get now that left back. Coach go fit get man, may you bench Moses Simon. Not be saying not good though, but maybe we get squad depth. Chidera Juke just sit inside the team. 5 years now they don't come out for that team. You can't get chance, can't go scoring first goal for national team. So the style where Nigeria play, we will carry our throwback show. Not be today when I look at me well. Say we tell you now for sure, say now so you go play and so you have to play. Say Osimhen and Akko Adams go there. Chukwueze from the right. Lookman from the left. Even though we support like number 8 of time. Then we want see Ndidi. We want see Wilfred Ndidi. And he will be for that midfield. And I just as it be, your blast I control Eric Che, yeah my Tanana. I said Eric Che doing like this. When I watch this throwback of what we do before the match. Then we'll come back, we'll continue. Okay. So and I saw it just be. So we'll still bringing another video very, very soon. As it just be so. But wait till the talk now be say Eric Che try for that formation. Because as they start then that player they call Benjamin Frederick. Come go play pairing, come play Kavibasi, all those players they good though. Osai somewhere now the street now they say me Osai somewhere they play that right back. Online now will still come back. We never know what they do. For left back now, I know they there, she did there, they drag on. Who go change and who go start. But wait till Sanusi don't do. Sanusi not be national team player. We fair no. We sign for AFCON 2023. He play well. He reach fan again. You can come on later. But the team transition now with the shake now. How Eric Che want to take cover that space when did he go take come out? We go feel him because we don't know whether go play Rafael Onyedika. I been go play what do you call Frank Onyeka. Even David, my friend, don't know who to go play because I say David. You know this one. Football like biscuits. Crackers are not shop. See, Nigeria get what it take. Not laugh when I see the Nigeria get everything where it take to win this qualifier. But where are they fear? I know they fear Congo. Because I say Congo, I know they fear them. Where are they fear continental playoff? When we can win on Sunday, we can't go. Where we go? That we going to see their end they do like this. So that's how we go Mexico go play. And now for March, the road to this qualifiers, they fear me. When other teams don't qualify 9 straight to the World Cup, Nigeria, my country, Just sit, I don't even know them that happens at time. My man in Nigeria. Carry on from there, they go. Now we just the struggle, they all the push, we all the hustle, we all the reason now. Whether we just play for World Cup. And you go back with this new format. We say that 10 African countries go World Cup. May Nigeria not come there. If Nigeria not there, I don't even know. Yesterday I asked myself, say, how can I sleep this night? And I do commentary for radio. I say, come, stop a talk, oh. If Nigeria go lose this match, we not sleep, oh. Now they tell me, say, baby boy, you can sleep. Now 4-1 I be score. We see me one carry ball go out. That boy too bad. The Duke you all celebrate. I say, my first goal for 5 years. He don't do national team, they come out. He come back. If not, did you know? And I said, did you know that 2 Sevilla players scored yesterday? I call down to resemble Shomole. Go check your date, check cover. We just know that David, that's the connection. I call Adams. Oshomole Adams. So we'll go check because their face are all the same thing. Oshomole they work at Kilevo Congress that time. But time that we just go break. We just go check for back. I they play. We don't come back. We'll tell everything football analysis. We'll start from keeper. One body they do buga. A good though. He did buga. Like say now you kids are sing that song for. You try. But that you won't give yourself. Now you focus on. Because release ball, you not agree. Release ball, really you not agree. Release ball, you not agree. Release ball. You hold ball, they for kick your legs. I can't say okay, you won't come start. I say, okay, you might go, you find ball, you not get people. Now goalkeeper for the we know. But that player don't see cyber bully for Nigeria. He won't be don't see cyber bully. And now so Osimhen for your to collect. To say we not go World Cup or we not win that match yesterday. Osimhen go tell me waiting we can miss that chance. Will they go come back? We just go sharply this break. We're not there with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
We tell them, say, man, where they saving friend me with honey boy. Better know what they do yourself because that name be like say get ulterior motive. How they save a feast name with honey boy? Why? They know they do like that. But most of them tell us some kind names. Because report will just say no. You never have to say no. You have to tell me now say Brentford they celebrate their player. Benjamin Fred you can get dread. We go do players analysis, but when I fear yes or kind names. These names, if they fear you, raise up your hand. You can't see Mpasinzo. You can't see Kayembe, Mbemba, Mutoko, Twazembe, Wan-Bissaka, which happen at the wash plate. See name Sadiki, we know him for England. We also see Pixel, see Mbuku, Bakambu, Bagonda. Now in America today. Now player they call Congo. Now be this one. If you now look Super Eagles, our name too simple. Osimhen, look man, what did they find? Osai, Samuel, simple name, one ballet. But time don't reach. But we go check. More do some kind of analysis now for the show. Mogina, the update based on the Super Eagles performance, I told you. And it surprise you, because not seven of them not really say Nigeria go win that match. Even so Nigeria go win, you not really say go like 4-1. Then I don't reach. Now, may we tell now the Super Eagles general players assessment. We'll start with when I wait. Then I don't reach. Waiting they play. Super Eagles. And they start yesterday. They play Osai Samuel for right back. Come play that boy at 10 and say they call him Benjamin Frederick. Benjamin a player. When I just wait. Benjamin there for center back. Benjamin consider. Benjamin come play with Calvin Bassey. For left side they come get Sanusi. And it be like say one man with a watcher for YouTube now. Where my friend Switzerland, coach you too like Sanusi. Talk and say Sanusi, you want me Sanusi day. And Sanusi show us which made them call and say do. Where get Sanusi inside in DNA. And so did they play. Then one about they come there for post. Now, we'll start with keeper. Wabali, get confidence. He they come alive. You don't see keeper, we say they carry ball, they throw from keeper position. If they use keep, that's why the player they do service, say keeper they serve. If they use hand they throw, we don't see them for cheaper United, they do whatever. You have like they born about talent. So me no, according to the reason me Wabali come about they do throwing. Because if they do ball like this, we just send and go long service with hand. We get keeper from Wabali, he get confidence, he dey brave, he dey come alive, he big. If they show you presence. Now I make when we say get injury, my mind on the fly. On the beam. I say, God oh, if this game go past the shot at penalty, how about you get saved? So I want to do. Not be so cool, not good though. But based on say you don't deal with the team, you don't they play the goal. All this space in the scene, space the keeper don't come out. Okoye don't get number 1 before, but you miss some. Also, we not invite that one again. We know his story. Understand? But since my friend Pesero, when we say me and I just follow along, say Pesero, go to South Africa. Yeah, I support you. He go get 1-on-1. Where they call chit chat. One bally say yes, I'll play for Nigeria. One bally don't first suffer for a year. You know, how they play for Iba. So like Castle United, he don't struggle for MPFA. Not nobody know. He goes South Africa. 9% will get a platform. Now till today, Super Eagles go keep it back. Me come like say it don't make sense. Obasanjo get the corner yellow card from bench. I beg. Nigeria ain't not try. I don't know saying I play ball like this so because what is surprising me say nothing where federal government do now. I want to say the federal government but not them. But we also not be there like that because you understand? They say the money move from NSC, so not federal government, move to NFF. It's because 12 billion naira where president released 12 billion naira. Yes now, 12 billion naira for 2023. We take clear all the debts. How that money take go, we don't know. Now general director, Olopade, big name for inside NSC, they tell us say every money that we accounted for, every money we enter on hand with the key NFF, we not they pay players directly. They carry all those bonus, give NFF. NFF y'all lock up, everywhere else. See, even me, I see that. See, if I finish, I go write letter to federal government. May not try. See, this weekend matter all the years. So they say weekend they arrogant, weekend this one, weekend this one. Say weekend like this, weekend the form say now be God Almighty, but weekend not big rich God. You know what I'm saying? We cannot say you can't come for me now, but they tell you, we can get your own level. But anyhow, we can enter, we can this. Understand? We know we can. The year now don't be saying that they know it down for Nigeria. Understand? The from Abuja, Port Harcourt, discuss everywhere. Now here, but not be based on that one. National team, not be anybody papa own. If they do football, you must follow the record. Now, all of they say we not they pay players. Now NFF will give. Upon all those things, all those money story, where you see day one side, the come finally clear some kind of things. Players because they will go play. This player not just alive that team, not your feeling. Just they play the game, just they focus. I say Nigeria. Me not try to help us. Politicians, I mean, I pity for us because the way these boys they play, they don't play at where they don't allow us, so they don't clear the town. But that is what affect their mentality. It's supposed to affect their Giacomo because they are Raspadori. Don't go fit enter person Lukaku. So why you know carry your Sandro Tonali take bench person Bakambu? I beg liver. See, this is what I talk. When I tell them football terms. Why Super Eagles win that match yesterday? Now they call determination. Even president himself know. So these boys are determined. See me won't go World Cup. They never go World Cup. No only 390 for that place. Ekong don't go. Where the corner? Iwobi don't go. That's 3 for that. Don't forget that one. 3 days for that team. We don't go World Cup for that national team. So we need Ndidi. Now Ndidi. Now 3 of them. Ndidi, Ekong, Iwobi. Iwobi don't get 90th appearance. Now Iwobi, congratulations. Oh, you try. Now we see the talk about players assessment. Why Bali? You try, but the only thing I want to tell you, say, you try, they fast sometimes. All they do, nobody they feel you. Not go put us for trouble. Nigeria, what this way they do, if we not forgive you. Then best way surprise me pass. Okay, I get my own best player. You know, I say now, see me get my own. But Osai is somewhere. Not be my best player. I'll tell you my best player when I reach. Now Osai is somewhere. The way they play yesterday, I said this boy, you don't show say you don't learn this boy well. And the see for Fenerbahce, they go up and down. They go up and down. They say, he can't come for Fenerbahce, can't come back to England. We say that oh, they don't day where. Can't they play for Birmingham? The way they play, even that ball when he head, where they call a head on God, where he face like this, last na 430. He did like this, he head ball. It say go like that, so ball take go. Now that guy called Lemina settle down. Lemina not the year word. You know, no Mario Junior, not the year. He can't settle down, press on. Can't play. Abali can't go outside. See, the flesh will not be your fault because Abali said like this. You can see this is a mistake. Now they can't score 1-1 for their mind. They don't win World Cup. Say they won't go. Gabon not good though. Gabon not good. I can't watch their team. Watch. I say wait till this one. 1-1 before you know we can't get extra time chance. So aside somewhere, me, I go ready to say you do well for that match. Even though not to go attacking, you attack, but you get some cash away for your team, but I give you all the credit. If I give you 8/10, I not go bad. But my best player, and I be that boy the 20 years. God, when me they serve, me don't know God where you they serve, but now same God where they serve, we join together, connect, go bless the person where bring Moses. What do you call him? This Benjamin Frederick, I don't know come with someone because I'm with someone boy and I even know the academy. But you see, the person who introduced this boy, Benjamin Frederick to Eric Chell, to Super Eagles, God will bless him. If I finish this show, I will see the bless him. I will tell Fina where they call for midday news, make she just see me the bless him. The video go call African news, go the bless him. I saw go the bless him, they go. Because it's not easy to get that they 20 years they play for national team. Benjamin Frederick, they play ball. He too good. I say, see small boy like this, so they play big match, they control game. When they say, yeah, I say, people they play ball. I say, sure, see small boy. You know the fear, people can't the fear. He did there. He did there. He collect calm, collective, get sense. That's not too good assist. That one was do like this. Control. Osimhen self na beast too. Osimhen not the what they score na Benjamin. That attack way na Benjamin. So when they watch back of TV or by the side, Nigeria get player for best way bring that boy to Nigerian team. God will bless you. You don't try. But shout out to Moses Simon for what you don't do for this boy head. Understand? But Kevin Bassi, they say if they sag, your nigga comes down, you know if you play ball. Bros na lie you. Now whether you dey determine, you get player they do those kind of things. Kevin Bassi they play ball. The day we decide to play for Nigeria, leave England, I say now that day God bless him. No try say one player has left back for Ayas he do when he get lightweight. But now, Kevin Bassi na better centre half. The best player for Fulham last season. Marco Silva will tell you the result. So now so with the same. But that left back, Seydou Sanusi, you go from injury, you come back, I surprise you. I don't even know say Seydou Sanusi still get on. But say nothing they start for your club level. But what did Sanusi do yesterday? I say he good. Okay, more Chapali just rush because many comment on the day there. We'll enter the midfield now. But this one say, okay, all right. They say now what's him assist that last goal, you sure? You not sure? My guy ready for today, you not check on. This is now and then that one I do. But you want say with the caliber of players in Eagles, they don't need to be running with the ball on the field. They only need to keep a tight defense and put long ball to the forward men from the middle. Creativity never today. I'm more the manager. Now look when Gabam did talk that one. Then coach Adeyemi Anthony from Switzerland say, I told you that Sanusi is better than Bruno Bros. You talk about. I'm not lying. They say you two know the lie. If I say you're not talking, you go back and go bring your video, you win. You just say now rest enough, raise your hand up. You say, but is it better? Like coach choice, sure. He said, I told you that Sanusi is better than Bruno, tactical discipline, with and without the ball, and also sound technically. Good morning, Kizike. Now, money be that for Switzerland. God bless you, my man. Then, because the talk say, okay, greetings from Switzerland-based Nigeria. Coach Tripo cannot see him. He said, DR Congo will be more difficult to position than Gabon. DR Congo is tactically and technically good. They defend in collectively, and not true. Now 5 assist for back. The player say, one Bisaka dey here. They can play that one name Musonko, that name Musuntu Mununu, waiting for middle. That one name called it. So I said we can't do like this. Okay, Mbempa, Chance, Mbempa dey here. So they play for Burnley. They just pack their midfield. So even me, if I say this Congo, they fear because if they say that Cameroon will meet, Cameroon don't they used to us, so more play Congo, more test their fate. And this is okay, more shall probably check that thing. Make a China. Now for that midfield, the game I want to tell you now. The coach decision now the fear. Make he allow that start. And they take play yesterday. Make they start next match. And me just the talk. Eric Chair, if you go do now some person will play, reach final. I don't know give a phone call maybe say no I'm not busy. You go start. Now chicken they go start. I know you got to do that final against that because you can't go lose her. See, they now they change winning team like that. The only thing you go be your touchdown and Didi. If you put on your for them, not go bad. Understand? So, okay. A report there. Look at check. I'm gonna wait to get I want check now. Okay, now was him. When I the watch ball, hope that I might see him. Latif, Nafiu. You get eyes oh. Now was they really do that thing? Now you do one. You do one. All this kind of thing presenter do. So can't be say presenter go do now. It's too much. You just cover. If presenter just talk like this, we not do when I go tell them. So I say, don't say dread, they confused. I want to get dread. So as I see that, I don't even look. When I was able to do them. So thank you so much. That my guy will talk that thing. I was able to say, come return back to national team, come they play where. I watch him for French League and I say, I was him, you good. You good. They play football for Nantes. I see you for centre half, you good. So our team don't ready to go. But that midfield now, he won't be play well. But I not say he will not play well. He will be try. Passing accuracy, they move. 90th appearance for you people, they move. When they go walk up, when I carry that off, me I say, most celebrate you will be a beg, more just celebrate them. If you not guarantee, I'm not guaranteed to celebrate them, I'm clap for them. We need to celebrate them. I say, they celebrate them. See, this boy has struggled and hustled to get to this level. It isn't small thing. He wear 18 jerseys, he wear this one, he the hustle, they come. Now he get your appearance, so we need to celebrate Nigerian players. They say you do well. If you not celebrate, best not celebrate you. You understand? So more just carry this energy now, take shift, run, enter next match. We say we go play. And now against people will be saying they're not too well. Now make the need doctor for the front of their name. Dr. Congo. But hey, this guy I call Adams, you resemble Shomole or David Sia. If they play ball, I don't see me once he said leave me first. And he get one post when I see, I go try to bring him back. See anything they do for this life, bros, you need to be focused. Not let anybody tell you say you know if you make him. This ball when I see, so this but when I see Aquadams, if you hear a story, now in 2019, if they get some kind of issues for club level, he takes to see me. Also, France that time. Now, senior man, he said, bros, I want to do it. Help me. See, how you take the concentration, maybe say you lose focus for football. You see me and say, you need to put God first. If I see that post, I can't come for TV now. See, that's you need to prove, take God first. Your story don't change. Now, even though never to get starter match, never to get chance for Sevilla. But he did part of the team. Now, big player in B now for Nigeria. We like him. I don't want to be anybody. Now, I'm going to start to see me because they pay good. He get height. He get physicality. They show you say, you know, if you collect off my hand. He get footwork. That goal when he's corner left. He corner erase that goal. I don't know the kind of back pass where up and going you want to find. Go drop one for God. Nigeria help us yesterday. Super Eagles help Nigeria. Super Eagles help Nigeria. Not Nigeria help Super Eagles because Nigeria, they won't follow me talk now. VAR. You don't see her. But I get many to play yesterday when I see Tom Abongile. What a video. when I said, no disrespect. Because I told you, I said, the only thing that connects me, I like South Africans. If you don't like them. Because for one reason, I like South Africa, I like Lesotho people. We get one connection on our forehead. We go to hear Muzani, Temba, Mkwane, our name. The names and the forehead connect. Now, that Tom Abongile, guess what kind of thing we happened yesterday? That way, that Gabon for scoring a penalty, where they check. But that ref, if you say that, see, they can't go where God help us to score yesterday, and I go and say referee not fit deny. You know that way we say, Cavao, go kick your leg, point ball, they will say play on. That ref, because when I first see that ref, I felt fear. If the sport minister in South Africa can come out, open his mouth in the media and say, I don't want to see Nigeria in the World Cup, I say, when I hear that, I begin fear. I can't hear saying that Tom. And I see the VAR and I see everything. And I see people waiting there. South Africa, I want Siwela. My name, Siwela. Name like the France of backyard. Siwela, Tom Abongile. The man can be, that's not the center ref, the VAR, not Benoit man. I see all those, I say, my mind on the court. It gets some kind of happen. People say, I say, God, I beg go. We see me as a colleague, look at we know when we go to Ray Cloth. But how you not see that officiating? Everything go where? Because goals where we score, now undeniable goal. You cannot deny it. Which I won't deny. Now UK press and play. When they take the iron claw, that goal, I won't deny. I've been seen me collect, Drogba style, Charles down around the 4 for ground, the smasher, keeper open leg, they call him passer. That keeper said, which I want to talk. So all the goals they clear, but the man officiating, now you not see him. I not too like some kind of way you do. Now discipline coach, with the fear ref, but me I not too like her. But the thing when I want to thank Eric Chair before we go come up for show this morning, and morning for Nigeria. Now they starting. Moses Simon not start. He give Nigeria depth. In a when Simon enter, he not to play well. Going like the start. Paris Football Club will see how they start. But sometimes let these players come from the bench. You good. You don't want start. You want start. Moses Simon look man for one match. You can't cut right side. Not good. It makes sense. But I never know that Chukwueze will come from midfield again. But if you get Osai Samuel, not be lying now. Osai Samuel likes to run one Bowasa. They call him one Bowasa for area. I say you call him the goal line they come. So that formation for me, I like as they go. So for Super Eagles, when I play Lookman for here, Lookman not today for that left side, but I they put on complete Akko and Osimhen. Osimhen is a blessed child. Emo shifts, come up for that one. Emo just enter. Now, what I want to tell now, Ademola Lookman I want to talk about. I like football, and you don't get Rafael Palladino, coach, new coach, you don't go club side now, then Ladje Begamo, you can't see say Atalanta don't sign new coach. So Lookman now you can't go club side, can't go meet new coach. So when the premier coach, you get a chance, they don't say I'm the best player. Ivan Juric, I don't know what you cut from out, and you go to find yourself trouble. But notwithstanding, Nigerians are not supposed to beg, and I know Wetin Lookman be on a very good day, and I know say a good player. You know, see African best player 2024. So me I all leave her. So say not to play with yesterday, Baba is going through a lot. It's not easy. Maybe they go through club. Even Atlanta player, they tell us say, brother, you need to come up for this club. Say we like you, but you know they work again. So, but Eric Chell, how do you make faith with your player? Give him faith again, start time again next match. Nothing do Lookman. Start time, Baba they also start time next match. If you just say because Lookman not play well like that, but no, coach, they not do that one. Do not mean the advice. You know your job pass me. Start Lookman next match, I beg. Because if Lookman might not come up for national team now, you won't go national score. Now say they start. Now with the fear, who go start. We don't get our first 11. At least don't say that center half don't block. Ekong, you can't say, hey, Lookman, no leave Lookman first. Before I talk about last story on Guinea, Ekong come from bench yesterday. Can't they use the head? They defend everywhere. Ekong head style. That an African Nations Cup best player for 2023. He said I'm for Ivory Coast. Now him, if you call it 24, not bad. So waiting Nigeria not get now say we don't get quality, and we feel hurt any team in the world if you ask me. So more you're the manager yourself, you're the go small. So can I share you see this side? This guy you say, okay, send a penalty. See that team we talk. It's the referee decided to overlook it. So we get luck. Nigeria get luck for that one. But if you want to talk, more talk true. Super Eagles deserve that win. But before we come on, say that throwback video we'll get don't come. We'll leave the show, we'll end like that. Me not forget say we go still continue. We'll come back on Monday. And that time we also day 11 a.m. Nigerian time. I will also come back to TV. Might give you a better information for stop. But on Sunday, if Nigeria not come, me not have camera first. If Nigeria not win on Sunday, I not come work. If Nigeria not win Congo, I not go come work. May they do no test for my head. I go accept her. I beg. We'll leave now some kind of throwback. Throwback we just talk for show. Talk before. Talk and say that's how it go be. So throwback about formation. I talk and I say just be. Put the way again for that left side. You know when they watch me, I say me I thank you now. Now Friday morning, for Nigeria, this coach wants to talk another one. Give me a C. He say, but Super Eagles deserve to win. Gabon, okay, 4-1. Gabon lack flexibility with the ball and defensively, not compact enough. So I don't reach when I will come out. When I just watch this more video, throwback. On Monday I will see now. Thank you so much. David. Nigeria now we are not coming. Play! Boom! Bradley said the formation style is what people are looking at. So there could be a 4-3-3 formation, there could be a 4-4-2 formation, there could be a 4-5-1 formation, there could be a 3-5-2 formation. So all of this formation is likely going to work. But if your side is the side that wins the game and decides how the game goes, then you just might be having a 4-4-2. I just want to believe Nigeria tomorrow might play 4-4-2. In my head, I'm trying to do permutation just about the squad and how they start. I want to believe Nwabali gets to be on the post. If you ask me, Stanley Nwabali on the post, maybe on the right back, Bright Asai Samuel returns back to the team. There's no Ola Aina. I don't know now if Eric Chair want to play 3-5-2 when we are in connection of the game, when we're in control of the game. But recent football shows, and particularly we can understand that if you play the Dender man, talk about Benjamin Frederick in the position that he needs to play, it gives him that edge to get the balance. He has shown quality. He can play from the right side. He can also play from the center half. But he feels so comfortable playing from the center half, which is naturally his position. Now, if you ask me, I like to say, Eric Shaw, please play a 4 at the back tomorrow. You are a playing side. I know you want to play because you've got the quality. Nigeria has that team. Now, you want to play 4 at the back, possibly. Would this be a return of the Birmingham player, the former Fenerbahce player, Bright Asai Samuel? And I like to see Asai Samuel start tomorrow. I don't know why, but I just think the major reason for me is that Ola Aina is out of contention, and he is a natural right back. It works. So, possibly Bright Asai Samuel plays from the right side. Then the Dender man, Benjamin Frederick, the youngest of the team, plays on that role. Then paired with him could be Calvin Bassey. Now I was watching the list and I asked the question, why is Oluwashemi Logo, that's the name, Simi Ajayi, I like to call him in short abbreviation, Simi Ajayi, why is he in the team? He plays currently for Hull City. He made a move from West Brom. He's quality. He's calm and collective on the ball. But I like to say this. He's yellow carded. He can't play. He can't feature on that very game. He can't play on that game. But maybe Eric Chell knows why he got him involved. Could be the leadership quality. We need players like that on the national team. Now, you look at the left back role. So maybe tomorrow we might be seeing a Bright Asai Samuel, the Dender man, Benjamin Frederick, and
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
That's 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. aviation scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzangakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate crowds and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by Indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the crowds it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and two of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
29 right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drive! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
The headlines. PTAD disburses 3.9 billion naira pension arrears to 91,146 retirees.
FCT Minister Wike dismisses claims of conflicts with military.
Senate passes bill against child soldiers.
ADC slams federal government over 1.15 trillion naira domestic loan.
And business, Lagos lead tech-driven agriculture.
And in the world of sports, Super Eagles beats Gabon 4-1, revives World Cup hope.
In entertainment, Olamide calls Wizkid greatest Afrobeat artist ever after Fela. And now the news and details. The Pension Transitional Arrangement Directorate has completed the payment of 3.9 billion naira arrears to 91,146 eligible pensioners under the defined benefit scheme. This was contained in a statement issued by the head of corporate communication, Olubenga Ajayi, in Abuja on Friday. He said the payment was part of the 32,000 naira increment approved by the President Bola Tinubu. Ajayi, in breaking down the payment, said that 1.9 billion naira is to be paid to 59,865 pensioners under the Parastatal Pension Department. 830 million naira is allocated to 12,976 pensioners under the Civil Service Pension Department, and 620 million naira has been earmarked for 9,689 pensioners under the Police Pension Department. Others are 551 million naira set aside for 8,616 pensioners under the Nigerian Customs Service, the Nigerian Immigration Service, and the Prison Pension Department. The Executive Secretary of the PTAD, Tolulope Odunaya, reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to setting all outstanding arrears and improving pensioners' welfare on the President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda.
The Academic Staff Union of University Akure Zone has accused the federal government of misrepresenting the status of negotiations with the union, adding that newly established universities are mere crisis centers. Speaking to journalists on the campus of Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Osun State, the ASU Akure Zonal Coordinator, Professor Adiola Egbedokun, said despite the 7-year moratorium placed by the federal government on the establishment of new universities, it still went ahead to announce new institutions. Recall that the federal government approved a 7-year freeze on creating new federal universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education following concerns over the proliferation of underutilized institutions, overstressed resources, and declining academic quality. The moratorium was approved at a Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the Presidential Villa in Abuja after a presentation by Minister of State for Education, Dr. Yusuf Sunono Alausa. However, despite the moratorium, 9 new universities, including the institution in Ekpe, received approval. Ekpe took on the company of ASU chairman from the 7 branches under the Akure zone expressed concerns that while existing universities remain poorly funded, the federal government continued to approve new ones, even after announcing a freeze of such approval.
Still in the news, President Bola Tinubu has renewed the appointment of retired Brigadier General Muhammad Bubamawa as chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency and the LEA for another 5-year term. The renewed appointment was confirmed in a statement by Bayo Onanuga, special advisor to the president on information and strategy. Mawa, who was first appointed by former President Muhammad Buhari in January 2021, will now remain at the helm of agency until 2031. Before his NDLEA tenure, Mawa served as chairman of the Presidential Advisory Committee for the Elimination of Drug Abuse from 2018 to December 2020.
Moving on, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has dismissed social media claims of a personal conflict with the military following a disagreement with a naval officer over a disputed land in Abuja. Speaking to journalists in Abuja, Wike said the FCT administration will not tolerate intimidation or allow anyone, regardless of status, to violate land use regulations or obstruct government officials. He emphasized that his actions are guided by law, not sentiment, and noted that the issue had been blown out of proportion by those trying to portray him as being at odds with the military. Wike added that the FCT administration's priority is to protect Abuja's master plan and ensure all developments comply with approved land use provisions, and highlighted that past engagements with the military on land disputes were always handled with mutual respect and proper protocols.
In the meantime, the confrontation between the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, and the military officer during an enforcement exercise in Abuja continues to dominate public debate. While some Nigerians praise the minister's tough stance against illegal land occupation, others fault his approach, calling it confrontational and unbecoming of a public official. Voice of the People's Television, Matthew Ogunsuada, has more on this report.
How can that man at his level, even if he has a problem, he cannot reach me and say, look, I'm sorry, see what I have. He will send soldiers to intimidate who? We are all from this country.
The dramatic confrontation between the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, and a military officer during an enforcement exercise in Abuja has continued to spark nationwide reactions. The incident, captured in a viral video, occurred when the minister and officials of the Federal Capital Territory Administration attempted to access a disputed plot of land, allegedly linked to former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Gambo, retired. The clash escalated after one of the soldiers resisted the minister's directive, prompting an angry outburst from Wike, a movement that has since triggered intense public debate over his conduct and authority. In a statement released after the incident, the minister described the occupation of the land by military personnel as illegal and unacceptable, stressing that no one, regardless of status, would be allowed to obstruct the rule of law. As Voice of the People Television, we are on the street to get the opinion of Nigerians towards these developments.
The time that thing happened, that soldier It's not our fault. It's taking the obey from above. Are you getting me? So, and that Wike, as a minister, supposed to send person come by himself. So, I don't think that it's very anything wrong about that.
Me, I don't judge, but the young boy in question, that the young officer, you obey the last order. You must obey your superior. You get me? He take over. He take that decision. He take. If he didn't do that, they will put him in guard room. So that's what he did. Me, I don't see any blame on that young boy. If FCT minister in question, at least he has to. Okay, he was appointed by somebody. Take a report. Somebody sent you a message. If you are denied of the message, go to the person that sent you the message and say, see. You have to report back.
As the controversy continues, Nigerians remain divided on where to draw the line between the enforcement of government directives and the need for mutual respect among public institutions. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
No, everybody not like this.
Thank you so very much, Matthew, for that report. Moving on to other stories, the National Assembly, where, of course, the Senate has passed the Armed Forces Repeal and Reenactment Bill 2025 for a second reading, aiming to outlaw the recruitment of persons under 18 into the military. The provision aligns Nigeria's military practices with the Child Rights Act, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Sponsored by Senator Abdulaziz Yaradua, the bill seeks to repeal the 2004 Armed Forces Act, replacing it with a law that is constitutionally compliant and operationally responsive. It also introduces reforms, including expanded definitions of military offenses, proportionate punishments, and protection for the independence of courts martial, making interference from superior officers a criminal offense. The legislation has been referred to the Senate Joint Committee on Army, Navy, and Air Force, which will report in 4 weeks.
Still in the Red Chamber, the Senate has launched an investigation into the generation and management of stamp duty revenue amid growing calls for transparency and accountability in government finances. The probe, initiated by the Senate Public Accounts Committee, chaired by Senator Ahmed Wadada, is part of the National Assembly's effort to plug revenue leakages and strengthen fiscal oversight. The committee will focus on stamp duties collected in agreements involving government agencies, individuals, and corporate organizations, an area long viewed as lacking transparency. Speaking to journalists in Abuja, Senator Wadada said the investment aimed to ensure that public funds are used responsibly and delivered real benefit to Nigerians. He disclosed that November 25 has been set as a deadline for submission of relevant documents to determine how much has been collected and how the funds were managed. Wadada further added that despite its potential as a major non-oil revenue source, stamp duty has long suffered from poor oversight and under-reporting.
Moving on, the African Democratic Congress has criticized President Bola Tinubu's administration over a 1.15 trillion naira domestic borrowing approval, calling it a reckless debt accumulation wrapped in propaganda. ADC's National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, spoke days after the Senate approved the loan to cover a shortfall in the 2025 national budget. The party says the borrowing contradicts Tinubu's claim that Nigeria has surpassed its non-oil revenue targets, reportedly generating 20.59 trillion naira in the first 8 months in 2025. They warned that if all of Tinubu's 2025 loan requests are approved, Nigeria's total public debt could jump up by 40.61 trillion naira to 193 trillion naira, citing debt management office figures. The ADC also criticized the government for deepening the debt crisis and rising inflation and living costs.
And this report says that former Anambra State Governor and 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Gregory has urged the federal government to face the realities of the nation's challenges and work towards positive change rather than wasting energy denying them. Speaking at the second day of the Nigerian Guild of Editors Conference in Abuja, Obi also called on the media to promote the voice of opposition and oppositions, which he said is currently being suppressed. In his presentation, former Chief of Defense Staff Lucky Rabo said it was wrong to expect security agencies to explain persistent insecurity, stressing that government should be held directly accountable.
You're still watching the Midday News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and, of course, a public and political affairs analyst. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Also joining us virtually is Mr. Francis Chilaka, public affairs and political affairs analyst as well. Mr. Chilaka, a very good afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you?
Fine, very well, thank you. All right, then let's jump to the conversation proper. I want to start off from the statement of the ADC, clearly talking on the path of borrowing of this present administration. The National Assembly seemed to be in tune with the president over the 1.15 trillion naira domestic loan that is being requested for from the present government, which again will be pushing this present administration to about over 40 trillion naira in borrowing. What's your position first on this particular situation?
Well, we know that we have a government that believes in borrowing. The government believes that you must exercise that right to borrow, even if you don't need to borrow. And for a lot of us, it's troublesome and worrisome because this is a government that has come out to tell you, oh, we've met our target for the year. We don't need all this. We're making so much money. We're sharing so much money. But in the midst of this, you're still borrowing. And then, the subsidy is gone, which the government says that we're going to save a lot of money from. Up to today, nobody has told us, where the money is, how much has been saved, what the money is being used for. And unfortunately, you have a National Assembly that we all believe has become a rubber stamp, but even though they say they are not, but they do not question the executive arm of government. They do not see the need to, hold the executive arm of government accountable for all the money they are borrowing. I mean, the year has come to an end, and so much has been borrowed, but there's so little to show for it. If you look at, there are no roads, we don't have motorable roads, we don't have, infrastructure. The infrastructure that the government promised in terms of road, in terms of hospital, in terms of transportation, none is in existence. But yet the government keeps borrowing. In other words, the government is borrowing to kind of satisfy their affluent lifestyle.
But then there are concerns about the fact that Nigerians are not clearly talking to their governors, who again have started receiving increased fact allocation. What's your position with these conversations?
Well, Nigeria is structured in such a way that seeking for accountability from leadership has become a very big problem. Because when you say, oh, go to your governors and ask them to be accountable, and then you find out that by the time you begin to ask them to be accountable, who do you go to? How do you pressurize them to be accountable? A country where the ruling class has, usurped the power of the people. Ordinarily, in a sense society, power belongs to the people. That's why they say sovereignty belongs to the people. But in Nigeria, power belongs to the political class. And so you can't question them. You can't, when you say hold them accountable, how do you hold them accountable? How do you hold them accountable? So, as it is, the federal government that is the one disbursing these funds should also have a way of saying, we've given you this much money. Your people are not feeling it. We will hold on to it until the people can feel it. But I think we just have a government of, what do I call it? More like a bazaar. You know, let's give out the money, let's share the money, and then, you know, what comes out of it doesn't matter. For me, it's not like Nigerians don't know how to ask for accountability, but Nigerians have been, you know, they've been beaten, they've been pushed too far that they don't even understand who to ask for accountability from.
Thank you so much, Prince Francis Chilaka, for your submission. We sincerely appreciate. Let's bring it to the studio. Mr. Dele Fanimo, Nigeria have surpassed their non-oil revenue for the year 2025. As of August this year, we had 20.5 trillion naira erecting already. Why go on borrowing? I believe it was the custom that also said they've met their quota for the year 2025, and yet 1.15 trillion naira is what the executive now have the approval of the legislature for them to borrow just for the 2025 budget shortfall.
I think I've said it once somewhere else that one, there is no way that won't be borrowing. Go back in time to when this budget was taken to the National Assembly. It was made clear that there will be budget deficit. And to service this budget deficit, I think government was talking about 13 point something trillion naira, you know, to beef up the shortfall. And to date, I think it was at the last count, after this 1.15 trillion naira, the total debt for servicing this budget was put at 12 point something trillion. Now, automatically, there is no way that money will not be borrowed, because this budget, the current 2025 budget, which is still running and is likely to spill over to next year, because we now have two concurrent budgets running this year. You have $75 to a barrel of crude as the benchmark. And so, federal government assumed that all things being equal, usually when you predicate your budget on, because oil is the mainstay of the economy, that is taking about 90% of our income, foreign exchange. Now, today, I think it's about $63 or $64 to a barrel. So there's no way that won't be shortfall. And a lot of activities are going on, a lot of recurrent and capital expenditure are also going on. So there is no way that won't be borrowing.
Now, when you say there was no way there won't be borrowing, let's look at what this budget for 2025 was before the sudden increase, you know, from the projection you set now. We had a 54 point something trillion naira to be the
then
budget.
It moved to 59.9
and it was
trillion.
pushed to 59. Over unrealistic from what you just said, especially the oil benchmark, the price it was tagged and all that, a bit unrealistic. Even World Bank talked about how our budget is turning into an elephant-based move and all that. Now, why won't we leave it at what it was initially? Well, we know that our economy is not the way it should be, and the fact that we have so much debt already on our own hands. Why go above what we already projected it to? Because you just see the budget, it's more like saying that this is a projection of what we are likely to spend or what we're likely to have for the year. So why push it above over unrealistic, over things that we don't even have attend already?
You see, even at corporate affairs, I mean at non-governmental sector, when you make a budget, you give room for ambitious spending. You know, there's a difference between ambitious spending and realistic spending. Ambitious in the sense that a lot of sectors are calling for your attention. You want to capture it, because if you don't capture in that budget, there's no way you can bring it in, except to ask for supplementary budget. Now, this government has not gone ahead to ask for supplementary budget. It's still working within the provisions of the budget. And budget is not like you have your salary in your pocket, you can decide to spend it a day and wait till the next month. There are certain heads, they call it head, subhead, in government spending. If you have drawn your capital expenditure to your limit, you can't move overhead expenditure to capital expenditure and vice versa. So, the one you are talking that if we have surpassed our revenue earning, why borrow from abroad? Domestic revenue is different from budget that is captured based on what you are selling outside.
So in other words, we should keep on borrowing, even when we make more money internally, and we keep on nosediving, taking down our economy because
you see, I think what we should be worried about, we should be worried about is if you have so much and you are still within the benchmark of the budget, our worry should be, can we see tangible things that we are spending this money on?
That actually will happen to be the next question I wanted to ask you, because the present administration were like, the reason for the money, the borrowing, and even all the policies being chalked out already is for Nigerians to go home full, not going, to bed hungry and all that. But are we seeing that playing out? And if we're not seeing it playing out, why continue in such trajectory?
You see, for me, there are policies that I am comfortable with, and there are some policies that I'm not comfortable with. You see, this palliative regime, I've not seen it work, and it's not likely to work, given our tendencies to circumvent laws and procedures. For instance, I keep asking myself, if you have deployed over 300 billion naira for palliative to Nigerians, and as close as I am to the members of the public, I've asked questions at different fora. Are you a beneficiary of this money? Nobody has come up to say, yes, I'm a beneficiary. So where did 300 billion go? Definitely, there could be release, but between release and end user, there could be some things going on. So
United Nations pointed to that.
They were talking about a girl child.
Yeah.
They want to make girl child comfortable and all that. But the question I ask myself is, if you are talking about the poorest of the poor, there's no way the poorest of the poor can access this fund. Because the poorest of the poor, they're in the village, they're in the hinterland, and they don't have banks in the hinterland.
United Nations...
You don't have internet for you to access where you can open this common account.
That speaks volume, because one of the index that they pushed
out... So I think in that area, government should rejig its policies. Because I would have, if you had deployed 300 billion into providing buses, CNG buses, and you give each state like between 1,000 and 300 to each state,
we'll say it.
We'll see it. And then it will cushion the effect of what we are facing.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Delefanimo. Mr. Prince Francis Chilaka, let's move to another story where we learned that the legislatures today have decided, to pass a bill against child soldiers, saying that this particular bill is a way to repeal and also reenact the 2025 bill for the second reading. And when you go through some of the things that this bill pointed at, it said something about how they are to find a way to introduce a reform, including expanded definition of military office. offences, proportionate punishment, and protection for independence of court-martial, making interference from superior officer a criminal offence. Mr. Fanimo, let's bring this question to you. You've been able to play well when it gets to the military space, if I'm to use that word now. And not just that too, your father also happens to be a military personnel prior to this time. Now we're trying to make interference of officers, senior officers, when a soldier is to be court-martial, a criminal offense. What do you have to say about this clause, this particular act that have passed the second reading?
You see, I've not seen the content of this bill, but from what I heard, that we're talking about child soldiers. You see, you only get child soldiers during wartime, not at peacetime, because it is clear in the rules of recruitment that you have to meet certain parameters: age, height, chest, physical fitness, and all that. So if you are recruiting, you must obey those. I mean, you must be sure that those parameters are there before you recruit anybody. But when it comes to war situation, you see, that's why some of us that had a faint idea of the internal crisis that snowballed into war between 67 and 70 would always shudder when people promote things that can bring us back to that particular period. You see, all is fair in war. That's what they say. And if you don't have able-bodied soldiers, the next thing for you, because you can't stop fighting, the next thing for you is to conscript. That's why the word conscript. You force child soldiers into the platoon. And at that time, when there is war, everything that governs society, that makes it livable, is suspended.
So in other words, this particular new bill addressing that situation.
I'm sure that this particular bill is addressing the way Boko Haram and some of these insurgents, the way they drag and conscript people that are not of age into fighting soldiers.
Because of time, really, let me just have your take, maybe in 60 seconds. The part where ASU is clearly telling the federal government that the creation of more universities is not
the solution,
following what they agreed before now. And again, that's on one hand. In another same 60 seconds, help us through the second tenure appointment of Buba Marwa, the NDLEA chair.
You see, let me quickly answer that of Buba Marwa. Buba Marwa has done very well.
So he deserves that second tenure. All right.
Yeah. Now, the issue of ASU is becoming a kind of hydra-headed monster that's difficult for successive governments to tame. And I don't see any reason why we cannot tame this. Why having... I recall the music of Sonny Ade and Oyeka Owenu. He said, having babies, no be joke you go give them food, you go give them shelter, you go give them all that. So what that translates to is, why have more babies when the existing ones have not been well fed and taken care of?
Quite unfortunate, really, because this is where we have to draw anchor. And again, I totally would agree with you, because the best university in Nigeria is ranked about 1,500 across the world.
In fact, for the first time in many years.
Quite unfortunate, really. This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Midday News. We want to say a big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter, and of course, political and public affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here.
My pleasure.
Also, Prince Chilaka Francis, being here virtually. We understand that the network couldn't allow him continue. I want to say a big thank you to you as well. We'll take a very short break now. When we return, more stories on the Midday News will be up next. Please do stay with us.
Glad to have you back. It's still the media news on Voice of the People television. Away from the stories we've listened to thus far, Adamawa State Governor and Chairman Convention Planning Committee of the People's Democratic Party, Ahmed Fintiri, has stated that the party is heading to Ibadan for the elective convention slated for 15th of November to 16th of November in Ibadan, Oyo State. Fintiri disclosed this in a brief interview with journalists on Thursday night. The meet and which was held at the Bauchi State Governor's Lodge at Sokoro was attended by the Oyo State Governor Sheyi Makinde, the PDP National Chairman Umaru Damagun, former Senate President Bukola Saraki, the National Publicity Secretary Debo Olugunaba, and former Minister of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs Tanimu Turakai, among others. Speaking to reporters after the meeting, Governor Fintiri explained that rising from a critical stakeholders meeting, members of the party had made elaborate decision, including holding the convention as earlier scheduled. He didn't give further details. A stalwart of the PDP and the former Senate President Bukola Saraki had earlier called for the suspension of the party's convention scheduled for November 15, 16, 2025 in Ibadan, Oyo State, citing legal and political controversies surrounding the exercise.
World Diabetes Day is being observed today with global attention shifting towards the well-being of employees and the support they receive at work. As millions continue to navigate life with diabetes, this year's campaign is pushing for healthier, more responsive workplace. Voice of the People TV's Praise Peters has more on the significance of the 2025 focus.
The World Diabetes Day 2025 is being marked under the global theme, Diabetes and Well-being, with this year's campaign focusing on diabetes and the workplace. The initiative aims to draw attention to the importance of healthy work environments, accessible healthcare, and mental well-being for individuals living with diabetes. According to health experts, supportive workplaces play a major role in preventing complications, improving productivity, and ensuring emotional stability for those managing the condition. The 2025 slogan, "No More and Do More for Diabetes at Work," encourages both employees and employers to take proactive steps toward awareness, early detection, and proper management.
Well, diabetes is a condition that has to do with management of blood sugar. It's a metabolic disorder that affects how the body utilizes glucose. So in the workplace, a person with diabetes may have, of course, the normal symptoms of diabetes, which is increased thirst, increased appetite or frequency of urination, and low energy levels in some cases. So you find out that somebody with diabetes and results are always 6 minutes. May have low energy levels, may have more breaks, intervals to eat because of increased hunger pangs, and they may also be thirsty all the time and may be leading to use the bathroom because of frequent urination. This may affect the productivity of such an individual. And then also diabetes can also, if not properly managed or if not quickly detected, can have visual complications, which would affect any kind of job the person is doing. For a more conducive working environment for workers, you don't want them to be sedentary all the time, because sedentary lifestyle is one of the risk factors that is attributable to development of diabetes. And in managing diabetes ways, we always emphasize for regular exercises, because the more you exercise, you maintain a healthy body weight and your body is more sensitive to insulin. We would advise that employers of the board should encourage breaks, where people, get up after every 2 hours of being seated or taking walks, of regular exercise in the workplace. You can have breaks where everybody is mandated to be some degree of exercise, not being strenuous, nothing that is exerting, but at least it makes them, move their bodies, because that also helps to regulate.
World Diabetes Day is a unifying call for action, reminding everyone that better health begins with informed choices, compassion, and the care in every workspace. Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People television.
Thank you so much, Praise Peters, for that coverage. Away from that story, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has expressed shock over NAFDAC's directive to ban the production and sale of alcoholic beverages in sachet and small PET bottles by December 31, 2025. NAFDAC says the ban affecting drinks below 200 milliliters will take effect from January 1, 2026. Reactions are mixed while some citizens see it as a step to protect young people. Others fear enforcement challenges and negative effect on small businesses. Voice of the People's Television Matthew Ogunswada has more in this report.
The federal government has announced a ban on the production, sale, and distribution of alcoholic drinks in sachet and bottles smaller than 200 milliliters. The measure, aimed at curbing alcohol abuse and protecting public health, will take effect from January 1, 2026. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has confirmed. NAFDAC's Director General, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, explained that the ban follows a Senate resolution and directive from the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, while noting that cheap, easily eaten alcohol products encourage misuse, especially among minors and commercial drivers.
The agency calls on all stakeholders, including manufacturers, to comply fully with the phase-out deadline of December 2025. As no further extension, the agency will continue to work collaboratively with the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, FCCPC, and the National Orientation Agency to implement nationwide sensitization campaigns on the health and social dangers associated with alcohol misuse.
To enforce this policy, the agency plans to recruit 1,000 additional staff to strengthen monitoring and compliance nationwide. Meanwhile, the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria, MAN, has urged the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, to reverse its current directive banning the production and the sale of alcoholic drinks in sachet and small PET bottles. As Voice of the People Television, we are on the street to get the opinion of citizens on this new ban.
To ban them, I not go lie for you because some people ain't no get money to buy the bottle. That sachet, it is easy to buy. Some they say, some day 100 and some day 200. So it's not easy to ban them just like that. But we will go tell the people where they sell and say, as their customer they buy, make them keep basket, so they go put the dirty. But they know they throw them anyhow, just like that. Even myself, that idea they okay. But they just they put them as they drink and make them put them where they drink and make them just throw them like that. You know, good.
It will affect me. One, because I will not be selling markets again. Two, for the health, it's not advised for women to be taking all those associated alcohol because some chemical, all of them are chemical. They used to do it to preserve it. Like chemical. Don't understand. Even the route where they used to do, we are not sure. We're not 100% sure how health the thing be for human being. For banding or for disposal for in the road, government is supposed to bring dustbin, waste bin for people outside. If you look in television, seeing the white men, you will see dustbin outside the road. If you are passing, you will put it inside the dustbin. But there's no provision for that. They need to provide for us, and we go do and well.
As I'm saying now, I'm not a drink alcohol. So if bandit, but I don't think it's not that the government that is not said that they will ban the alcohol. They say that they will ban the sachet one. Is it not like that? So and they are still selling the bottle. So we can buy bottle and drinking it. Anybody like the alcohol?
Banning of alcohol is good because it has caused a lot of destruction. It has damaged so many things. Most of our young boys now, alcohol become their ordinary water. And it's very bad. Make them to misbehave. So if government can do it, fine. That is okay.
As I'm selling this thing, I don't even like it. But its condition made me sell it. But as now they want to ban it. To me, it's good. But if we look as the situation of Nigeria be, for the people that don't have work or they don't have anything to do, if they have like 5,000, 2,000, they can start this market because money is inside.
The opinions are clear. Why some citizens welcome the decision as a necessary step towards preventing alcohol risk disease and ensuring that younger people stay away from alcohol consumption. Others lament on its impact on small businesses. The government has assured strict enforcement and implementation that effective January 1, 2026, there will be sanctions for the sale of alcohol-based consumption and sachet in the country. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so very much, Matthew, for that report. Moving on to Edo State, 75 youths have graduated from vocational training programs in fashion design, hairdressing, catering, and barbing, sponsored by the Reconnect project in Benin City, Edo State. The initiative aims to equip young people with practical skills for self-reliance and economic empowerment. Voice of the People TV's Rhoda Johnny in Benin has more in this report.
75 beneficiaries have graduated from training programs in fashion design, hairdressing, catering, and hair barbing, sponsored by the Reconnect project in Benin City, Edo State. During the event, the organizers highlighted the aim of the initiative as a commitment to equipping youths with sustainable skills that promote self-reliance and reduce unemployment in the state.
Be telling people, do not travel through the desert, do not do it. Please carry this message forward. I think that is one very important thing. The other one is that I met many people over the years that always think that these kind of programs are scam. No be scam, no be scam. So we are celebrating you as a changed person, and this change will take you into the future. And we want to let you know that Reconnect, the German cooperation, that Action Aid, that the players you have come to meet, but also you and your networks, your colleagues, we will be there for you on this journey.
Today we have come to the end of a phase, another phase begins. Some people say we need to take this to the next level. We need a higher level of training. Yes, 2 to 3 months is short, but we can look at a higher level of training. But based on where we have stopped now, these things you will receive, like they will say, do not sell them. Hello, do not sell them. They are meant for you to do business.
This project is implemented by Action Aid Nigeria, supported by the German government through GIZ, and it is implemented in 3 states, the FCT, Lagos, and Edo States. It is aimed at reaching 400 beneficiaries. These 400 beneficiaries are spread across these 3 states.
At the graduation ceremony, some of the trainees shared how the program improved their skills and created new opportunities for self-employment.
This vocational training really helps me a lot. I may not be so it comes to baking, catering, or whatsoever, but through this training, I can able to bake, I can cook, I can go out and do anything just to produce money for myself, so I won't be stranded or depending on anybody.
A fashion runway and exhibition also showcased their creative roles. Certificates and startup tools were presented to the graduates to help them begin their businesses and put their new skills to use. The initiative is part of ongoing efforts to empower young people with practical skills for entrepreneurship and economic growth. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so much, Rhoda Johnny, for that report. Now to some business stories. Lagos State is setting the pace in technology-driven agriculture. At the 2025 Lagos Agri-Innovation Summit, experts highlighted the role of innovation, youth empowerment, and value creation in transforming the food system.
And in the world of sports, Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen says the brace he scored in the match against Gabon in the World Cup playoff was to make up for the goal-scoring opportunity he missed. Osimhen's resilience shone through on Thursday as Nigeria defeated Gabon 4-1 in extra time to secure a place in Sunday's playoff final against the DRC.
In entertainment, Nigerian singer Olamide, popularly called Olamide, has described a fellow singer, Wizkid, as the greatest Afrobeat singer after Fela Kuti. He made this claim while addressing students at York University, Toronto, on the state of Afrobeat. During the interactive session, the YBNL boss declared that Wizkid is the greatest Afrobeat artist of this generation, second only to the legendary Fela Kuti. And that is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on all other social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People television is a spotlight show with Precious Agumano. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukwuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Thanks.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as no mind them. But last, more than no mind them. Or more. Not be also the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOPTV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and all the content anything come on at VOPTV.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice. VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight. Yes, on VOP TV, where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, I'm your girl, Precious Agmanu, aka call me Prezi. You know I'm feeling good today. I feel good, but today is Friday, and I don't want, oh God, you know what they say about Friday. I don't want to talk plenty, but then it's all weekend, you know, weekend vibes and every other. All right, it's a good day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. And yes, we are bringing you an exciting blend of gist. Please don't go anywhere. And today I am not alone on this place. I am here with someone so special. And yes, joining us today is a professional stand-up comedian, actor, content creator, and scriptwriter. He's a graduate of Delta State University, Abraka. During his study in school, he discovered his talent in stand-up comedy delivery and performance. And also, he was the director of socials on campus, SUG. He's building an attractive brand and has featured in top events organized in Nigeria and internationally. He is the brain behind Positive Youth Talent Discovery, a quarterly comedy competition built to entertainment comedy lovers and discover new talents in stand-up comedy in Nigeria, which is an initiative of Ekene Smith at Youth Foundation Nigeria, founded by him. And yes, he's no other person than Ekene Smith. Ooh!
Welcome to the show.
Thank you so
This
much.
smile is, oh God.
Yeah.
I know that you are feeling this vibe already. I don't even need to say plenty things. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How are you feeling today?
I'm super excited.
Super excited. So what has, today is Friday, and it's a time to, party.
Yeah.
Thank God it's Friday. You need to party and all this.
It's
so how's the week been for you? Like Monday, Tuesday?
It's been amazing, although I've been on some project works. And
Interesting.
I'm really excited that it's Friday.
You see, you get what I'm trying to say. It's not only me that is happy that today is Friday.
So I'll be able to take a little unwind and do some other things.
You see, now you walking, and that's it's a lot. And trust me, Friday is everybody loves Friday, me especially. But when it comes to Mondays and the rest of them, we are always it's well. But God will continue to give us strength. And yes, we're talking about a lot of things today. I'm sure you don't want to miss all the gist we have for you today. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. So first of all, what we're talking about today, media personality Ashoke cries out as rent for decent Lagos apartments increases to 15 million. So he actually said that if you're to rent a good 2 to 3 bedroom flat in Lagos right now, you got to have your mullah, you got to have your like 12 to 15 million naira. So in a post he said this, and that this is 20s, that this cannot be his 20s because of the amount of, you get what I'm trying to say, the amount of houses. But come to think of it, I don't know if it's the landlords or it's about the economy or anything. Because trust me, everybody's crying. Both landlord, both tenant, hey, blood of Jesus. I can't see. Do you know in Lagos now, if you want to even rent a good apartment, what I'm seeing is, even the good, is it really good? Because some of the houses I'm even seeing for that price is, like, if you ask me, I'm like, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
It's not worth it. Seriously.
You're right.
Now, people even dupe people. Like, you tell somebody, like, it's people where they even do personal, the agents. Hey, blood of Jesus. Agents, they do things where they make person, they run mad. They will tell you, say, come, the house is very, everything furnished, everywhere, sweet. You self go, they say, I be like, I don't find place. You go pay. When you now go, it's not be as if that they gave you a place that is,
Get disappointed.
I'm telling you, I don't know what your thought is about this.
It's a serious issue,
Yeah.
It calls for concern. And I think it's not just the agents involved. I believe the landlords too are involved. And I feel we all need to speak out.
Yeah.
And because it's funny how you pay for a house rent maybe in a year. There's a certain amount they give you to pay that year. And the next year, the landlord is serving you another paper and telling you that the rent is increased. That one is the landlord issue.
Yeah.
But now when you want to rent a house, these agents guys are crazy. Some of them, they even want to take more than even the house
rent.
You understand? Which is insane, especially when you are now looking for a house in some of these cool areas.
Yes.
Like the Surulere, the Lekki. you have to go maybe even empty your account just because you want to rent a house.
Yes.
Which is not supposed to be.
Yes.
They're just being greedy. Some of them are being greedy with their commissions. They call it commissions.
A lady came out one time and she was crying out, like, the house she actually paid for. She kind of walked in the house, renovated everything, the bathroom, the toilet, every area of the house, and everything was just good. And she has already paid for the house and she has moved in.
Wow.
In weeks later, the landlord came and just served her a quick notice that they've sold the house, that she needs to back out. I'm like, why?
With no notice.
With no notice. A lot of things are happening, and not even about the house rent or anything. But then, I feel these agents and the landlords, they need to do better. Because it be like saying that then
they are something else. And if you notice now, a lot of people are now moving to these
areas, you know, these far areas because of this.
We are talking about far areas. Talking about let's move to let's move to where there are rivers. Where you will buy a house of how many millions and still end up swimming in water.
Like I used to stay in Lekki Phase 1. Most of the time, we don't even see water to bathe, you know.
But there will be
you could take you like 24 hours before it could be sorted. And sometimes those waters are not even clean waters. You don't drink it. We drink bottled waters almost every day in Lekki. You know, even the pure waters are not clean.
Not clean anymore.
So why is the rent increasing when all these things are not being sorted?
Okay.
So it's something else.
Yeah, they need to fix this thing because me, I don't even understand what's going on. Even if you're going to increase the prices of the rent we have in Nigeria now or in Lagos, basically. What I'm trying to say is that let there be this I don't know how to put it, but let it be this thing that if they see the house, this is what it's worth it. Let there be water, let there be everything that is supposed to be in the house be there. So that if you're paying for something, you know that yes, this is what I'm paying for, and it's worth what I'm paying, not something else.
That's what happened outside the country, you know. Though you pay the rent monthly, but it's worth it. You enjoy everything you're paying.
At least you go to see money where you spend. You go to see and may say this is the house.
It's crazy when you're giving them your salary and it's not worth it. You know, just because you want to try to meet up with your works.
Yeah.
You know, most people don't want to stay too far from where they work. You know, you have to now start looking for who you want to merge with. You know. Just to.
And come to think of it, you know, a lot of people are actually smiling because Ashakane, he normally gives this kind of person that is a giver. Okay. So he comes out to, you know, gift ladies and the rest of them. And now people are saying, if Ashakane, you understand, they cry, say house rent, they increase. Waiting where's everyone?
It's something else.
All right, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. We have a lot of fans coming out to say things. Let's take some comments because people they say, Baba, if now you can't they talk this one, wait till we yourself go can't they do because what is going on in Nigeria? Oh Jesus, a lot of houses, but yet it's not okay. Talking about the rent and the rest of them, it's a lot. So let's take some comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Yes, let's take some comments. And JK Desum said, if person where they do give away, they cry like this, then waiting come on man go they talk. Oh my he had So another person said on the mainland for a standard good 2-bedroom is 3 million above. To even see a good one is another story. You saw what I was talking about. Good. So Royal Hawk Surprise said no lies as So Happy Okos Comedy said too much hype on Lagos. Although I understand there are job opportunities over there, but the cost of living is becoming too high. Like everybody's crying. Like I don't know. I don't know how to put this. Even the landlords, the tenants, the agents, everybody's just crying. But I just feel that there has to be this consciousness between everybody. They should be aware of what this landlords, especially if you're trying to give out a house, make sure your house is in good order, good condition before you give it out. Because you can't just tell somebody to come and rent an apartment where maybe the roof is leaking or something, and you expect the person to pay millions of naira and millions of money just for you to be okay, not the person renting the house. It's actually wrong. Yes, it's not nice.
Also, the government too can do something. You know, they can, because imagine the government also building homes that are affordable. You know, I think it will help to government homes.
If you're talking about the government, but basically when we talked about, you know, the floods and everything, what has been done to all those places? It's a question actually, but let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this.
It's serious.
Seriously, you get everybody's just crying, and I don't even want to shift this matter to what Trump has actually said. But then, it's well. This Nigeria will go there better. We'll be strong. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people actually coming out to say things concerning this. And then Health said, And my daddy still charges about 500K for 3-bedroom in all his houses.
Wow.
He'll say, don't worry, I don't want to disturb anyone. May God continue to bless that man. Amen.
Amen.
Oh. Do you know they are good landlords, actually?
Yeah, they are.
They are good landlords.
They
I mean,
are.
I'm not even coming for the good landlords, good people.
Yeah.
But the ones I'm talking to, the people that are very greedy. That they know that their house is not good and they want to come and rent it for you and tell you, come and pay. You will pay all the money in this world and then you will not live in peace in that house because I don't know what is going on. Please, I don't know. I'm trying to say this to all the landlords, agents and if you're trying to rent out an apartment to somebody, please let it be in good form. Let it be in good order. Let it be a good house that you want to rent out. Or even if it's not, let the price of what you're paying for, they should know what they're paying for. Maybe if they can fix it and any other thing. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Yes, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody said everything they increase except salary. Jesus. Problem be like, and I don't know that I want to explain them. If problem na tank now, then the salary will come be bucket. How you want to take the sort this kind of thing? You go use God, I beg, But we are going to come out strong, actually.
Amen.
We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. And Light Unique said, note that he is not complaining because he can't afford it. He is voicing out because it is ridiculous amount, even for a billionaire. It's like buying biscuit for 100K because you have the money to. Like, hey, God. Do you get?
It's something
else. I guess he's not even crying out because of,
himself.
But trust me, other people will call.
Other people. He has staff.
Definitely he has. Yes. But he's well. You see this Nigeria, everybody could do all right.
But I feel the government needs to do something about it. They really need to, because it's turning into something else right
Every day we are talking about it. Seriously, everybody's talking about the government needs to do this, the government needs to do that. But I think they should. The government has actually heard us.
Even if they can even build some homes that can be leased, you know, there are these houses you can just pay for some time and you can be there for 5 years, 4 years. I think it would even be better. Then you know that at least for 4 or 5 years, you're paying something reasonable and all.
It's well. All right, yes, let's move to our second gist, and that happens to be a Nigerian man has proposed to his girlfriend on a boat and in the middle of a river. So people are actually coming out to say, why this man go they ask this girl out? Will you marry me inside river? Hey, blood of Jesus, sir, what happened to the restaurant? What happened to all those beautiful places? You know, agree. You carry this fine young lady and on inside boat, put her for me to come there ask her whether if na me, I'll not go agree. That if anybody, if both of us go inside that river together. All right, please, let's see this video because a lot of people are saying, Kilo de, this brother vessel, events carry boats, Kilo de, with this fine ring, you carry this fine lady like this, put them inside boat, tell her say, will you marry me? Carry ring, come outside. If not me, I not go agree. You cannot keep me like this. You see, there was this video going online, and I saw a lady trying to a guy in a wedding reception, and he knelt down to actually propose to a lady, and the lady like slapped him that she doesn't want to get married and the rest of that. And I got to know that lady said she doesn't want before that time.
Wow.
So I'm like asking, this question has been on my mind. I'm like saying, why is it that you have the idea that this lady doesn't really like you and she doesn't want to end up with you? So why go that length, to ask for her hand in marriage, especially in public?
It doesn't worth it.
It's like, do you get what I'm trying to say? A lot of people gone there.
A lot of things.
You know, say this girl don't tell you, say you no want to. You still carry yourself, go reset, wedding reset, uncle.
Something else.
Is well with you. All right. A lot of people actually come out to say things concerning waiting this brother don't do. He don't come out, go engage in babe for inside. God help us. Nothing do flower. Greed, carry flower, carry, arrange better restaurants, foods, drinks, and the rest of them. He carry and go inside. But this man, sense, too much sense won't kill you. Now it be this like this. All right, a lot of people have come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments. People are saying, brother, do well. Some are saying, well, that is a good thing. Make this girl just say no. Now inside river, they go push her inside. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take some of the comments. And somebody said, you want her to say no. Now, wise man, you be. If na you go say no inside that kind of place where when I go keep am, you say make you know, make she say no. All right. Somebody else said, if they born you well, no green inside water you go see yourself. Oh my beg go. Lolo Igwe 24 said he no get where una no go propose. God I beg. He reach Jesus. Everywhere they don't propose everywhere. I don't know even where else they go. Don't wait a minute at the forest room. Baby, will you marry inside restroom? Don't come to think of it. People don't even engage inside restroom. Say, baby, will you marry me? But they don't want that man where. So are you married?
No, I'm not married yet.
So I don't know. So if you want, you want to engage your babe like this now inside river, you will come carry your baby.
No, I believe, everything anybody do in this life, there must be something behind it.
Yeah.
For that man to not carry the girl go river.
Go river.
It pass a message. That song we say, I can never turn back. Oh.
Lord of Jesus, I can never turn back. No, this one is late. Even at me, they tell that one, Baba, all two of us go inside that one. You cannot do this to
shout out to Gaze Baba,
Oh my God.
That's the meaning of what happened, No turning back.
Too much sense not kill this guy. Carry in the middle of water. The girl they fear seven. I said, what's it with this?
No, you must by fire by force.
By fire by force, but you must grieve. If you don't grieve, we die here together. All right, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. And yes, people have actually come out to say, boss, try, boss, you do well. Yes, Onyx Hair said, you guys should chill. She's genuinely happy. Can't you see they are both in love? Congratulations. Are you sure said that smile and smile? She said they even laugh, said, but you know, she wasn't a reason. Even I be there put there, it's well with you people. So Gele by Mild Star said she can only say no if she can swim. If she can swim well, congratulations to them. Well, congratulations to them, yes. And Lillian Original said, congratulations. And Ugo Simba said, Onye guy. Congratulations, bro. He reached to say Onye guy because that guy had too much sense work killer. All right, we have a lot of them. Another person said, sharp guy. Another person said, when you reach your turn, go kneel down for more. Amen, I slap you. My guy here at Heaven's Will is well with you. Official Olami Sumek said she for say no now. Make she see magic. Magic for inside river is well with you. And Kosi Brown said them no born you well, make you say no. Say yes or see so. So Tony said, if you look well, the guy has found a good thing. She's in love with him. I think one thing about that video I saw then was there's this trust,
Yeah.
Because if the girl didn't really trust the guy, she wouldn't be there. So, but you see, she was just smiling and everything. But not be me go they smile like this. Oh God, hey God, then Jesus carry me put inside water. Me that have phobia of water. Father. Please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And Top Boy 8155 said, them no born our way to say, all right. At by D4 said, if she had said no, the video may not make it to the internet. Ew. Are you really? That's not true. A lot of nose videos have been going on internet though. Not talk rich like that too. Pretty Uzi said she go say yes now when you self carry her go on top water. Before uncle at Ice Gong said she for no green make them throw her inside water as well. Then Chris Lil said no like this now, just one kick straight to the water. Why you go kick him? You know go kick him now. At Ade Badmo said, even without being on the boat, she was still going to say yes. She seems so happy and is in love with me, her brother. All right. It's actually beautiful to see love. And yes, see, just our celebrities this year, don't even agree. Forget about this, this engagement or everything. Everybody just did. Even Sammy Lee, our actor, just got engaged recently. Everybody just they get be like saying that this year they say, if you not marry this year, but it's finished. One day everybody go and be carrying your wife, carry your husband. I won't say more I remain for but God go help us. Don't worry, our own people, those people never receive your own husband, don't worry, your husband will come. If you never receive your wife too, your own they come, just chill. What you guys do, just they pray, they tell God, Baba God, I need this kind of thing, I need this kind of thing, and definitely he will hear you. And yes, that happens to be, we have a lot of gist, trust me. Our next gist, we're talking about a lawyer has shared how a gym instructor has impregnated 2 married women and 2 single ladies in Ogun State. Please, it's not gym that is this. This is another thing entirely. You cannot tell me that this is a gym. Uncle, that is a gym. You are not a gym instructor. Oh, Jesus, you went to go. Person wife. Hey, father. You know, a lot of people have actually talked about gym recently. That they don't really go to gym. They do things there.
A lot of things.
So like this now, I say I want to go and start gymming. They'll be looking at me one eye. So, be like, say this girl one day go somewhere. Where,
A lot.
Me like this, I cannot comfortably go to a gym and be fit. I will not go to the gym and things will be happening. Hey, from me, hey, my father, my maker. What is going on?
A lot. A lot is really happening.
You know, not even one. Oga just they distribute. Jesus Christ! You are distributing even to a person's wife. You know, agree you do.
No, some men now are even buying the gym equipment in their own house.
Because why would you? Do you get what I'm trying to say? If I be man, I go tell my wife, don't let get well. You go their house, they do the gym. Now me and you inside house. Waiting be that thing when they outside when you want go gym when you know they
go learn all the to teach her. I think it's better that way because it's something that
you go there like this. Gym is not gonna tell you, baby, raise your leg, mama, raise your. Waiting you they raise. Oh Lord. See, a lot of things are happening, and to those are men. I don't think just categorize or anything. The same thing also happens to the ladies. You understand? I'm not trying to categorize, but see. Our men, people have to be careful. If your wife says she's going to gym, Oga, dress up and follow her. That is my own advice. Because if you don't follow her, anything where you see at the end, you will use your head carry her. Then our ladies, when your husband starts saying, baby, I'm going to every day, you know, for one day, you know, carry your bag, follow your husband, wear gym, just dress. You understand? Like say they go do, you know, you are going to the gym, you dress, follow your husband for back. Baby, let's go to the gym together. You understand? No, but you say you want theirs. Anything where you see now for gym things they happen. You don't hear that now. Things they happen for gym. So you where they house, you say try get sense. So make I just tell you. All right.
I mean, I don't have a problem because it's a meeting. It's a meeting place where you could network with people. But for married people, you know, is a no. You understand?
So are you trying to say that
for a young person, you could go there, you could meet people. You know, you can even. You understand what I'm trying to say? But when you're married, you know,
even for a young person, I think there has to be this. How will I put it? You just have to, I don't know, like, you know, you're going to the gym, actually. You have to go there to do what you have to come to do. You've come there to do. I'm not sure that you're supposed to go there. That place doesn't look like...
When you do what you come to do now, you always... It's just like in a working place. People still... You understand?
But you came to do what you want to do, but things are doing the things that they are doing here. Like, what is going on? You people should tell me what... I don't know. Because, do you get what I'm trying to say? A lawyer... Two married women.
No, it's something else.
Impregnate. I'm not being. You go tell me that once. Now that you take impregnate these two people. Oh Jesus. Baba is just distributing things. All right. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments. People will go on the short break. Let's take some comments. We have a lot of people saying, Baba, you too do. All right. J.R. said, Father Abraham, have many sons. This song, that is the best song where they're supposed to give this guy because what is going on? All right, another person said he walked on 3 tummy. Please, you know that press up that you be doing like this, you do sit up and your tummy will be, that not be tummy they walk. We don't walk on the tummy. It's not like the tummy to the enter inside, the tummy don't they come outside. God. So Bruce 0529 said Jim Oshi Lauren. I don't know what that is, but then another person said no oblate for all of them this December. How they want to take the oblate with Bele? All right. Another person said somebody said power. And DJ Tonight said fitness goals. Is where okay, he said no be crime at all. He said no be crime. To carry person wife go hey. Now crime, but not talk that thing again. Official Korope said this is why I stopped going to the gym. The lady instructing us almost impregnated me. Lady instructing you.
Listen, people don't share their own.
It's confusing.
Yeah, it's really
lady don't they give person belle, being a man they give woman belle now.
Say the lady. Let me bless you now. I don't.
He said the lady instructing us almost impregnated him. Like I don't. This guy is a confused person.
That story.
And Supergirl on the radio said, "Hope say no be our gym." Because what is going on? Little said, and the married women came out to announce it. Hey, Father Lord, Royalty Fitness said, thank God say na gym instructor, no be personal trainer. I don't understand. What is the difference? Personal trainer, gym instructor. All of them are the same thing. The same road though. Joseph Mowan said they heed to the instructor's instruction. Cardio instructors. Baby, remove your leg. Baby, put your leg. Everything ready. Evidence don't they? But it's all good. All right, this is where we go on a short break, and when we come back, we still have Ekene Smith with us. Please don't go anywhere. We still get plenty gist too. We don't ever tire. Don't be tired, please, and don't touch that dial. We're coming back.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you worship.
People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm still your girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And you know, say today I'm not day alone. Yes, I'm still with my special person, Ekene Smith. So we've been talking about a lot of things, a lot of jests, a lot of things about the house rent. We talked about a lot of things about proposal, about engagement, and about a lot of things. And now we are talking about comedy. And yes, we are here with Ekene Smith in the... that your name. How did you even... That's your full name, yeah?
yeah, that's my full name. My full name is Ekene Smith Adigo. Yeah.
So please, Ekene, can we meet you?
Okay.
You know, a lot of people are watching right now. They look at, who's this guy? We need to know, please.
Okay, my name is Ekene Smith Adigo.
Yeah.
I'm a professional stand-up comedian. I'm an actor. I'm a content creator. And I'm a script writer. And by God's grace, the founder of Ekene Smith Adigo's Youth Foundation.
Hey, only one person, actor, script writer. Hey, Jesus, if we won't do now, which one they go remember for us? No, we do as well. Yeah. All right. So, what is about comedy? How did you even come about comedy?
First of all,
yeah.
I would say comedy. I was inspired by God, you know, the giver of life and talent, you know. But I won't fail to let me share a brief on how my story went, you know, my journey into the comedy industry. Okay, I was opportuned to work as a personal assistant to a renowned comedian, which happens to be my elder brother, Emeka Smith.
You get what I'm trying.
So I was privileged, you know, when I finished my secondary school, you know, I picked interest in entertainment, and he said, okay, I will give you opportunity to work as my personal assistant.
PA. You know what that comes.
You know, and then his name was everywhere in the country. Emeka Smith is a household name in Nigeria.
Yes.
The Nigerian comedy industry. So had the opportunity to meet a lot of comedians, you know, from Ali Baba to AY, you know. So that helped boost my confidence, you know. And at some point, I did hear too many jokes, you know. Sometimes, you know,
Jesus.
you know, before he goes to stage to crack a joke, that I'm the first audience.
Yeah.
You
get that?
You know, just the way you're looking at me, like,
hey, Father, no, you don't start with me.
So he go crack the joke for me, you know.
Yeah.
At some point, I will be adding, you know. I was saying, bros, why would you add like this?
I know people are like that.
So I did that for a while, you know. But the journey started fully when I gained admission into Delta State University.
Oh.
After I served him for like 4 to 5 years.
Wow.
And I gained admission and you know all these campus shows. I don't know how some people call it because the resemblance was there.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know how 1 or 2 people found out in my department
that you're related to.
Brother to Emeka Smith with this, so the AY, you know, and also they were like, we want to do the departmental week. You know, there's this week they're doing campus. Who's going to do MC? You know, one person say, you see Emeka Smith's brother for here, you want carry out, you want to go pay, who won't pay? So that was how it started, you know, and I was the MC, you know, and over what I've learned, you know, I tried to now start practicalizing what I learned. So it was good, you know, I was now like the official MC on campus, from my department, from there to faculty, from faculty to the student union government, which I even ended up as a student director of social of the student union government.
And so how was it like? Because I know that people that crack joke like this, they know they're around this place. They go down, they carry you like. So how was it like, you know, in school then? How were you able to, you know, relate with people and the rest of them?
I've always been this kind of person that I know they like more person, know they happy with me.
Hey, wow. That means we're gonna be quarreling every day.
No. What I do is basically, it's not like, nobody say I will start the crack joke for you. But I want to know what thing they make you feel sad. Even if I don't solve the problem 100.
You don't always say this. I said, people wait in Nigeria and no depression they kill you. Now just that you have not come to Nigeria to laugh because see, my country na cruise. Everywhere you enter, anything you go just dey laugh. Trust me, it's not like I don't know. There's something about Nigerians that is just so special. And even when people outside hear our voice, like they'll be like, is it a Nigerian? You get what I'm trying to say? So I don't know, like. A lot of people feel more relaxed when you know when they're in Nigeria. I'm trying to relate with a Nigerian person because they have this feeling that you get what I'm trying to say.
People.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's how it basically started. And I want to make you happy. I want to talk things, even if it's not to go buy you food or just make you just day happy, you know. So I just noticed that was part of me, you know. So I decided to work on it. That okay, this is a gift to wanting to make people happy, and how can I build on this thing and all. So I decided now. When I'm with you, I try to want to look at what's happening, you know, try to look at societal issues, you know, trying to want to bring out the humor in it. I started from there and all. And today I'm a stand-up comedian.
So I'd like to ask this question. What has been the most awkward or unexpected thing that has happened to you on stage before?
Okay, you know, when I started, I told you I built more of my confidence when I was in Delta State University.
Yeah.
And if you know Delta people, and every Delta man is a funny person, you understand?
Yes,
so at that point when I was doing departmental event, on my mind, I don't feel so more. I don't. You know when you don't get some kind of fan base for campus, you know.
You're sure that all they oh my God!
So there was this big, like the biggest event on campus, which is Exclusion night. You know, everybody come out. So you know, so me now, I always say,
don't already get your mic. God, waiting come for your hand because I don't say your hand for that day.
So you know, I wasn't really fully because you know this job, you have to be prepared about.
Yes.
You know, you have to rehearse, you have to plan. Some people plan every single thing they say on stage.
That's true.
You know, so I just come that day, you know, started just doing my normal regular, not knowing that that's more like an extraordinary event. You know, because you're having the whole campus there. You know, so I didn't really get what I was looking for. You know, as a comedian, there's this setting of performance that you perform and you'll be like, there's this
confidence,
there's this joy you have in your heart that you did well. You know, but when you don't get that joy, you know that there's still work to be done and all. So I didn't really get that that performance I was looking for.
Yeah.
So it's actually made me feel somehow.
God, I beg you. There was a time I was asked to, do something, and I was in my head, like every other places I've been doing it.
Okay.
So, but it came to a point where I was supposed to sing and do some things, but I didn't just know what happened that day. Just be like, say, make grand open my entire inside. But even say I can't dodge people as far as that kind of feeling you are having. I can't dodge people say I don't want make people know saying I meet this guy. Who will be that? Because I can't say who will that get where do that kind of thing for stage? Hey, good. I can't fear. It took me a while to come out of that. That kind of expression. Oh God.
And the time you come on stage matters a lot in an event, especially when you're an upcoming. It's always good for you to come early. Just do your thing. People are still much active. Energy is still there. People want to listen to you. But in a student event, imagine them bringing you up towards morning, early hours of the morning. A lot of people are tired. You must be very good
to even make them
laugh.
God.
So that was an experience.
So you talked about your movie. You talked about movies. You talked about acting. So how's it been like in the acting career?
Industry. I've been understudying a lot of this content creators that we like call them skit makers.
Skit makers, yes.
And I've been trying to want to see what I can do differently, unlike the normal skit, because anything I do, I want to see the bigger picture of that thing.
Yes.
So I thought of, why don't I come up with a comic series, not just a skit, something that over time it can come up on TV, on DSTV and all, I can build it up from there. And I started up. I'm always this kind of person, don't mind me, I'm always this kind of person that I like building I like wanting to create platform.
Yes.
Because I know platform is a lot in the industry. You need platform, and there's some people that won't just want you on their platform. You understand? So I know it's going to take a while, but I want to build my own platform. So I started with the Jobless Neighbor. So it was an idea because I'm a creative person, like I told you, I write too. So I started with Jobless Neighbor, Jobless neighbor is just like a neighbor in the compound. He doesn't have job.
Busy doing nothing.
So I got a lot of attention on it on YouTube and Instagram. Then I switched on when I traveled to the UK for a tour. When I came back to Nigeria, and I was like, the transportation system I had, the kind of system I saw when I was in the UK was just different. In the UK, you can see you'll be in the bus and you have network, internet, you're very relaxed. And when I came back to Nigeria, I just entered, and I entered bus and
Father, Nigeria,
the drum.
Make I just swallow it. I want to talk about the mama swallow
passenger.
From the roads. I don't even know where they could start.
So it was just crazy.
It's crazy.
And I was like, what can I do with this? Because anything I see, I want to bring out something from it. Then I started a series, which was the comic satire of the Lagos Bus Passenger, which I was the Lagos Bus Passenger. It's on my Instagram and YouTube too. So I'm looking at bringing it on cable TV soon. Comic satire expressing the Lagos transportation system, how it could get better. Not like we are centering on the bad side of it. We're just trying to bring out the rich culture of Lagos and how it could get better.
Nice. So apart from that, is there any other project you're working on right now?
Yeah. I'm working on another project. There's this, I own a foundation that helps promote positive youth and talent discovery. And we're focused on stand-up comedy for now. So there's this show, Laugh Supper I do, Easter Monday. So the next edition will be next year. Easter Monday, which I think is April 6th or so. So we're going to have a show. The show is basically Laugh Supper with the Kenneth Smith, Team the 12 Disciples, which will be showcasing the new stars of stand-up comedy. The 12 Disciples will be the new faces. You've never seen them anywhere, new faces in stand-up comedy. And we're going to have the Laugh Supper Comedy Challenge, Laugh Supper Comedy Challenge, where someone will going home 1 million naira. First prize, second prize, 600,000.
I want to be
third prize.
Be like say God, they call me to another place. You understand? Maybe not be here. Be like say now comedy. You get what I'm trying to say, but that one will after the show. We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about it. The advert will soon be everywhere.
Oh wow!
My God's grace.
So what should the people expect for this?
Expect to see new faces in stand-up comedy.
You get this feeling.
New talent, new creativity. That's one thing the foundation aims at. We believe in the next generation of the African talents.
Wow. So a lot of your fans are actually watching you right now, and they are like, I want to go into comedy. I want to be in this and space in entertainment.
Okay.
So what's your advice for them?
Okay. First of all, you need to pray about it. You need to be inspired by God. You know. Then secondly, you need to have a mentor. You need to have a mentor. You know. Then thirdly, it doesn't matter who is your mentor. You know, it can be someone that is upcoming too. You know, but you just love the person's style and all. Then there's this masterclass I do for stand-up comedians, upcoming stand-up comedians. It's always the last Friday of every month. You know, it's online. We bring established comedians to come inspire the younger ones. So they could just join. You could just chat me up that you want to be a comedian on my Instagram, @KennethSmith_CFR. Just chat me up. Then I'll add you to the masterclass. Then you could connect with all the comedians, you know. And from there, you could start your journey.
Hi. I don't hear him. All right. Thank you so much, Kenneth Smith, for sharing your light with us today. It was just a blast. I enjoyed myself, and I'm sure those watching us right now, you also enjoyed yourself. And yes, to my amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight. It was a blast. Remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle @VOPTV Live. And yes, subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes. Until next time, I am Sid Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. Bye for now.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice. the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world brimming with noise, only few rise above, clear, unapologetic, and unforgettable. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie is one of those voices, a storyteller who reshaped global narratives not just about Africa but about identity, power, and womanhood. She was raised in Nsukka, a quiet university town in southeastern Nigeria, a place where intellect was heritage and curiosity a birthright. Among 5 siblings, her passion for books set her apart, from African tales to British classics. She started studying medicine at the University of Nigeria, but later moved to the United States at 19 to focus on writing. In America, she encountered a different lens, one that reduced Africa to a single narrative of poverty and war. That cultural dissonance will shape her voice, sharpening her pen into a tool for clarity and resistance. Her debut novel, Purple Hibiscus, in 2003, arrived with quite a fuss, a coming-of-age tale nestled with Nigerian political unrest. It won the Commonwealth Writers' Prize and the literary world took notice. Then came Half a Yellow Sun in 2006, a sweeping portrait of the Biafran War, love, and shattering way of conflict. The novel earned the Orange Prize for fiction and cemented a place among the greats. Americana in 2013 followed a love story layered with themes of migration, race, and belonging. The New York Times named it one of the 10 best books of the year. Readers across the continent saw their truth in her pages. Chimamanda's influence moved far beyond the printed word. In 2009, she stood on a global stage and delivered The Danger of a Single Story. It wasn't just a talk, it was a cultural reset, a masterclass in reclaiming perspective. 3 years later, We Should All Be Feminists became a manifesto and a movement. Our words echoed through classrooms, boardrooms, and pop culture, even sampled by Beyonce in Flawless.
All of my work is, writing is very much, it's always about vanity. It's really about you, isn't it? And for me, it's sort of trying to make sense of, America has been such a part of me because I left Nigeria when I was 19. I was educated in the US. There's certain things that I find myself, I spell the American way now to my father's absolute horror. And so there's a connection.
In 2023, Chimamanda ventured into children's literature titled Mama's Sleeping Scarf, published under the pseudonym Unwa Grace James, a tribute to her mother. Inspired by her daughter, the story captures a child's day filled with imagination and familiar love. Away from the spotlight, She is married to Nigerian-American physician Dr. Ivara Esege. Together, they have 3 children. She is a devoted mother, balancing her global literary influence with family commitments. Through initiatives like the Farafina Trust Writing Workshop, she nurtures a new generation of African storytellers, ensuring their voices are not just heard but celebrated. Chimamanda reminds us that storytelling is not just art, it is resistance, healing, and hope. In every sentence she writes, there is courage. In every silence she breaks, there is freedom. And in every story she tells, there is truth.
In the book, I did not have the title. And that often happens when I sort of have an idea of what I want to write about, but I don't know what the title will be. And so I actually had imagined that I would call it For Men Only. I'm serious.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from South Sudan, where President of South Sudan, Salva Kiir, unexpectedly dismissed Vice President Benjamin Bol Mel by decree on state TV, also stripping him of his military rank. Kerr removed several of Ball's male key allies, including the central bank governor and the revenue authority chief, in a surprise shakeup that could occur without explanation. The sacking comes amid deepening political tensions and growing fears that the country could relapse into conflict after the collapse of his power-sharing deal with rival first Vice President Riek Machar. Ball Mel, who was seen as a potential successor to the 74-year-old Kerr, responded calmly, publicly thanking the president for the opportunity to serve. Mel's abrupt removal follows rising speculation about internal rifts and public frustration over corruption. He had faced U.S. sanctions accusing him of serving as Kerr's principal financial advisor, a claim the presidency denies. His security detail was reportedly withdrawn just hours before his official dismissal. This shakeup adds to an already volatile political climate in the world's youngest nation. Machar was charged earlier this year. Planned elections remain delayed, and clashes between rival forces continue to escalate across the country. And to the Central African Republic, the Constitutional Court has begun reviewing a petition to disqualify President Faustin Archange Touadera from running in the December election. The civil society group, the Observatory for Democratic Governance, claims Touadera does not meet a constitutional requirement on proving lineage, arguing his surname suggests an untraceable paternal origin. The government has vehemently dismissed the request as an attempt to mislead the public, though it remains unclear how quickly the court will rule on the eligibility criteria. This legal dispute unfolds as Touadera pursues a third term, a move made public and possible only by the removal of presidential term limits in a controversial referendum last year. The political tensions are further heightened by challenges facing opposition figures. Opposition leaders Anicet Georges Delongwele is reportedly facing obstacle in obtaining a passport, effectively hindering his ability to run and adding to concerns about the fairness of the election process. The political and security environment remains fragile across the CAR. The government's push for Touadera's third term and the challenges to opposition candidates are taking place amidst the country's ongoing security crisis, sustained stability efforts backed by Russia. And in Cameroon, the government official has claimed a death toll of 16 persons killed in post-election process severely understates the true figure, arguing that approximately 30 demonstrators died. The unrest erupted after 92-year-old President Paul Biya was declared the winner of the October 12 election, securing a heavily disputed 8th term. Interior Minister Paul Atanga Nje confirmed 13 protesters were killed in Douala and 3 in the North region, with over 800 arrests made nationwide. However, organizations including Human Rights Watch and opposition figures dispute these figures, claiming the number of fatalities is nearly double the official count. Adding to the controversy, right groups allege that security forces removed some bodies from hospital morgues, a claim that fuels distrust in the government's figures. The suppression follows the election result, which was widely challenged by opposition candidates who claimed widespread irregularities. The dispute over the death toll highlights the deep political instability and security concerns following a contentious election. The conflict in numbers underscores the tension between the government and civil society over the right to peaceful protest and official accountability. And from Cameroon, move straight to South Africa, where the finance minister, Enoch Godongwana, has publicly rejected U.S. President Donald Trump's false claims of a genocide being carried out against white Afrikaners. Speaking during the medium-term budget update, Godongwana stated South Africa has been falsely accused and threatened with punitive sanctions based on falsehood. The claims, widely rejected by South African government, had many Afrikaner groups were cited by Trump to justify his nation boycotting the upcoming G20 summit in Johannesburg. Trump posted on social media that the minority group was being persecuted and having land taken due to their race, a narrative frequently refuted by Pretoria. This incident is part of broader diplomatic friction between Washington and Pretoria. Earlier, South Africa filed a highly contentious case accusing the U.S. ally Israel of genocide against Palestinians at the UN's top court. Godongwana accused Washington of spreading fear and misinformation while praising local Afrikaner groups who publicly rejected Trump's remark as unpatriotic propaganda. The incident underscores the sensitive political and diplomatic climate ahead of the G20 summit, which South Africa is set to host on November 22nd and 23rd. And in Sudan, the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has called for action to be taken to stop Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces from accessing more weapons. Speaking at a G7's meeting, Rubio stated the RSF is committing acts of sexual violence and atrocities against women, children, and innocent civilians of the most horrific kind, demanding an immediate end. The call marks the U.S. government's strongest statement on the Sudanese civil war, even as it spearheads attempt for a ceasefire agreement between the RSF and the Sudanese armed forces. Rubio noted he was not calling anybody out, but stressed the focus was on a good outcome. Ceasefire efforts, however, have faced hitches, notably the SAF's objection to the United Arab Emirates participating due to accusation that the UAE is backing the RSF. This tension highlights the complex international interest fueling the conflict. The RSF only accepted the proposed truce in September following its violent capture of El Fasher, but the SAF claims the RSF has already violated the agreement. The U.S. is pressuring the international community to restrict the RSF's ability to wage war and commit atrocities. Still in Sudan, Sudan's civil war deepens into its second year. A new generation of young volunteers is stepping up to confront the country's overwhelming humanitarian collapse. Across devastated neighborhoods, they run soup kitchens and aid posts to keep their communities alive. In a nation where 12 million people are displaced and 21 million face severe hunger, these volunteers prepare what, for many, is the only meal for the day, simply lentil soup cooked in battered pots that echo through the streets. Their work is dangerous. Militias target anyone trying to help. Volunteer Jihad Adin says 4 of their team members have been killed, including a friend shot while buying food for the neighborhood. We are doing this for them, he said. Beyond food, the volunteers operate small medical stations to support the elderly and vulnerable, offering medicine and basic treatments as Sudan's health system collapses. Despite the risk, they refuse to flee, driven by a belief that if they leave, no one will protect their communities. And from Sudan, move straight to Tanzania, where President Samia Suluhu Hassan has appointed longtime ally and former finance minister Mwigulu Nchemba as prime minister, days after a disputed October 29 election has sparked deadly unrest. Parliament confirmed Nchemba in a near unanimous vote underscoring the ruling party's dominance after Hassan was declared the winner. Rights group and opposition leaders report that hundreds of protesters were killed in post-election clashes. The government, however, has dismissed claims that over 1,000 deaths are as exaggerated and has yet to provide its own figures. Nchemba, who served under former President John Magufuli and has been removed in cabinet reshuffles, pledged to focus on major infrastructural projects as Tanzania targets 6% economic growth this year. Critics continue to accuse Hassan's government of election rigging and suppressing dissent. The president rejects these claims, defending the credibility of the vote and their administration's human rights record. Moving on, Mali is facing a sharp rise in insecurity as jihadist groups intensify kidnapping of foreign nationals. Between May and October 2025, an estimated 22 to 26 foreigners were abducted, nearly double the previous record set in 2022. Most of the kidnappings were blamed on JNIM, the Al-Qaeda-linked coalition active across the Sahel. Analysts say hostage-taking has become a major source of revenue in what the group called its economic jihad. Ransom payments have reached unprecedented levels. One high-profile case reportedly saw JNIM collect as much as $50 million for the release of an Emirati national and his entourage. Beyond financing militancy, the surge in abduction is undermining foreign presence in Mali. The growing threat poses risk in investment, diplomacy, and overall stability in West Africa. Moving on, Kenya's Foreign Affairs Minister Musalia Mudavadi stated that over 200 Kenyans, including former soldiers, are believed to be fighting in Russia in the war in Ukraine. Mudavadi urged caution, warning that recruitment agencies are actively luring vulnerable citizens with false promises of safety and high pay. The ministry reports that Kenya's embassy in Moscow has recorded injuries among some recruits. These individuals were allegedly promised up to $18,000 to cover travels and accommodation. Ukraine recently confirmed that over 1,400 citizens from around 3 dozen African countries are fighting alongside Russian forces. The Kenyan government is intervening diplomatically, with President William Ruto speaking to Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Ruto requested the release of Kenyans detained in the conflict zone as part of an effort to repatriate citizens caught in the fighting. This predatory recruitment affects the wider continent. South Africa also announcing it is working to secure the repatriation of 17 of its citizens who were persuaded into machinery work with promises of high salaries before being stranded by the battlefield in Ukraine's Donbas region. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an erudite scholar in education, economy, and finance. He's also a prominent writer right here in Nigeria. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, then let's jump right into this conversation. Interestingly, this story emanated last week, particularly on the fact that machineries go all around Africa to recruit young Africans into the military in both Ukraine and Russia. At this point, over 200 Kenyans are found in that battle of Russia and Ukraine. Kenyan government is presently having a conversation with Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, to finding a lasting solution on how to repatriate these people back home. But first, from your perspective, what do you make of these kind of conversation, owing to the fact that Kenyans are known to want to work hard for their money?
Well, machineries go where there's war, understand?
Okay.
To fight for money.
Right.
To fight for money, they are like footballers who go from one club to the other. So they don't represent any people, they represent themselves. But their purpose is just to make money. Understand?
Okay.
So as they are there, they are not fighting on behalf of Kenya or on behalf of South Africa. They are fighting for their own pockets. And this is known. This is known. And it didn't start today. It has been there.
Doctor, sorry to butt in here. I like the fact that you said it didn't start today. Now, concerns are being raised about the fact that these channels are known, even by government officials. Why are they not naming these channels and even prosecuting? Because this, according to them, is wrong.
For me, if you read the book, The Dogs of War, by Frederick Fawcett.
Right.
Understand?
Right.
So he wrote extensively on it. That's foreigners who came to Africa as missionaries. They go to Congo, they go to Angola, they go to different parts of Africa just for their money. Some even take up the job of assassinating a head of state or a president. Understand?
Okay.
Maybe when a country feels that they don't have the caliber of people that will kill the president, missionaries are there. Understand? You hire them, you pay them, and they'll go and kill the president.
Right. Right.
So they all know this. It's not strange.
So why are they not prosecuted? Since they know these machineries, they know their links, they know their channels at which they get these young Africans. Why are the government of Africa not prosecuting?
That's to start with. Machineries are known.
Yes.
Understand me? People even advertise themselves as machineries depending on the job that you want them to do. It is legal. Do you understand me?
So at this point, Kenyan government is saying these people deceived our young individuals that they want to offer them job of about, I think, $18,000. And as it stands, they are changing the concept of the job to pushing them to the front line.
Well, machineries are known all over. They register themselves. They advertise themselves in the social media. This is the job that we do. Understand? Some retired soldiers do those things. Right. And there are people who also recruit mercenaries for governments.
Okay. Okay.
There are people who recruit mercenaries for government because these people now are known. And now it depends on the criteria that those from Kenya went to Russia.
Now,
whether they really know that they are going there as mercenaries or they are going there for one kind of job or the other.
Okay, now, Doctor, I just dug out something, and I understand now that I'm dealing with doctrine and, of course, duty. Kenya swears by non-interference and anti-machinery treaties. So, in other words, they are signatories to non-interference and anti-machinery treaties, which, of course, several nations also are signatories to. But as it stands, owing to that doctrine of the signage as a country, is there the possibility that Kenya clearly would be looking at bringing back this over 200 plus citizens back home alive? And then what legal means can they use to bring back these people?
As I said, they are not there fighting for Kenya. They are not there fighting for Kenya. Mercenaries are individuals.
Okay.
Are individuals who are paid to fight. So they don't carry the edition of any country. Understand?
Yeah.
So, but it depends on how this recruitment was done. Whether they were aware that you are a missionary, you are going to Russia that to fight Ukraine, and you will be paid. Understand me? So I don't know whether they were deceived or they are conscious of what they were signing.
Looking at the fact that right now we're talking about being deceived or being conscious of what they were signing, there is also the possibility that these people clearly did it as a result of the fact that they believe that the economy of the country is not doing well enough for them to taking up that responsibility of going to fight on behalf of another country, not even their country. So on the part of job creation, is the Kenyan government doing well enough that made these people decide to have to take this decision of becoming a machinery with the Russian government?
Well, economy is a factor, because if they are comfortable in their country, if they are well engaged, that's profitably engaged in their country,
yes,
they will not want to go and do such things. So the state of economy of a country is one factor. But we will also not rule on the fact that there are people, even if they are billionaires, like fighting, like war. Understand?
Okay.
Understand me?
Okay.
We have such people abroad. They are in Britain, they are in UK, so they just like fighting, they just like action. Understand? There are people who have said that their will is to die, that's in the battlefield.
Right.
Understand me?
Right.
So for now, as I said, one, economy is a major factor. And when they are not getting what they want in their own country, there's always this desire or pressure to look elsewhere. And when they see promises from other countries, they may decide to go there.
Okay. Let's look at the part of payment. Let's just assume blankly that these people clearly they understood the assignments that they're going to do. As compared to what they would earn if they were in Kenya, do you think this is another factor when it comes to military presence and force by these young people who decided to join the machinery on their own in terms of payments? The remuneration of being in the military, either of Kenya or of Russia?
No, that's an instance. That's hourly wage in UK is 12 pounds.
Yes.
12 pounds, 300 pence, which is our equivalent of 30,000 naira.
Right.
So, and here, minimum wage is 70,000. So in UK, you earn this minimum wage of Nigeria in 2 hours. Understand me? You will earn that in 2 hours. So the Java syndrome, understand?
Right.
Will always be there, because if you go there, you will earn far more. If you go there, you will earn far more, even though you are going to spend a good percentage of it in taxes.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, you are going to spend a good percentage of it in taxes. But when you convert what you will earn there to what you are earning here, you feel that you are wasting your time that's in Africa. So that's exactly what is happening now. And there's a country now, well, we can call it a country that hourly wage is $25. Understand?
So that clearly might have a major factor of young people going to that country too.
Or the country is called Guam. Understand?
Okay.
Understand? That even Americans are rushing there. Because they are currently the highest paying in the world. UK is paying 12 pounds.
12.3.
Understand me? But these people are paying $25 per hour. So if Nigerians hear this, they will run crazy. They will even swim the Atlantic Ocean to go there. So it is these things. These are the things that attract them. So, an instance, if Ukraine or Russia promise them, we'll be paying you $500 every day if you come and fight for us, and they convert $500 to Kenyan currency. Understand me? You will see. They will want to go there. Understand?
This again on the part of the economy. You definitely are saying that the governments have failed on the part of the economy.
They have failed. They have not really done well in the area of job provision, understand me, for the youth.
All right,
and that's one of the major reasons for the unrest on of Africa, when the youth are not fully economically engaged.
And that's a continent that has almost 60 to 70% of the young people.
And the richest continent in the world.
Let's get to another country quickly because of our time. We'll go straight to Tanzania, where, interestingly, Doctor, the president, of course, returning back to office, President Samia Suluhu Hassan, has appointed a longtime ally and, of course, a former finance minister, Mwigulu Nchemba, as prime minister, days after a disputed October 29 election. Well, again, this has sparked several questioning. Parliament has confirmed Nchemba. And again, this again clearly states the dominance within the party and, of course, the parliament. Doctor, from your position, let's start off from this person and, of course, the voices of opposition, particularly on the part of this election that happened in October 29. I'm talking about the Tanzanian election. The president has appointed former finance minister as the new prime minister. These kind of conversations of having old folks and, of course, they call it a settlement of political friendship. What's your position with this kind of development?
You use it to stabilize your government, understand? Because the new prime minister have his own supporters, understand?
Right.
So now that he is now in government, he will tell his supporters, calm down, understand? We are now part of the system. So it is used to stabilize the government. And that's why parties go into coalition, understand me? When they are there, that it helps in stability. So for me, because I read that about 2,000 people died during protest.
That protest. Well, again, opposition figure has alleged that it's about over 1,000 deaths, and rights group, including the UN-linked report, says hundreds were killed in that process. But what do you think at this point, or what independent mechanism can be used to not only verify elections to the point where either the incumbent or the one who is elected into office can be accountable for whatever level of unrest comes after election, post-election, basically?
One, if due process is followed, if the nation is free, fair, and credible, there will be no unrest. Understand me? Okay. People protest when they feel cheated. People protest when they feel that their vote did not count, or we are not allowed that to count. If an election is free, fair, there's no need for the protest. But the woman, first of all, manipulated the process. She rigged the election before the election day by disqualifying the key
opposition figures.
So, which means there's no way there will be no protest that's after.
Okay.
So, but one, if the judiciary is independent, at least if the election is rigged and I go to the court, I will get justice or fair hearing.
Yeah.
It helps that to calm the opposition. Understand?
Okay.
But when you know that the judiciary has been compromised, even if the election is rigged and you go that to court, you will not get a fair hearing.
Now,
Notice, you resort to arms.
Right. And again, the concern are being raised, Doctor, when the election did happen and people started protesting the result, internet was shut down, businesses were shut down. What do you make of these kind of decisions from the government in power?
Well, internet shutting down is to avoid the mobilization, because all over the world now, the people mobilize through the social media. But if the internet is shut down, it means there will be no mobilization, there will be no communication. That's what is happening in Iran. Whenever people want to protest, they will shut down the telecom companies so that there will be no mobilization through the social media. And I'm shocked that a woman should be doing this.
Now that seems to be something really questionable, because again, some have said that it's not possible. And I want you to also chime in on this. How possible is it to achieve a 97 to 98% victory in an election that, again, opposition figures were not in the ballot?
Yes, so he has, that's what I said. She rigged the election before the election day. When you manipulate all the process,
right,
there's no way you can get up to that you will not get even 100%. Understand?
Yes.
When the process is manipulated, because you will not see again credible, free, fair election. So that is what happened.
All right, let me come to the part that you definitely want to talk about, and I'm talking about the economic part that the new Prime Minister Njemba has promised 6% increase growth target for a nation that have gone through total paralyzed commerce, curfew, and of course, capital flights being grounded. How is that achievable? 6% increase. And of course, for a nation that is having the opposition clearly talking almost every time.
Well, it is a projection.
Okay.
It is a projection. It is a hope, and a lot of the time, hope is not a strategy. Understand? So many countries that are projecting, but only few achieve that. So for me, it is an ambitious projection, but I don't see it being actualized, because one, the morale of Tanzanians are still very low. So I don't think that they will, because the death has not been healed.
Right.
So I'm not seeing people coming out, bringing out their best, supporting this government that's now. So I'm not even seeing them getting up to 2% in the next 1 year.
So obviously this looked like another projection or political statement on the part of the new Prime Minister, who again was a former finance minister.
He wants to give hope to the people. Our country is going to become better. Calm down. Understand? But where there's no peace, there will not be development. And in Tanzania, as we speak, there's no peace. Understand?
Okay.
So they are using force to intimidate, to harass people. So you cannot expect such people to be productive. Understand me? So for me, it's just a hope which they will not buy into.
Doctor, I was really going to ask you, and I need you to clearly tell Africans as it stands, how achievable is a 6% increase growth on the economy of a nation, particularly a nation that have faced a little, well, I wouldn't want to call it a little unrest, an unrest that has taken lives of over 1,000 people post-election?
Well, even China, stable countries have not even achieved it. I mean, countries that are stable, that has the electricity, infrastructure, and other things working. they have not achieved the 6% growth.
Wow.
So I don't see them achieving it. Or the highest that most countries are achieving is 4 to 5. That's or depending on the state of their infrastructure, on the state of energy. Then how they have been able to reduce corruption.
Right.
But I'm not seeing any African country as we speak getting anything above 3%.
Wow.
Any African country.
Coming from an economist who clearly is an authority when it comes to economics across Africa. Well, let's move from Tanzania to another troubled nation, and I'm talking about Sudan, where, interestingly, the U.S. clearly is calling for actions, particularly on the part of sales of weapons to the paramilitary rapid support forces. Well, interestingly as well, the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has totally called for a total stop. So, from your perspective, Doctor, U.S. Secretary of State consistently talking hard when it comes to this level of unrest in Sudan, and talking to the part of arms sales to these militias. I'm talking about the paramilitary rapid support forces. What's your take on this?
Well, the easiest way to stop a habit or an act is to deny access. Understand me?
Okay.
So when people are fighting and using weapons, killing each other, it means if you deny them access to those weapons, that fight will stop. Do you understand me?
Right.
So why this fight has continued up to now is that they have access to guns. But if that is denied, it will stop. So Marco Rubio is on the right side. What he's saying is true, and like the concern that America is showing on Sudan, which is a very, very good thing. But they should try that to put humanity first. They should try that to put people first, because it is not good to destroy what you cannot create. Okay. Of all the advancement in science, nobody has been able to create a human being.
Right.
So it is wrong, it is bad to destroy what you cannot create. So they should be doing more of jaw than war.
Now, what measures really can be put in place for these level of fightings and unrest in Sudan to totally be put to bed and not come up again? You would recall as well that there is some level of truce ongoing between the US and, of course, the UAE to broker peace between the RSF and, of course, the Sudanese army. What measures can be put in place, Doctor? Because this is becoming one too many.
Well, the first step, like Marco Rubio, is to deny them access to guns.
Okay.
Deny them access to guns. When there are no guns, when they don't have access to gun, maybe they can resort to throwing stones or using sticks, which is not harmful. So they should check how guns are entering into Sudan and try that to stop it. Understand? Okay. The lesser gun that they have, the better for the country and for the people.
Now, again, there are conversations about freezing some of the accounts of the strongmen, practically financing these groups, and of course, even the Sudanese army. What's your position about account freezing?
For me, it is good not just freezing the account and also getting them arrested, incapacitating them, so that they will not be able to do any of those things. Doctor,
in 60 seconds, I'm going to push two stories together. There's a major boycott by the U.S. government going into the G20 summit in Johannesburg. And there is also the part where the president of South Sudan have sacked his vice president, clearly because he feels there are calls for coup in that same government. Two stories in one, maybe in 1 minute, because we're really pressed for time.
One, South African government is denying genocide. Xenophobia, that's what is it? Understand? Xenophobia, what is it? It is genocide. Understand me?
Okay.
So, and you know, recently, America gave us some white South Africans this thing. What word should I use? Okay. They were asked that to come over to America,
okay,
because of what is happening there now.
Right.
Their lands are being seized by the owners of the land. So even if it's not genocide, people are being harassed in South Africa. Understand? Not just those Afrikaners, what Afrikaners, but Nigerians and so on and so forth. So, and for Sudan,
Salva Kiir,
they say when two people cannot live together unless they agree, understand? And a house divided cannot stand, understand?
Okay.
So they should try and have peace, understand?
But doctor, sorry to bother you. I really want to stop. The South Sudanese president, I'm talking about Salva Kiir, clearly is the one who has sacked his first vice president. I'm talking about Riek Machar, and now his second vice president, who we believe that he has confidence on.
Well, this is creating more division in the country, and it's going to lead to more problems in the country.
The youngest country in Africa.
Because they are representing some people. Those being sacked have people that they are representing, and they'll be coming out that's on a revolt.
All right, then. This is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. We've been talking with Dr. Peter Anosike, an erudite scholar on finance, economy, and of course, almost education, I must say. And he is a very amazing writer right here in Nigeria. Once again, thank you so very much, Doctor, for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We'll take a quick break right now. When we return, more stories on the African News will be up next. Please do stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most.
Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Ethiopian health authorities are investigating a suspected outbreak of viral hemorrhagic fever in the southern Omo region after 8 possible cases were reported, according to the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC. The health ministry is expected to release its findings today, February the 14th, November the 14th. While the World Health Organization has deployed 11 technical officers and provided protective gear, infection control supplies, and an isolation tent to support the response. The African CDC described the situation as concerning, noting almost proximity to South Sudan, which faces a fragile health system. Regional outbreaks of epidemic-prone diseases have recently affected several East and Central African countries. Diseases such as Ebola, Marburg, Lassa fever, and Cayman-Congo hemorrhagic fever have all emerged in neighboring countries, highlighting the urgent need for containment and preparedness in Ethiopia. From that story, we'll move straight to talking African business story. Nigerian billionaire Aliko Dangote has struck a landmark $1 billion investment deal with Zimbabwe, a move set to reshape Southern Africa's industrial landscape. Dangote met with President Emmerson Mnangagwa in Harare on Wednesday to sign a memorandum of understanding marking one of the largest private sector investments in the country in years. The flagship project includes a major fertilizer plant and a 2,000-kilometer long pipeline that will run from Namibia Walvis Bay through Botswana to Zimbabwe's second-largest city, Bulawayo. Dangote confirmed the total investment would exceed $1 billion, primarily due to the cost of the pipeline infrastructure. The deal underscores growing investor confidence in President Mnangagwa's economic reforms agenda and brings Africa's richest man deeper into the southern region. A presidential spokesperson noted that the project could significantly change Zimbabwe's production structure, making fuel imports cheaper. The agreement paves the way for major projects across energy, cement, fertilizer production, and infrastructure development. Dangote is also planning a large fuel shortage facility in Walvis Bay, aimed at cutting Southern Africa's dependence on fuel imports from Europe and Asia. And to wrap up African news, we'll go straight talking sports. Nigeria and DR Congo will battle on Sunday for a coveted spot in the Intercontinental Playoffs for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The match is expected to be tense, with both sides chasing a final chance to stay on the road to North America. The Super Eagles sealed their playoff ticket after a dominant 4-1 win over Gabon, while the Leopards edged Cameroon 1-0 to advance. Both teams come into the showdown with strong momentum and huge expectations from their fans. Historically, Nigeria and DR Congo have met 6 times, with the Congolese holding a slight edge. DR Congo have won 3 of those encounters. Nigeria have just 2 victories, and 1 match ended in a draw. Their meetings date back to 1966, when both sides traded wins. More recent clashes included Nigeria's 5-2 victory in 2010, DR Congo's 2-0 win in 2015, and a 1-0 draw in the last encounter in 2018. With that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOPTV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right now.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. 3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries, 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people, 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Health Check, the program where we discuss key issues that affect our health and well-being here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I am delighted to be here with fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health issues in ways that are relevant, real, and empowering. But first, remember you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. Today, we're talking about a skin condition that affects millions of people around the world. And we're talking about scabies. Yes, scabies. It's itchy, uncomfortable, and often misunderstood for other skin reactions. But the good news is it is completely treatable. Well, according to the World Health Organization, scabies affects more than 200 million people worldwide at any given time, making it one of the most common skin conditions globally. It is particularly common in crowded areas and communities with limited access to healthcare, such as hostels, refugee camps, and nursing homes, of course. Well, to help us understand these conditions better, we'll be speaking with a medical expert who will share professional insights and practical tips to guide us through. And today, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adeogun, who is a public health physician and wellness advocate. And he's here with us again on Health Check. Thank you very much for coming, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
It's nice to have you on the show again.
Same here. Thank
Doctor,
you.
how have you been?
Very well, thank you. How have you been?
Great. Last week, I asked you about one of the things that you practice that you would want the viewers to also practice, and you talked about sleep. So, Doctor, have you been having enough sleep lately, knowing that your profession is very wonderful?
Well, in the last 1 week, I would say I've not had enough sleep, but I'm trying to work on that.
Okay. Well, I can say that's the same for some of the Nigerians as well that are struggling with, stress, health, traffic, all of those things.
Yeah.
So it is well, everyone just please take care of your health, because that's what we do here on our VOP TV. We help you pay attention to your health, of course. So today we're talking about scabies, and we want to just understand, because scabies is usually misunderstood, if you would agree with me, for other skin reactions, because I understand that scabies is a skin infection and all that. All right, so what exactly causes scabies and how does it spread from one person to the other?
Okay, scabies is a dermatological condition. That's a skin condition that is transmitted through skin-to-skin contact between people. It is highly contagious, and the main causative factor is a mite called Sarcoptes scabi. That's the name. So it finds its way into the skin and then causes this intense itching that occurs particularly at night. And the areas of the body that are most affected include areas like between the fingers, the wrist, the elbow, in some cases the buttock area, the waistline.
Oh, wow.
And when this happens, there's intense itching, and then you may have a rash, like a bump-like reddish rash, that is really very, very itchy. And then you find it, like you said, it's typically described as very distressing and very uncomfortable for people that suffer from it. And it is usually found in places where people have poor hygiene, or they have limited access to water, and of course that affects the level of their hygiene. Then it's also common in places where you have overcrowding, like the refugee camps, like boarding schools or hostels, even in the prisons. It's really, really, you have a high prevalence of it in the prisons where, people are, in large numbers in a confined space. And because of the close proximity they are with each other, it's easily transmissible. Yeah, because of the nature of the infectivity of the condition. So basically, when people have this, typically there's the itchy and the skin and the scratching and all that. And they may even have excoriations from the intense itching. You find out that you can see the scratch marks, on those areas. Could really, really be intense. And most times people may mistake it for other things, like you rightly said. Some people, especially in areas like Nigeria, where people self-diagnose themselves, That's
very funny.
You will hear people giving it all sorts of names.
Self-diagnose themselves. Yes, I love that.
Yeah, because that's how it is. Because most times in the hospital, you find people approaching the doctor and they already...
They will even tell you,
exactly
doctor,
what they
it's
have.
Just malaria.
Exactly. They will tell you what they have already. So they've already diagnosed themselves even before a physician, listens to them or examines them or orders for any test. So they already know what they want from you. So it now takes a very good professional to let them know that you don't diagnose yourself. Yeah. Just let me listen to your complaints. Leave it to me to now find out what the problems are. Let me have my examination done. Let me order my investigations. And then I'll be able to make quality decisions on what you really have. That's the only way I can make a precise diagnosis. So basically the same applies to scabies. So when people come with the itchiness and then the rash on the skin and then the intense itching, that is what's at night, because there are these spaces in between the webs of the fingers, you know. The tick may find its way and form burrows into those areas, and the itchiness is out of this world. Yes,
Wow.
it's intense. So you find that a lot of people who have been going for prison outreaches, for instance, like churches that go for prison outreaches, they find out that most of the complaints or concerns that people in the prisons have is related to scabies and other skin infections. So that's why a lot of people, when they are preparing to visit the prisons, they always go with hygienic materials, things for hygiene.
Hand sanitizers,
soaps, sponge, towels, you know, because these are the things that, you know, people really need to make sure that their skin health is maintained. Yeah, and then, of course, the access to water, to potable water, is very, very important to mention here.
I am really, really interested in the proper hygiene part, because I feel like a lot of people really lack proper hygiene.
Absolutely.
And it's not only limited to resources that they are, you know, that is available at their disposal. Just personally, they just lack how to take good care of themselves and their surroundings. So can you throw more light to that as to how proper hygiene could be a major cause of scabies?
Because when it comes to hygiene and grooming, I think it's something that should be instilled in a child from the earliest age. You know, your parents should watch you, you know, have your bath by yourself. By the time you're becoming
Even when they do, laziness could also come into play.
Well, the truth of the matter is that is where discipline comes in. When you can't take care of your own self, then how do you take care of other people around you? How do you take care of your environment?
Exactly.
When you're at a loss at what to do to take care of your own body. So it's important that parents, part of the normal upbringing of a child, apart from the morals and knowing how to be cautious and respectful, is also how to learn to take good care of yourself.
Definitely.
And appear clean all the time. And when we're talking of cleanliness, we're not talking of just cleanliness of your skin alone. Your clothes, your beddings, your towels, you know, all your personal effects, everything must be properly done. Laundry done when it should be done, you know, and your environment kept as clean as possible. Because these are the things that, if parents fail at this, then it's a major failure. Because if they don't learn how to do it at home, then do you expect them to learn it when they're in school, when they're
all by themselves,
when they are all by themselves? So I think really, when it comes to parental upbringing of children, you, like they say, charity begins at home. You cannot expect the school to give to your child what you have failed to give your child at home.
Definitely.
So I believe that hygiene is something that should be enforced. You know, when a child is in infancy, of course, you would have to do all the hygiene yourself as the responsible adult around. But by the time the child is growing and becoming a bit independent, you should teach the child how to brush their teeth properly. You should teach the child how to have a proper bath. You should teach a child how to use the toilet and clean up properly. You should teach a child how to change their clothes. You should teach a child how to do their laundry. Even how to wash their own plates.
Definitely.
These are basic stuff that, you know, that live with a child for the rest of their life. So if you miss it at those formative years where they're expected to learn from you, who is the responsible adult in their lives, then it will be a major failure in the long run. And as for the boarding schools, the hostels, the prisons, and places where you have a lot of people.
Yeah, especially the prisons, because they almost cannot help themselves.
Yeah, they almost cannot help themselves. So that is why, you know, systems must be in place to make sure that everything they need to take care of their hygiene must be provided.
All right, so this is a message to the government,
Of course, water, spacing out, you know, you don't need overcrowding. You know, you need decent spaces between inmates. And then you need decent spaces, even in the hostels. You don't need people to be clumped up together like sardines. People need good space, you know, so that there's good ventilation, and then people have their own personal effects. And you don't need to intrude on another person's privacy just because you want to get things done. You know, you don't need to bump into each other in a very small, limited, restricted space. So all these are very essential things that we can, you know, put in place, because it's skin to skin contact. There's no how you relate with other people and you will not have some form of contacts with them. And you can imagine in a place that is overcrowded, that is poorly ventilated, that there's no water, there's no adequate soap or personal hygiene effects, it becomes a problem, and then it becomes almost like an epidemic, or the outbreak of scabies in such locations.
All right. So, what exactly about proper hygiene is really important in the cause of this particular disease? Is it that there are insects that could cause this because of dirt and all of that? Can you just break that down so that we can understand from where this whole proper hygiene has to come from in this disease?
So the mite that is implicated in scabies actually finds its way into the skin. And once it burrows its way into the skin, it sets up some kind of allergic reactions that results in the intense itching. And then it causes irritation in the skin, and you have the rash and those pruritic lesions that we talked about. But the important thing to do is, first and foremost, you must make sure that you have a decent bath. You know how to...
Decent bath.
Yeah, you know how to bath yourself properly. Properly.
Shouldn't we do a lecture on how to bathe?
Yeah, maybe in some cases, because sometimes you even watch.
Nobody tends to inspect you in the bathroom, so you just do whatever you like and come outside.
Correct.
How are we sure that you were bathing
Correct.
properly?
That is why some people, when they say they're coming out of the bathroom, you look at them and you ask,
"Are you sure you took your bath?
Are you sure you were not just playing in there? Are you sure you did anything in there?" Because by the time they come out, you expect that somebody who has had a proper bath should look a certain way.
Yeah.
And then you should also, for children who are in their, still very young, you can actually do some random inspection. And then you take a look at their skin from time to time. Is there any unusual rash? Is there any unusual itching? So when you see a child putting his hands in his shirt and scratching something, you better investigate and find out. Or you find a child having marks, nail marks, scratch marks all over their bodies. It's something to investigate. It may not be scabies all the time. Sometimes it could be due to another kind of allergy. You can also have other skin problems that can make you itch, or you could also have some drug reactions that can make you itch. But for scabies, the itching is quite intense, and you would know that
it's good for a doctor to diagnose this by himself.
And the parents or the older people around, in terms of if it's a child, they should be very observant, and they should know when a child is having some concerns, because sometimes the child will not talk to you about it, but it's what you observe that you're going to act on. And then you take the child for proper examination. So some investigations are done to actually confirm the diagnosis. Most times it's a clinical diagnosis. Once you see the presenting symptoms and you see how the child has presented, typically after infection, it takes about 2 to 6 weeks for you to see the manifestation, on the skin of the person. But for most people, or most doctors, just a physical examination is enough to make the diagnosis, because of the particular areas where the infection is usually focused on mostly. And then, of course, you now look at all that scenario around the history that you have taken. Do they live in an overcrowded place? Is there poor quality? Is there no access to water? Are their hygienic practices there faulty? Is the person living in a hostel? Is the person in a refugee camp and all that? So you can see that it is more common amongst a certain group of people than other certain groups of people. So for most people, it's usually people of lower socioeconomic class, or people who are in confinement.
In confinement. When you were talking about bathing, it occurred to me that we should also talk about the amount of times we should have a proper bath in a day. So once or twice daily. I want you to just talk about that.
That's depends on multiple factors. Some people sweat more than other people. Some people, of course, we that live in the tropics, our climate is hot, you sweat a lot. So if you know that you are somebody who tends to sweat a lot, or your kids tend to sweat a lot, well, they should probably have their bath twice a day. Because even your normal sweat, once it stays on the skin for so long, tends to irritate the skin and causes some form of reaction on the skin. And you may find people having the heat rash or atopic dermatitis or any type of skin irritation, which is usually uncomfortable even for a child. And for children in their infancy who can't communicate, you just find them, crying or being irritable, and you can't really find out why they are crying or why they're having that problem. That's why you as the adult or as the parent must be observant and find out if there's any new rash or anything generally that is appearing newly on the child that is making the child uncomfortable. And then I think it's important to also emphasize on washing your towels, washing your bed
Oh my God,
sheets.
you just read my mind, like you took it out of my mind. I was going to talk about it. You know, towels, we only use them when you just take our baths and then you just spread them, they get dry. The next day, you do the same thing. And some people don't even wash this. They just forget. We don't wear it. It doesn't get dirty. So please, let's talk about it. And let's also talk about beddings too.
Beddings, your
changing of the pillowcases.
Yeah,
oh, please, we should talk about
very
it.
important. So you need to do your beddings very regularly. Your laundry must be done frequently.
So how often?
Very often. Maybe weekly if you can. It's very important. And then because of the sensitivity certain people have, they react to certain detergents. So when you're doing your laundry, you should just make sure that it's all the things you use in doing your laundry are things that you're already used to. In case you start using a new detergent, you may start having a new kind of rash or an irritation that you don't know where it's coming from. I remember I've had a couple of patients that started having some skin irritation and they didn't know where it was coming from. And it would just take the shape of where the shirt covers. The neck, up to half of the neck where the collar gets to, up to the sleeves, up to the trunk and the back. And you're wondering, where is it coming from? And it's not affecting any other parts of your body. So definitely it's not a systemic problem. It's not in your blood. Your blood gets everywhere. So, but why is it cutting out just your shirt pattern? And then you now ask the patient, so how do you do your laundry? And the person tells you, oh, I use these dry cleaners. And then you now ask them, are they new? Say, yes, they are new. I was using somewhere else, but now I'm using a new place. It's probably the new detergents they are using for you. And when the person went back to where he was using before, everything stopped even without a treatment.
Can you imagine?
So you know now that even sometimes...
We have to be really observant.
Yes, because some people have very sensitive skin. And some people even are sensitive to certain types of skincare products too. The kind of soap, the kind of makeup, you know, can make them break out or give them some kind of rash that they didn't used to have before. So people should be careful when they are making choices of skincare products, especially when they have sensitive skin and they know they are prone to developing some kind of skin problems. You have specialists called dermatologists. You know, that's a branch of medicine dedicated to skin and skin problems. You know, they are very much available. If you have any skin concerns, those are the people to get to see.
It's funny how people just go to the vendors, like people that sell the skin products. Like, oh, what is good for this particular thing? And it just assume that they will be the ones to give them the best prescription.
But it's also important for us to note here that we have also heard some very funny things, like people mix creams together. Like, when I heard that, like, I was in shock that you actually mix products together. These are products that have their own components. And when you mix things together, you form a new compound altogether. And you don't know if what you have mixed together now, even if they were as separate components, if they were fine for you, but now that they are mixed up and they form a new compound, the new compound may not be safe for you. And not to talk of people who now go into the skin lightening and bleaching and the hydroquinones and all that.
Very wonderful.
So it's important that we know exactly what we apply on our skin and where to go should a skin problem arise.
All right. So let's shift the focus back to scabies. So you talked about scabies being very intense at night. Why is that?
Well, because most times the insects, you know, that's probably when they lay their eggs, you know, and you can imagine something laying eggs in your skin. That's kind of disgusting, you know, so they are multiplying in there and, you know, and that gives, and your body reacts to it because they laying eggs under your skin. Your body sends a kind of reaction, you know, that gives you that itching. You know, because an allergic reaction to what is happening in your skin that shouldn't be there. So these are foreign invaders that enter your skin, that find their way into your skin, you know, through all the factors that we mentioned earlier. But it's important that everybody everywhere should pay attention to their hygiene levels and don't share clothes, don't share personal effects like your towels, don't share personal effects like your underwears, and don't share personal effects. Of course, you don't share. I don't think anybody shares their toothbrush. I don't know. But you never can tell.
I don't know. I don't think we should go there. Let's not go there, please, because some things will just shock you now. So let's talk about the signs. So when people are, already having this skin condition, what are the early signs that they should pay attention to before it escalates?
Okay, they should pay attention to a new rash. They should pay attention to intense itching. They should pay attention to the webs of the fingers in the hands, and then around the buttock area, around the thighs and the buttock area. Those are special areas they should pay attention to. And then ultimately, it is diagnosed as a clinical symptom, like I said. It's sometimes clear to the doctor that this is scabies, but some other times you may need to do some skin scraping tests where they do a skin scraping and then they find the eggs of the tick there. Yeah. So that's ultimately confirms the diagnosis.
All right. So these scabies, I'd like to know, how can we tell the difference between scabies and skin reactions like eczema or other allergies? How can we tell the difference, knowing that everything still boils down to the skin?
Well, there are a number of skin reactions or different conditions that can give you a skin allergy or a skin rash. Like we said, if it's a heat rash, you would notice it's just going to be numerous on your skin and it may just be generalized, or it may be limited to areas where, are covered. Yes, places where, your clothes cover, because that's where you sweat, and then sweat gets trapped under your clothes and then irritates your skin and all that. Then in some other cases, if it's eczema is usually scaly and dry, and then, it can leave some kind of patches. Eczema is not raised. It's not, you can't feel it. Like if you touch your skin, you're not going to feel any rough areas. It's just still going to remain flat. But you're going to see that some areas look drier than usual and a bit flaky and may look, a bit discolored from the normal skin complexion.
Color, yeah.
So you would know that, okay, this is probably eczema. Then you also have some other reactions that are drug reactions. When people take some medications, they react to certain drugs, and then you find that this is more generalized because the child is just covered in a rash that was not there before, and you can trace the onset of that rash to when they started a new medication, or you can trace the onset of the rash to when they ate a new food or when they made a trip somewhere. So you can know that this is an allergic reaction. And then sometimes you may even have contact dermatitis, where you touch something, maybe a chemical, based on the kind of job you do or your occupation or whatever, you come in contact with some irritants, and then you find out that the exact areas of your body that came in contact with that chemical is where it's affected. So it just tells you that this is contact. It has to do with something touching you and then your body having that allergic reaction. But for scabies, the itching that we call pruritus is the main diagnostic feature.
Pruritus.
Yeah, that's the medical term for intense itching. So that tells you that you're dealing with something that scabies should rank high in your differential diagnosis. So basically, it's something that can actually affect any age group depending on where you find yourself.
I was going to ask if it is limited to a certain age group, or if the reaction is the same for all
So it doesn't have
ages.
it doesn't have predilection for gender or age or anything. Any age group or any gender can be affected depending on where you find yourself and your level of hygiene. So the personal effect, the beddings, the towels, the clothes, you should make sure that you do your laundry, you dry them properly. And another thing is
proper ventilation.
Yeah, proper ventilation. I think we've mentioned this before the program.
Yes.
And then we want to make sure that you keep your environment as clean as possible. Those are all the essentials that you need to keep it at bay, because without that, you would always shake someone, you'd always come in contact with someone. And it's important for us to mention that for scabies in particular, if any member of the household is infected, everybody should be on guard, because
exactly, it is highly contagious.
Highly contagious.
So how can that happen?
Because it's from skin to skin contact.
Yeah. I'm asking, how can they be on guard?
They can be on guard by making sure that they do not share, personal effects with the person. They keep a safe distance from the person, and then ultimately they themselves too can start using some of the topical treatments that we normally recommend for scabies, in case that they're seeing anything that looks like it's coming on them. So basically, it's more of prevention than actually waiting for it to happen to you, because once somebody around you that is in close proximity to you has it, it's just a matter of time before it spreads very quickly.
Wow.
So in boarding schools, you can actually, there can be a breakout of it.
But it's not like if someone with scabies is here right now, just by staying close to the person, you can contact it.
It has to be skin-to-skin contact.
Okay.
Which would normally happen with kids, even adults.
Yeah.
Once you're interacting with people, there's no way you can continuously stay away from them.
Actually.
Unless you stay in cubicles and have a confined space for each person, which is not
not
feasible.
possible.
Exactly. So it's very important that everybody knows that when somebody is infected, the treatment should be aggressive and making sure that you limit access or restricted access to that person.
So, you mentioned something about sensitive skins. I've met people with sensitive skins, like highly sensitive skin. And the little thing, like the very smallest thing can just cause a skin reaction. Now, when people like this easily get skin reactions, how can they now differentiate what exactly is happening to them?
Well, some people have allergies, and that is their genetic makeup. It is not an illness, but that is just how they are wired. So they're a bit more sensitive than the general population. So they are hypersensitive to certain things around them. Some, it could be sensitivity to certain foods. Some, it could be sensitivity to certain chemicals.
Exactly.
Yeah, so some, it could be sensitivity to something in the environment. And other people, when placed in the same conditions, don't have any issues at all. So that's what distinguishes them. It's just for them to know they're a bit different and to watch out for what their triggers are. So over time, you identify your triggers as, okay, this is what I react to. I know that if I stay away from this thing would stop, but if I go back to this thing comes back on. So you just watch the trend of things and keep a diary of those things and know that, okay, since I'm a bit different from other people, when I see them eating this, I stay off. Or when I see them using this product.
So basically self-awareness.
Self-awareness, and then making sure that you go to see a dermatologist.
Regularly.
Because you are a dermatological patient. Because that means that you need to often visit the dermatologist so that a skin assessment is done. And when you do have a flare, which you would be having from time to time, the dermatologist would know what to do to quell the infection, to quell the allergy or the reaction, and will give you the simplest of products to use. So that means you're not a candidate for, you go online and see any product and just choose one, just because it looks fanciful or you like the fragrance or people have written good comments or remarks about it. You have to be intentional about everything you use, and you have to run it by a professional to be sure that it's safe for you to use.
When you were talking, it just occurred to me that people actually visit the medical doctor for everything.
Absolutely.
And they don't understand that they are specialists, right? So we have to reiterate the fact that they are specialists for different kinds of conditions.
Absolutely, yes. So for different conditions, as you have different systems in the body, digestive system, your circulatory system, your excretory system, your central nervous system, you also have specialists across those systems. So that is why it is kind of compartmentalized, so that you have specialists for different systems, so that when anything happens, these are people that see only cases relating to that system.
Exactly. So they are most knowledgeable
because they've seen thousands and thousands of people with that condition, and they are able to manage it effectively. So your case won't be any new thing to them. So those are the best people to see.
All right, it has been a very interesting conversation, and one of the things we've been able to establish so far is the fact that self-awareness is very important. And please pay attention, pay close observation to your children, your surroundings, and even to yourselves. But right about now, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about the treatments. Please stay tuned. Welcome back to Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still Praise Spiritus, your host, and I'm still with Dr. Charles Adiogun. We are discussing on the topic of scabies, a skin reaction, a skin infection, I beg your pardon. And we've been able to establish the causes and how that you should take good care of your surroundings. Proper hygiene, very, very important. But we cannot talk about all of these without talking about the treatment options made available for this particular disease. So, Dr. Charles Adiogun, thank you very much for staying till this time. So, we're talking about the treatments now. So, what treatment options are made available and how effective are they?
Well, scabies is quite treatable, and like we always say, once you see something, do something about it. There are medications that are quite effective that are available. We have some of them like permethrin, we have benzyl benzoate, and then we also have antihistamines, which, everybody knows antihistamines are for allergic reactions and they help to reduce the intensity of the itching. So some of these come as creams or ointments, and they've been very useful. And then you have some sulfur ointments, some sulfur compounds too that have been found to be very effective in reducing the intensity of the itch and giving relief to people that have this. And ultimately, it's important to note that when you have scabies, it's not something that you have it one time and then you are immune to it for the rest of your life.
Wow. So it's possible it comes back?
Yes, you can always get it back, if the same conditions that brought it up in the first place, comes to
So
play
it's even
again.
important to know what caused it for you so that you can know how best to prevent it.
And usually it's not difficult because, like we said, hygiene always plays a role. The accessibility to water plays a role. And then, of course, overcrowding and then overpopulated places or confinements are particularly at risk.
All right, so are there home remedies or we should stick to medical prescriptions?
Please always stick to medical prescriptions. And please do not prescribe for yourself. Self-medication is absolutely no. So go to see your doctor.
Don't self-diagnose, don't self-medicate.
So if you have any medical condition as small as itching, you may always self-diagnose and say, oh, it's just a little rash. But what kind of rash is it? If you're dealing with a child, you could have measles. How would you know if it is measles? How would you know if it is chicken pox? These are all skin manifestations. How would you know if somebody has rubella infection? How would you know if somebody has atopic dermatitis? There are all sorts of skin problems that people have that it is only a medical professional that can differentiate them. And the method of treatment of each of these conditions are completely different. So you cannot go wrong going to see a medical practitioner. And if you see a medical practitioner and the medical practitioner deems it fit to refer you to a dermatologist, then you should go to see a dermatologist, because the dermatologist would now probably do some skin scraping or do some other investigation to actually nail what your diagnosis is precisely and be able to give you the right treatment you require to manage the condition.
All right, so let's talk about the mites. Now, those insects that you talked about, the mites. So how can we get rid of them?
Making sure that, your beddings, your mattress, they're properly cleaned up. And then for people who live in areas where there is a lot of moisture and dampness in the mattress and all that, different people have been on the mattress over time, or different people are using the mattress, like in hotels and all that, all those kind of places, you need to be changing that often. And then you need to make sure that you can do some spraying, using insecticides, using some fumigation and all that. All those from time to time would really be helpful. And then you make sure that in places like hotels, the towels and the personal effects in the bathrooms are changed, making sure that each person that comes in, each visitor that comes in has their own unit and package of towels and personal effects, and they don't need to use something that somebody else has used before.
Exactly. So these people should be really aware.
Really aware. Otherwise, you just have a spread of this from person to person, and before you know it can affect practically everybody around. So it's very essential that all these systems are put in place and they are strictly adhered to.
All right. So how about the treatment options, how long does it take for them to take effect? At what point should people with this particular disease start to feel relief?
Well, when it comes to efficacy of treatments, it's not written in stone. It varies from person to person. But by the time you start your antihistamines, by the time you start the benzoate or your sulfur ointment, you should start feeling some significant relief within the first week of treatment. But of course, you have to continue treatment for you to have an absolute relief of the entire problem. Because for some people, their relief comes faster than others. So just like you have a sample of a population sample, people are on treatment. The response to treatment varies from person to person because it's multifactorial.
All right. So we've talked about hotels and how that the people in charge should make sure that they understand the dynamics of personal hygiene. We've talked about personally how we should be very conscious of our, environmental hygiene and all of that. Now let's talk about schools, because these children cannot help themselves. They're still very little and they don't know much. So what do you recommend that schools do to help prevent the spread of cases like this?
Well, it's important that aside from the school teaching academics, they can also, emphasize on good grooming and hygiene, and then making sure that there are practical examples.
Exactly, so that it's not just on paper.
It's not just on
paper. Is it good to brush your teeth? Yes,
exactly.
And you don't do it.
How many times do we have our bath? Let somebody demonstrate how this is done.
Exactly.
Let an adult, because
I think children even relate more with practical than
of course,
theory.
because they're very visual. Whatever they see, they learn. The visuals are a very important aspect of learning for children. You can't tell a child what he can't see. He can't appreciate it. But show him the colors, he'll be able to identify the colors, Sing a song to him, he'll be able to recall the song. So hearing and visuals, so very, very essential. So sometimes I find out that even some kids don't know how to wash their hands properly. Because if you tell them, let me watch you wash your hands, you just see them fondling with the soap and just wasting water and all that. But when an adult has taken time to actually demonstrate properly how these things are done, they're able to learn and they're able to reproduce exactly what you've done. So good grooming, hygiene, emphasis on hygiene in the school is very important. So it is done both at home and in school. And then the school can also make sure that the living environments for students who are in the boarding house is very conducive. And then making sure that their mattresses, their beddings, if they're going to be doing their laundry themselves, it should be monitored by an adult. If the school is doing the laundry, then special attention is made towards ensuring that it's done regularly and appropriately. And then making sure that their personal effects, the towels, the clothes, very, very important, they are handled with utmost care. Because that's the only way you can keep it at bay. And if they find out any child has it, that child should be sent home and properly treated before resuming back home.
Yeah. Exactly. We should really emphasize that.
Yeah, be sent home, not as a punishment.
Yes, but just to take good care of themselves and to protect the other children.
Yes, just to curb the spread of the condition amongst other people, keeping in mind how contagious it is.
All right, so we're moving on the first link. So finally, what advice would you give to anyone who may be embarrassed because, itching in public and all of that, they might want to hide it and all of that. So what advice would you give to people that are embarrassed or afraid to seek treatment for scabies?
Well, I don't think there's anything to be embarrassed about. And I don't think you can even hide that kind of itching, to be honest.
Okay.
You may not be able. You may not be able to hide it because it could really be very uncomfortable.
Yes.
But for you to be ashamed to see a medical professional, I would not. I find it hard to understand why. Because there is no condition you want to tell the doctor he probably has never heard about.
Except the doctor is lacking emotional intelligence, or what do we call this now?
Well, it's not. It's not even. I won't even say emotional intelligence.
I actually get that kind of complaint sometimes. Oh, I don't like visiting that doctor again because that particular doctor, I told him what happened to me.
Okay.
And he's judging me. He's looking at me like, and all of that. It may really.
Well, that has multiple responses because for some people they misinterpret the doctor sometimes. So, because you can't read anybody's mind accurately. So when you say somebody's looking at you somehow, how are you 100% sure that what your assumption is correct? You may have misread the doctor. You don't know the doctor so closely. So that may be, you may actually be the one judging wrongly, number one. Then number two, if you actually think that, which I know is very unprofessional, no well-trained doctor is going to hear your complaints and laugh at you or make jest of the condition. Nobody's going to do that because that is against the ethics. Because you have to show empathy as a professional, and you need to know that this person has come to you for care, and you should, address it, in a confidential manner and in a way that the person does not feel judged. The person feels at ease talking to you, and the person knows that you are giving them the best care possible. So I think basically nobody should feel embarrassed about any condition, even aside scabies. There is absolutely no condition, be it physical, mental, or emotional, whatever condition it is that affects a human, that you stand in front or you sit in front of a medical professional that you should be ashamed of. You need help. That is why you're going, and that is why they are there.
Yes.
They are trained to be there to help you. So under no circumstance should you feel, out of place or uncomfortable. So I think people too should work on their minds that when you're approaching a medical professional, just know he's there to help you. Just know he's there to patiently listen to you. And he's non-judgmental. He is empathetic. He's a good listener, and he's there to give you the right guidance towards your recovery. So you being ashamed and withholding information will be to your own detriment at the end of the day, because he only works with the information you give him. You don't give out that information, they don't practice witchcraft, so they won't know what you don't tell them. So it's very essential that you open up your, your mind, when you're seeing a doctor. Keep an open mind and be rest assured you're speaking with a professional, unless now we now have to qualify the kind of doctor. When people say doctor now, is it really a doctor or just anybody that you're just giving the title to? But if it's a licensed medical practitioner, you have nothing to fear. You can be at peace and open up.
All right, coming from a very reliable source, a medical doctor himself, you are safe, completely safe with the medical professionals. So please make sure that you pay attention to your health, self-awareness, observance, and all of that. So a very big thank you to Dr. Charles Adioko, who is a public health physician and wellness advocate. Thank you so much, doctor, for your insightful contribution.
Thank you for having me.
You're most welcome. And so to our viewers, remember that scabies isn't something to be ashamed of. It's a common infection that can happen to anyone. So early detection, proper treatment, and hygiene are the keys to staying healthy. Don't be afraid to speak up, seek help, and make your health and total well-being a priority. I am Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. We'll see you next week, but until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and stay alive.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please, the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism remains one of the most reliable pathways to economic growth and job creation across the country. The authority is collaborating with the communities and festival organizers to repackage cultural content for both local and international audience.
The DG is really concerned and he's reaching out to the owners of destinations like Odi. Odi Festival belongs to the Odi people of Bayelsa State. So he's not sitting on his table in Abuja alone. He's reaching out and encouraging, destination owners like our cultural content, our tourism sites, by helping them to reach out for greater and wider audience. To the least akara fryer by the roadside, the tourism economic value chain drops on everyone. The transporter, a time will come, people will need to leave their houses for guests. And if I leave my house for 2-3 days for people to stay, or 7 days, I'll surely gain out of it. It is to this level that Mr. Olawa control the NTD is looking at Odi Festival. Not the way it was before. It sure will not be like that again from next year. The transporter will gain out of it. The market woman will gain out of it. Food sellers will gain out of it. Nightclubs will do better. So at the end of the day, it will be a win-win for the host community.
The NDTA says it's providing technical support to event organizers nationwide with staff designated to help communities plan and manage tourism activities effectively.
We are people that are, fun-loving, peace-loving,
industrious, productive, well-educated set of people. So we celebrate, that's our history. We celebrate our heritage. We celebrate our oneness, in love and in tourism. Well, the people are known for hospitality. The people are known for creativity. So the festival, almost all the activities the cultural activities that we celebrate in the festival are creative, activities. So OG has become the tourism hub of the Niger Delta because of the nature of the people, hospitable. And let me add that during the period of the celebration, if you go to OD, you don't need to know anybody. The people are welcoming. So you just walk into any household. The people are, if I expecting people to be to visit them, so they welcome you, accommodate you, feed you, and sometimes even give you money to spend for the period of the festival. Let us see how we can, with what we have done, the beauty, the packaging that we have done, let the world come. Let us package it, and make it a global event. So that is why, and of course, the people cannot do it alone. They have been doing it in the past. For the 68 years of its existence, we have been doing it in the past. Let us see how we can bring the world, bring corporate bodies, bring brands, bring organizations to properly package this festival and make it a real tourism event, an international event. That's why we are here.
Speakers at the forum urged private brands and banks to invest in community tourism, saying such involvement would grow local economies and improve living standard.
Look at the United States of America. Moving from New York to Florida to the beach, they travel within America and is generating a whole lot of money, such that some communities in America are getting tax rebates because of the tourism that their community generates. So tourism is not something that happens by accident. It's usually a deliberate effort. We have more population than Morocco. We can make way more income than Morocco makes from tourism. Unfortunately, Morocco is the most visited country in Africa, as far as tourism is concerned.
With new strategies and stronger partnership, the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism will play a greater role in driving inclusive growth and national development. I am Onyeka Ogolo reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
3 years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand. We are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
The truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Okay, it is TGIF. Thank God it's Friday. And welcome to People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting two major stories that are dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. Bandits impose taxes on the Safe community in Zamfara State. And of course, PDP convention to hold in Ibadan. All right, join the conversation with expert insights and season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. President Tinubu reappoints Buba Mawa as NDLEA chairman. The President Bola Ahmed Tinubu reappointed Brigadier General Muhammad Buba Mawa as chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) for a second 5-year term, of course, which is like the second term is actually done the first, and of course, extending his leadership until 2031. Mawa, who was first appointed in January 2021, has been instrumental in the agency's efforts to combat drug trafficking and abuse. Mawa's reappointment reflects the president's confidence in his leadership and the agency's efforts to combat drug menace in Nigeria. For this particular one, first, it's a congratulations from me here to the NDLEA chairman, and of course, for that particular agency, we've actually seen their due diligence and their work over time. Okay, we've seen them, bring people to a book, even to the ones we least expect that they would arrest. Okay, so when it comes to that agency, of course, we can actually talk about integrity. They've been doing so much for the past 5 years. That has been under the leadership of Buba Mawa. But of course, we are hoping that it will do even better to combat the drug situation in the country, because it is becoming rampant. We see the youth nowadays that I do not know the names of all of these things, but you see them take a particular thing and they freeze up there wherever they are. They just stay there. They don't even know what's going on. They don't know what's happening around them anymore for a period of time. So we don't know how these drugs are creeping into the community. We don't know how drugs are creeping into schools. We don't know how this thing is being distributed. Okay, but we would like the NDLEA to keep doing their good job and to keep doing, their job as regards to trying to see, if they can even trace the suppliers, the distributors, for them to actually curb it finally. Perhaps let them even end it, in this nation, because drug itself has destroyed so many lives, and this cut across to even, the young adults, the youths and teenagers. Okay, so it's a thing of concern, and for the president to reappoint him, it means it's really doing well. And of course, we can also attest to that, that we've actually seen, so much that the NDLEA have done over time. And away from that particular one, ASU urges federal government to fix existing universities, not creating new ones. All right, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has called on the federal government to prioritize fixing existing universities instead of creating new ones. ASU's Accurate Zonal Coordinator, Prof. Adeola Egedokun, stated that newly established universities are mere crisis centers, okay, and accused the government of misrepresenting the status of negotiation with the union. Of course, that cannot be overemphasized, because I remembered when we talked about the ASU situation here on the show, we mentioned instead of thinking you want to open new universities and all of that, why don't you fix the ones you have and let them be in good shape and take care of, the staff, let them feel good, okay? So basically, if you are not taking care of the ones you've built over time, okay, over the years, so what gives us, the hope that the new ones you would build will be taken care of as well? So it's not about littering universities everywhere, but let's even do what is right for the ones that are existing already. And away from that particular one, federal government pledges focus on skills development to drive economic growth. Federal government has actually reaffirmed its commitment to large-scale human capital development, emphasizing that Nigerians' wealth lies in the minds and hands of its people. Minister of State for Finance, Doris Ozoka Anite, highlighted the importance of empowering the youthful population with practical industry-relevant skills to drive economic transformation. Okay, this is actually a laudable one, which we would want you to do more for the youth. All right, and this particular one is quite nice. And when I saw this news, I was quite elated, because over the years, Kano State government has been, at loggerhead with a successor, predecessor, shenanigans. But of course, we're happy that we could see this particular one come to play. Ganduje Yusuf meets call for unity. Kano State Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf and his predecessor Abdullahi Umar Ganduje have met for the first time since the 2023 elections, marking a significant moment of consolation in the state's politics. The two leaders crossed paths at the Malam Aminu Kano International Airport, where Ganduje was inspecting airport facilities as chairman of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigerian Board. Sincerely, I was really excited when I saw this particular one, because since 2023, these two men have not, seen themselves. They decide not to even go to the same place, the same functions and all of that. They look for a way to excuse or boycott, or not even going head to head over any conversation. And we've seen over time that the successor has been pulling down some of the structures that his predecessor, who happens to be Ganduje, has done. Yeah, of course, you'd agree with me that Ganduje also has the same issue with Kwangoso. Okay, so it's been a chain of situation in Kano over time. But I love the fact that they both met, they talked, laughed, and we are hoping that in the coming days that we would see where this situation would lead them. Of course, when we're talking about a piece like this, I think the NNPP's body language in Kano has been tilting to a merger with the APC. Of course, Kwankwaso, who happens to be the leader of that particular party, has actually said his doors are open. And of course, this is his own governor now meeting up with Ganduje. So let's see what will happen in the coming days. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're taking this first conversation. Bandits impose taxes on Safe community in Zamfara State. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
On People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the program at Still People's Voice on VOP TV. Bandits linked to notorious warlord Ado Aleru have imposed taxes on residents of the Safe local government area in Zamfara State. Bandits led by Aleru's top Lieutenant Alti Abubas and Isa have tightened their grip on dozens of communities, blocking farmers from accessing their lands and imposing crippling levies on already impoverished villages. Taxation amounts that was given to that of Bawa Ganga community, they were asked to pay 20 million. Gwanja and Gidan Isuhu were asked to pay 4 million each. And of course, Matseri, 3.5 million, and other villages, 1.2 Taxation has worsened the security crisis in Tasafe government on one of Zamfara's most terrorized region. Many residents are living in fear and agricultural activities have been crippled. Community leaders are appealing to the Zamfara state government and security agencies to intervene before more lives are lost. We're now being joined by Dr. Dayo Kayode, a socio-political technocrat and aviation safety expert. Good afternoon to you, Doctor.
Good afternoon to you. I'm glad to be here, and I heard you when you were reading the news talking about the university ASU going on strike.
Yeah.
And then you are now being happy that government is developing, is going towards the human capital. Can you see the irony? The university system is on strike, where you're supposed to develop the youth, where you're supposed to ensure that their technological know-how is being upgraded. And you're now doing this one on the other side. So which one are we doing? Which one are we to? Don't be happy with that one. No, that one are just Photoshop, photo ops. I mean, what do you people call
Okay, so Dr. Kayode, if you're going to take me on the news story, so what I would ask you to do for now is allow me to introduce the other guest, and once I'm done with that, then let's actually go back to the news stories. You know, I would look into it, dissect this for a few minutes before we go into the main conversation. Is that fine by you?
Great.
All right. Thank you so much for being part of the show, Dr. Kayode. All right. And also, we are now being joined by Comrade Eragbe Ansel, a member of Labour Party Interim National Working Committee. Good afternoon to you, Comrade. Hello, Comrade. Are you there? Kindly unmute your mic.
Thank you, fellow Nigerians. Comrade Eragbe Ansel. Okay. I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Oh.
Hello, Comrade. Are you there? All right. So I think that's a network glitch there. But let me come back to
Interim National Working Committee and the immediate past National Youth Leader of the Labour Party in Nigeria.
Okay. All right. You're welcome on board, Comrade Eragbe Ansel. All right. Let's go back to Dr. Kayode. Dr. Kayode, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you always.
Okay, so Dr. Kayode, when you actually say you're with me always, that means that you have to be joining the program from Monday to Friday. on People's Voice.
Why not? Why not?
Okay, so Doctor, you talked about some of the news stories I took. ASU urges federal government to fix existing universities and not create new ones. Of course, after dissecting that particular one, then I moved to the federal government pledges focus on skills development to drive economic growth. So, are you against the fact that the federal government wants to, develop skills, to drive economic growth? I understand the fact that ASU is one side that really want them to look into our educational sector, but notwithstanding, while that is still being in talks and while that is still in review, while we're agitating and trying to pacify the federal government to do what is right for our education system. But of course, if the federal government wants to develop a large-scale human capital, developing, wealth through people, doing what they can do best, with their hands and, their skills, and all of that. I don't think it should be a situation where we need to still attack the federal government as regards to this particular one.
No, it's not about attacking the federal government on this particular one, but rather telling of them are aware of what to do. They have traveled wide. They know the way things are being done over there. But when they come back here, they turn the whole thing upside down. Number one, for you to develop the skill of the people, where is the best environment? Where is the best environment? You got to fund your universities and not to be creating universities that you cannot fund. You got to fund technical colleges that you have somehow subjugated to the background. Our polytechnics, you have to fund them and ensure that the people there are well educated as regards their handworks. What I'm saying is this: it is not sufficient for federal government to be establishing universities up and down that they cannot fund, and then on the other side, you are making their lecturers to go on strike, while you are now deceiving the people through Photoshop human capital development. No, we want to see this thing on ground. Let us see the impact on ground. Go in those days when I was growing up, it's all these menial jobs, handwork and all that are driving the economy. You will see plumbers, electricians, carpenters, bricklayers, and all that, even driving their vans to push their equipment. Where are they today? So, like I said, I'm not trying to tongue lash them, but telling them what they are supposed to do, rather than deceiving us with Photoshops.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Kayode. I am so excited that you're actually joining the show, live through video means and not also picture, because some people would have actually thought that's also a Photoshop, that you're not the one talking. So it's fine that you are the one.
You think it's AI?
You might still be AI, But of course, Doctor, let's come back to this situation. We've gotten to a point in Nigeria where it looks like bandits now have the rights, to request for anything. And it looks like the federal government, the governments are not even, or they're looking like they can't really do so much about it. The other day, in one of the shows, Morning Boss, which is our Saturday belt morning programs, I was here when we read that a particular group of bandits requested that the federal government should build them a school. They wanted mosques. They wanted a few, recreation centers in the bush. And they mentioned that they will still keep coming out to negotiate and have peace conversation. And afterwards, they go back into the bush. This is Nigeria. And now they've actually, graduated to a point where they are now telling communities in Zamfara to pay tax, just like federal inland, you know, just like FIRS, Federal Inland Revenue Service, just like LIRS. So now we now have bandit interfaith communities who are actually telling the communities to pay tax as their right. So how did we get here?
Yes.
What are the primary motivations behind all of this situation?
It is their right with government. What they are doing is their right with government. Do you know why? I don't know the level of Yoruba you understand.
I understand Yoruba very well.
There was a song there which says, Àṣírí ẹ̀kọ́ kò ní tú lójú ewé. Shebi, you know that song?
Of course.
Àṣírí ẹ̀kọ́ kò lè tú lójú ewé.
Yeah.
That is to say, you know that pap, that akamu.
Yeah.
That akamu. It was the leaf that made it to be what it is. Are you with me? The leaf that made that echo inside the leaf to make that echo what it is. Because the maker put the ogi inside the ewe
when it was quite
and
soft.
Then boil it to
form.
Echo.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what is happening. We have had severally. How these people were brought in. So that is to say, the government molded them to be what they are. And for them not to talk, not to spill the beans, the government must accede to their demands. If not, you know, I've been saying this thing over the years before these expositions that we are seeing now. You should go back to most of my tapes, most of my recorded tapes on various television stations, radio stations. I have been saying it and then quoting two prominent people, Amanpo of CNN, as well as the only grandfather Nigeria has that has been giving us money from the grave, Sani Abacha said, any government that cannot quench any form of insurgence within its political territory should be seen as an accomplice. And what are we seeing today? Listen, we have our Niger Comsat that has satellites in the orbit to be able to be surveilling the territorial environment of Nigeria 24/7. And are they saying those 3 satellites we are having in the orbit are not capturing all these bandits where they are operating? If it's catching them and they cannot give our military personnel information to go and onslaught them where they are, then who is now fooling who as regards these people? I will give you another example. The Senate, the National Assembly, has been saying the new GMD of NNPC should bring back the unaccounted 200+ trillion naira back to the Federation accounts. Has he been able to do that? Who is giving him that backing for him not to do that? The person giving him that backing, what do they want to do with that money? So also we should see these bandits along the line. Without some people in this country giving them backing, well, lie, they don't have that temerity to be doing that. I'm sorry using that one there. They have no temerity to be doing that. I mean, a non-governmental official, bandit for that matter, labeled, known, bandits for that matter, terrorists for that matter, wielding guns and saying you are collecting tax, where you have governors. I mean, in a state where you have a governor, where you have senators, where you have House of Rep members, where you have House of Assembly members, where you even have local government chairmen, and you are doing that, and there's nobody to accost you, and you are now saying, okay, let us leave the issue of Trump. Let's continue our discussion.
Okay, Doctor, I love the fact that you dissected the situation in a more broader picture. But let's go to Comrade Eragbe Anslem. Hello, Comrade, are you there? Hello, Comrade, are you there? Comrade, please unmute your mic.
Yeah, it's on me. Yeah.
Comrade Eragbe Anslem, please unmute your mic.
Unmute your mic. You are on mute. Unmute it.
Okay, I don't know what's going on with Comrade Eragbe. I think the network is still, affected. But of course, let me come back to you, Dr. Kayode. Doctor, are you there? Dr. Kayode?
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right, so how does this taxation fit into the broader context of banditry and insecurity in Nigeria? Of course, I will know it's a new development, and that's in terms of taxation, but I'd like you to give me your take. It
has been happening since. It's not a new development.
No.
It has been in the news for years.
Doctor, the bandits have been taking ransom, but taxation is what we're talking about.
Yes, I say yes. It has been in the news for years. Yes, I can tell you that one for free. Yes.
So every community has been paying tax to bandits?
It has been in the news.
Okay, Dr. Kayode, please, I'd like you to hold your thoughts. Let's take this call. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Ina calling you from Lagos.
Ina, how are you doing?
I'm doing very good, my brother. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Please go ahead.
Now, talking about the bandits collecting tax, I'm telling you, to me, it's laughable. And it's terribly laughable. This can only be done in the governance. Good example. From him. Almost the same thing. When the OT came, it was the men of the underworld almost took the state by storm. He bought vehicles, equipped the military, the paramilitary, everybody. I am from Abia State. Almost every bus stop is a checkpoint. That's pegged terrorists, pegged men of the underworld. Then please, the governor of this state should please look at my face and tell me what effort he has done before calling my president Bola Ahmed Tinubu. What effort has he done personally to nip this in the bud before pointing accusing fingers to my president Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Since I've cited this governor that met the same situation and solved it. So the governor should look me in the eyes and tell me what he has done to nip this in the bud before pointing accusing fingers to my president Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Thank you very much.
But before you go, can you hear me?
Okay, I'm with you very much.
You'll agree with me that this is the same governor who actually granted a media parley and of course a particular interview some time ago, and he said we know where these bandits are. If only we can be given the permission and given the military, and we're given the permission for us to take them out.
Okay.
We need the backing of the federal government. This same governor, as soon as we drop this call and when we're done with this show, try and go through the internet to look for the speech of Zamfara.
No, it's true. I've
regards
read it.
to this particular conversation, he mentioned it.
Yes, it's true.
He mentioned it. Do you know what it means, Inaya, for a governor to say they know where these people are? So the question, who are the powers that be that cannot allow the military to do their real job in clearing this off at once? That's one. Secondly, why are you not giving these states the full backing for them to thoroughly protect themselves?
Yeah.
So we have to get to this conversation. I understand the fact that you can actually say, oh, it's not everything that they should talk about the presidency. But in a situation where a governor has actually raised concern over and over, I know that you just compared Anambra and Zamfara, but I'll tell you this for free, my brother. These are two different states.
Sure.
Soludo brought what do they call them? Agune Chamber. You know, he created a JTF, Joint Task Force. He also had the backing of Nigerian Navy and the Nigerian Army over there. And guess what? To an extent, Soludo was able to collect the major town in Anambra. But are you telling me that we don't still have security issues in Anambra? Of course we do. But the level of insecurity between these two states... No, doctor, I'll come to you now. Doctor, I'll come to you now. The level of insecurity in these two states are totally different. Zamfara, if you read me, Zamfara is worse. Zamfara is facing what Borno has faced over time.
Yes.
So if we want to really judge the governor, let us also try and judge him fairly to understand that he has raised the lamb over time. And it is looking like nothing has been done. Point of mine, it's clear to say that what we are both saying is still on the same line. But all I just want to say to know is that you shouldn't judge the governor because he's actually made so many efforts to get the federal might and the federal assistance. So thank you very much.
That governor, please mark my word, is crying more than the bereaved. Okay. Do you know that Al Jazeera correspondent had a face-to-face meeting with the bandits in Zamfara State? The question is, if an Al Jazeera correspondent could have a face-to-face interview with the terrorists, bandits, then if the governor tells me that he does not know where these people are, to equip at least, to buy vehicles at least, increase mobility. My God,
okay, Inaya, hold on. Inaya,
I'm with you.
So thank you very much for joining the show. I would like to go back to my guest, but I just want to leave you with this. Someone from Al Jazeera, from wherever you can call it, national, media house, can come in to the country and they give them a safe passage to interview the bandits. That's normal. That's the job of a journalist. That's journalism. But guess what? If you are an executive of a state, if you don't get the approval of a federal might, you are limited to some things. This is the reason why so many governors are still calling for state policing. But I would like you to just keep enjoying the show as we go back to our guests. Thank you very much for joining the program. Okay, Inaya, thank you. All right, Dr. Kayode. Dr. Kayode, are you there? Dr. Kayode, please unmute your mic.
I said, let me also educate him.
Please go ahead.
Educate him. The governors are being called chief security officer, while the president is being called commander-in-chief of the armed forces. He's the one in charge. He's the one to give directive to either chief of naval staff or chief of army staff or whatever, or chief of defense staff. Unlike the governor. That is one. Two, Enugu State is different. What is happening in Enugu State is different from that of Zamfara Bonu, because in Enugu State...
No, he mentioned Anambra, not Enugu to be precise.
Sorry, in Anambra State, what we have there is different from what we have in Zamfara. The truth is, all of those bandits and terrorists in Zamfara, Borno State, and all that, they are going there with the aim of our mineral resources. I mean, now. I mean, you know the meaning.
Doctor, I'd like you to just stay put on. I'd like you to stay on the English context.
The wind has blown the lid of the can. So we have seen the worms inside the can. We have seen it. We can't be deceived again. So many things have been said. We have seen live the video, which we have read. You can imagine when Trump said he was coming. Chinese government said he should not come. That this and that. We knew what happened between the two of them. Thereafter now, I mean, you want me to shake the table a little bit this afternoon, this Friday afternoon, to shake the table a little bit. We are all watchers. We knew those that are sponsoring those people. It has been exposed. They have shown their videos. They have shown where they were even sharing items with them. We saw the video. Nobody has come out to disclaim it. So why are we deceiving ourselves in this country?
All right, so Dr. Kayode, because we have two topics to discuss today, so I would like us to just, draw the curtain on this one. But before you go, before we leave this particular one and to move to that of the PDP, I'd like to ask you. So we understand the situation now. We know what's going on in Zamfara, and this is not a news anymore. It's nothing new. Just like you said, they've been taking taxation, but of course, maybe now it is being amplified as regards to the amount and all of that. That's why it is even getting more serious now. Okay, so what are the potential long-term consequences for the community if this situation continues?
The situation that have been there before, that have been in the news before now, has to do with them paying a particular amount of money before they can allow to go to the farm. Is that not taxation? If you want to go to farm, give us this amount of money, then you will go to farm. That is taxation. It has been there like years.
Perhaps now they are putting the exact price in millions.
Yes, they also hoist their flags at various communities and say now they are the one in charge. They are the one operating here. Nobody has gone there. So what have we done to that? But now that they have now seen so many things cropping up against them by the people, informations coming up against them, they now think that, okay, before we are being routed out, let us take more money. So that even when we are being routed out, they will have enough to still be feeding themselves before they get to somewhere else.
Okay.
They are just trying to up their game.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kayode, for that wonderful submission. Of course, we'd like to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be talking about PDP convention to hold in Ibadan. You don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. We'll be right back.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the program, Rest of People's Voice on Voice of People TV. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, is set to hold its national convention in Ibadan, Oyo State, despite internal disputes and conflicting court orders. The convention, scheduled for November 15 and 16, 2025, aims to elect new national officer and reposition the party ahead of the 2027 general elections. The party's internal conflict has deepened, with two factions emerging, one led by the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, and of course the other by the party's national chairman, Leah Umar Damangum. Wike's faction has rejected the convention, citing a federal high court ordered restraining the party from proceeding. A federal high court in Abuja has actually restrained the PDP from holding its national convention, while Oyo State High Court has granted permission for the convention to proceed. The PDP's National Working Committee and Board of Trustees have cited the Oyo State Court ruling, insisting the convention will still hold as planned. Former Senate President Bukola Saraki called for the convention to be altered, warning that proceeding it could worsen the party's crisis. In contrast, PDP's Board of Trustees Chairman Adolphus Wabara has insisted that the convention will go ahead, citing the party's organs' agreement to proceed. All right, I will still have Dr. Dayo Kayode joining us, and of course I will still have Comrade Eragbe Anslem. Let me go to Comrade. Let's see if the network is clear now. Hello, Comrade Eragbe. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Okay, loud and clear. All right, so...
Sorry, it was network here all along. I've been battling with it.
Oh, so sorry about that. Okay, welcome to Nigeria. Sometimes network can be this fun. All right, so let me start off with you. What are the implications of this PDP internal dispute on its electoral prospects in 2027? Of course, we have the Federal High Court, asking them or stopping this particular convention, and another court in Oyo State where Sheyi Makinde is saying go ahead. So this is about Wike and Sheyi Makinde now. One is saying no, and the other one is saying yes. But of course, Saraki also weighed into it, and he said this should be altered. But of course, every other person in the party is saying, the Board of Trustees are saying they would go ahead with this particular convention. How will these conflicting court orders impact the convention's legitimacy? Can the party overcome the legal challenges and ensure a smooth transition? I would like you to dissect this conversation, please.
Okay, well, thank you, fellow Nigerians. Eragbe Anslem, member Labour Party Interim National Working Committee. First and foremost, the party in Nigeria observe what is called internal mechanism. Now, in between national conventions, the National Executive Council of a political party is the highest decision-making organ of that body before the national convention. That is one. Then two, there are laid down rules and procedure. There are guidelines enshrined in the provisions of the party constitution as to how national convention could proceed. Now, what are some of these rules? You must deliberately have what is called congresses. Now, it is at the level of the congresses from the ward to the local government to the state levels that you elect party officials who will serve as executive of the party in the first instance. Now, once this is done, you go further to elect what is called delegates. Now, the neck of the party can involve any form. Let us have one person per ward, or two or three, or social number per local government that will be voted for during that delegates election. So it is these people with the subsisting members of the National Working Committee, let me say subsisting member of the NEC. For instance, let me use the case of Labour Party. During transition, what is expected if the tenure is subsisting? Because in the case of Labour Party, we have a situation where the tenure expired. We were elected from a national convention upon the 10th of June 2019 for a 4-year life, whose life naturally expired on the 9th of June 2023. I'm using Labour Party as an instance. Now, even though there was 1-year legal extension, that 1-year legal extension for Labour Party expired on the 8th of June 2024. Now, but because Abu Reden, who had the privilege, did not do the needful, he ran onto a purported national convention. Now, the Federal High Court judgment upon the 15th of August discarded that and said there were no valid congresses. So no delegates were elected. So as such, there couldn't have been a national convention of Labour Party on the 27th of March 2024. So the PDP have to be very, very careful. Else, they will go into what is not a national convention, and by the time they come out, they will not be able to contest the 2027 national elections. So I'm seeing this as a warning to the PDP to be very, very careful, else they are not going to feature in 2027 general election. Okay. Now, but to avoid that, what the PDP need to do, see, this is not a or no court order. It is a matter of the internal mechanism of the party, the constitution, which says there must be congresses. The question is, PDP, have they conducted congresses? That is the question. 2, if they answer that question, there's a follow-up question. Have they elected delegates going to the National Convention to vote for the election who will not be eligible to one of members of the National Working Committee? So if the court in Abuja that restrained them said they have not performed this function, and the Federal High Court in Ibadan is now saying they should go ahead, I will advise people should look inwards. If truly they have not conducted, let me tell you the procedure. INEC is the arbiter. INEC will check his record to find out if there were notices written to INEC to say, we, PDP, we tend to conduct our Congress. INEC will have that record. The INEC will now be obligated to monitor those processes. How the convention took place across the country, how delegates were elected. The INEC will now monitor the convention. Then it becomes a valid convention. Anything outside all this I've said, they will go in there, come back. The court will still stand its ground because INEC will come to the court to say, INEC will swear an affidavit on oath to say you did not, you breached the laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the 1999 Constitution as amended, you breached your party constitution, you breached the provisions of the Electoral Act 2022.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, thank you so much, Comrade Rugby Anslem. Because of our time, so I'd just like to go to Dr. Kayode to just get your last take as we round off the show. Hello, Doctor, are you there?
I'm with you.
All right, Doctor, please, Doctor, please, in just 1 minute, I'd like you to just take this. What are the potential consequences of the convention being held in defiance of court orders?
Yes. I'm saying I love the responses of my brother, Comrade Eragbe. He's sounding too politically modest. Unlike Nigeria, there is no modesty now. Everybody has thrown modesty in the winds. And what I will tell you is this. Is it possible to whip a dead horse back to effectiveness? That's one. 2, I don't know how much Yoruba. Sorry, I'm too vast in these Yoruba proverbs, Jerry, but I'm interpreting it, okay? Rikishi to pa won po. O ti tu won ka. That is the lies that brought them together to dismantle the structure of PDP in the first instance, has now made trailer to pass in between them again. And that's why I asked you, is it possible to beat a dead horse back to life?
Okay, so in closing,
Yes, I'm closing now. PDP's soul had been shredded and shared by those that believe they funded it for just a little time.
Okay.
And look at where we are today. PDP, I will advise them, everybody go and rest. Let Adeleke, who remains a governor PDP that wants to go for second pot away from PDP, if he really wants to contest and win, or he will not be able to contest for that election.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Kayode, for that final submission. And of course, thank you, Comrade Rugby Anslem. But of course, since the convention is slated for tomorrow and Sunday, so hopefully we'll be getting a developing, story, and they will be coming up with more conversation and of course news, for next week. So hopefully, the PDP will still give us something for us to bring to this table as a buffet. So I would like to have Dr. Kayode again on this conversation because I know he used to be a PDP man, and of course, Comrade Rugby is quite vast when it comes to political terrain. So would like to have you again. The views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP. Let's always have that at the back of our mind, and of course, to know that we're all entitled to our opinions. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. If you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy locker room. Okay, just like the Nigerian Super Eagles actually made us happy yesterday. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka
Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The grapevine keeps buzzing, and together we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Find us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, this is the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to another very exciting episode of The Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I am Ikechukwu Aguagu. Today is a very beautiful day, of course, to be a sport lover and, of course, a Nigerian. Yesterday, the Super Eagles actually made the nations proud, coming from a game that seems like Nigeria might not win it because of the way, the protest actually panned out in the camp just before that game. And a lot of conversations, people were expecting the Super Eagles to actually give a very terrible outing. But then, after 90 minutes, the Super Eagles showed just why they are arguably the biggest brand in African football. Huge conversation, as we already know who the Super Eagles will play in the finals. DR Congo left it so late against Cameroon. And of course, they put Brian Mbeumo and Andre Onana. Maiwa will be telling us all of that because he'll be joining me right here in the studio, right here in Locker Room. Virtually he'll be part of this show. He will be telling me just why Manchester United players actually cannot live up to the billing. But like I said, it's going to be a very beautiful day. And you can be a part of this conversation by actually calling via the number on your screen, or you can leave us a comment on our YouTube platform to be a part of this conversation. And do not forget also to like, share, and of course, drop your comments on our YouTube platform. And also, do not also forget to subscribe to our YouTube platform. And not to miss any other edition of our shows, ensure that you also click that notification bell so you get alerted whenever it is we are here to talk football. Maiwa, good evening and welcome to Locker Room.
Well, it's always amazing to be here. The Yorubas will say, meaning I'm so happy that, you could literally ride the horse in my stomach and, the horse will not fall down. I mean, obviously, it's an irony, but I mean, that's how happy I am. I mean, the boys showed up yesterday. Apart from the fact that there is one particular face I didn't like in the stands that was not supposed to be there, I think the boys showed up. Yes, they missed a couple of chances. However, if you are taking our chances, you would have gotten to extra time. I hope the extra time that we played will not be a factor against, the DR Congo side, because it will take our boys a bit of time for them to be able to recover. But yesterday, HL changes were spot on. Wilfred Ndidi was very, very impressive in that particular game. That is the Wilfred Ndidi I would like to see play for Nigeria any day, anytime. I hope he can continue to live up to that expectation. He was on a yellow card from the 7th minute. And, we were a bit concerned about him not picking up another yellow card. He was cautious and he was also leading the attack. He was also instrumental in getting us the second goal, in laying that pass that brought about the second goal. He was captain fantastic yesterday. And I'm really, really proud of, into this performance, to be honest with you. I mean, he showed up yesterday. He showed up like someone that wanted to go to work on, and we finally saw the result. I hope they can show up like that against, the DR Congo side for us to be able to, to make it to the Intercontinental Playoff. So kudos to the guys. I'm really happy, and a whole lot of Nigerians, I know they are smiling right now.
Absolutely, a whole lot of Nigerians are actually smiling right now. And the way Maiwa is sounding, it's obvious that he's indeed very happy. Because I remember myself and Maiwa were actually talking about the game and said, with what we saw as regards preparation, perhaps it's going to be a 60-40 or 55, 45 in favor of the Panthers of Gabon. But surprisingly, Super Eagles just showed why they are the king of the skies. Talking about the Eagles. Yes, now let's talk about that game yesterday and x-ray the players and look at exactly, what they did. Maiwa will be talking about all of the players, the first 11 in that particular game, including those who actually came also into that particular game. Let's look at them individually. Let's look at their match ratings and talk about them. So let's start with the goalkeeper, Stanley Nwabali. Any disappointment, any improvement? What is your overall assessment of him?
Well, we should just only manage Stanley Nwabali for the rest of this qualifier. But seriously, Stanley Nwabali cannot be our number one. It's just so obvious. I think he has lost a whole lot of confidence. Apart from the fact that, yes, the goal he considered, a whole lot of people are blaming him because, he has been having a terrible game. But the goal he considered could happen to anybody. It was a deflection, and, he was already heading somewhere else before the ball was deflected. So I will not blame him for the goal. However, his overall performance in that particular game, I won't call it exceptional. I remember when we were leading 3-1, he almost gave away a goal to Aubameyang. He lost concentration in that crucial moment, and Benjamin Frederick was lucky that it was only Aubameyang that was charging. Other players were not charging. Benjamin Frederick would have put Benjamin Frederick in an awkward position, and that would have led to a goal, and that probably put the pressure on Nigeria. So, I mean, it would be a bad idea if we are changing goalkeeper right now because of the crucial stage we are in. But I will not put.
So your match rating over 10?
Rating over 10, I'll probably say, a 4 over 10 for me.
All right, so that's a below average performance. So let's go to the right back. Bright Osai Samuel. He was later replaced though. What's your rating of him?
Well, Bright Osai Samuel, I would say. He had an average game. I complained bitterly about the crosses he was making. That did not improve in the course of the game. So I'll probably give him an average. And the reason for that is when he goes forward, we expect him to be much more clinical with his crosses. And that did not happen so much yesterday. So for me, I'll probably hand him, a 5 over 10. And also remember, he also had a knock very early on in the game. I even thought he would not last that. There's always room for improvement. So I would say a 5 over 10 for me.
And of course, Zaidu Sanusi, what's your performance rating for him?
Well, Zaidu Sanusi surprised me a bit, being out of the team for a while. But the last couple of games that he has been part of the team, he has been, pulling his weight and, showing that he deserves an opportunity in that particular team. The game against Benin Republic is an avenue, gave him an opportunity to show what he can do. And he came yesterday and he played very well. So I'll give him a solid 6.5 for his performance yesterday. I mean, yes, 1 or 2 lapses here and there, but I mean, it's not something that is that obvious that can cost us, any particular game. So I'll give him a 6.5 in that particular game.
I think I'll be forced to agree with you on that one. He might not have actually added a lot going forward in that particular game, but I think he did a very good job defensively. He really did curtail the attack of the Gabonese from that particular end of the field. And I think very, very calm also on the field. I think he was one of the Nigeria's most decent player when it comes to being calm in the first half of the game. So I think I agree with you on that 6.5. So let's go to the centre back, Calvin Bassey.
Well, that's one of our rock in defense. That's one of our rock in defense. So Calvin Bassey, I'll probably score him a solid 8 over 10. Calvin Bassey played very, very well yesterday. And no disrespect to Tuchekong, I think that should be the pairing going forward. Tuchekong, and also for Ishemi Ajayi too, I think a Benjamin Frederick and Calvin Bassey pairing might probably leave Ishemi Ajayi on the bench.
I hope Excel sticks to that particular pairing. They did so well yesterday. Yes, they had some lapses, one or two mistakes, and that is bound to happen. But I mean, overall, Calvin Bassey and Benjamin Frederick, they are fantastic yesterday. So I think a Benjamin Frederick, a Calvin Bassey will be an 8/10 for me. He was very, very fantastic yesterday in the center of defense.
And the young man who is whose name seems to be in the lips of every Nigerian, Benjamin Frederick.
Not to praise him too much, so it doesn't get to his head. But our third goal, if I'm not mistaken, he was one that led the charge from the center of defense. That's number two. The way he plays ball, I think he's a good ball playing central defender. And if by any means maybe an individual is out, we don't have a suitable replacement for a defensive midfielder, I think a Benjamin Frederick will do that job. His intelligence on the ball, the way he handles the ball, the way he controls the ball, the way he moves with the ball. If you don't see him play as a central defender or a right back, you probably think he's not a defender. So for me, I think he's a standout performer in that particular game. And a lot of people might not want to agree with me, but for me personally, I will score him a 9.5/10 in that particular game. He was exceptional, and I hope he keeps up that kind of performance. If he continues to play like that, I will not be surprised if bigger clubs are looking for him very soon.
Let's talk a bit about the young man, Benjamin Frederick. I looked at him yesterday, and the only person I was seeing without his dreadlock was Gerard Piqué. He was so intelligent on the ball, his timing, how he moves. And, at that age, playing against the likes of Aubameyang, without any fear, no panic. Sometimes you see him on the ball, two persons charging. You see, instead of him turning back, he charges forward. I mean, which player does this man remind you of? Either in the old Super Eagles or anywhere else in the world? Benjamin Frederick.
I would say it depends. Like, we used to have Uche Okechukwu and Uche in our central of defense.
Yes.
Uche Okechukwu, is a very solid defender, but he's not a ball player. He's a very solid defender. So Benjamin Frederick combines the two. He knows how to do the defending very well. Remember, Aubameyang was a shadow of himself. A lot of people might say they surrendered the midfield to us or whatever it is, but the contributing factor of that is also Benjamin Frederick. He was very alert, and he was on top of his game. The only mistake he made was in the first half when they had this opportunity and they were able to beat him, and that was the only mistake that I think Zaidu Sanusi came to block that particular shot. I think that was the only mistake he made in 120 minutes. That's how exceptional he was yesterday. So I mean, it's a combination of Uche Okechukwu, a Nigerian, a former central defender, and a Gerard Piqué. Remember, Gerard Piqué is also joining the attack when he was playing for Barcelona. So I mean, the guy was exceptional yesterday, and I can't wait for him, to be a permanent starter in that particular position. But as far as I'm concerned, I think throughout the qualifiers and the playoff, I think Benjamin Frederick will be number one on a Chelsea list to start any game.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you on that one. So let's go straight down to the forward players. Samuel Chukwueze, a man whose name has been on the lips of every Nigerian, especially when he actually made that move to Fulham. We're expecting that he's going to get a lot of game time to sharpen him up and then put him where we actually have always expect him to be. But yesterday's performance, what can you say about him?
A lot of people might be angry with what I want to say, but it's not a matter of being angry. I think it's an avenue for Chukwueze to do better. I think Chukwueze reminds me of NEPA of olden days, when they will bring light and they will take it off again. The inconsistency has been the problem. If the Chukwueze that showed up against Benin Republic did not show up yesterday, yes, and we didn't see a lot of this. We didn't see a lot of this because the Gabonese decided to hand over the midfield to us. That's number one. Number two, because we were not under a lot of pressure to perform in that particular game based on how the Gabonese side were playing. They didn't really hold us on the neck. They were not able to I mean, the second half they played well a bit, but I mean, overall, if you look at how they played overall, it is below standard of what we expect from a Gabonese side. So that was the reason why, he was not exposed. And when he was substituted, we saw the changes. For me, I think the inconsistency continues to plague him. And that is where the issue is. And that was one of the reasons why, he didn't even make it in AC Milan because he was not consistent. So if I will rate his performance, vis-a-vis what he did against Benin Republic, to be honest with you, I think giving him 4/10 will be very, very generous. Wow. If you look at the performance against the Republic and the performance yesterday, I mean, 4/10 will be generous, to be honest with you.
I agree with you. Yesterday's game was even more abysmal considering the quality that we expect to see from Samuel Chukwueze. You recall that he's the man who we're expecting to actually be Nigeria's main man when it comes to creating those chances in the absence of Uche Crisantos. We were hoping that he's definitely going to be the man who's going to be playing that number 10 role, help us drive forward. But unfortunately, I don't know what's wrong with Samuel Chukwueze. I just hope that he comes back to the same player we've always known. Let's go to the other man on the other flank. From the current African Footballer of the Year, I beg your pardon, Ademola Lookman. What's wrong with him? Is he the same man? Is his club drama taking a toll on him? What about his ratings yesterday?
I think Ademola Lookman had an average game yesterday. To be honest with you, I was not surprised when he was subbed off. I mean, this is a player that he gave a whole lot, especially in the Nations Cup and the last Nations Cup, and also for his club. However, since that issue with Atlanta, he has not been able to get his form back. And even with the Atlanta side itself, he has been struggling with form in front of goal. And the performance has not improved. Yesterday, he had an average game yesterday. I mean, his contribution to what we were doing yesterday was very, very minimal. He was not that involved in the game. And, it's a downside. I think I want to cut him a slack. And the reason why I want to cut him a slack is this. We know what he can do. I think he has been having a couple of bad days. And that's the reason why we've not seen the best of him. So yesterday, I think the performance was just below average for me. I'll probably score him a 4.5 because, I mean, an Ademola Lookman, African Footballer of the Year, you would expect him, to do way better than what he's doing at the moment. But however, there's a lot of form issue with him. Remember, he was left out of Atlanta. He had to claw his way back. And if we are being honest, I don't think Ademola Lookman is, fully match fit at the moment. In terms of how he moves, in terms of how he plays, he's not that. The sharpness is not there at the moment. And probably it might take a bit of time, or maybe by January when he leaves Atlanta to somewhere better, maybe he gets the sharpness back. But at the moment, the sharpness is no longer there. And, he had a below average game yesterday.
So are you now saying that you support the call for him to actually even go to Turkey? Because there are calls and conversation about him perhaps joining Victor Osimhen in Galatasaray. Is that going to be a right move for him to get better into, who he was once known to be? And of course, would that really help him to actually get back to the peak of his game? Because what we saw yesterday, and alongside Samuel Chukwueze, it felt like our flank was completely dead. And trust me, I was very disappointed. Even though the guys in the middle of the park kept on trying to actually probe, but then these guys were not able to even beat any part of this Gabonese defense line. They were not even able to get to the bylines, and it was so frustrating. In fact, I'll tell you something. On 2 occasions in that particular first half, I saw more of Bright Osai Samuel getting to the bylines. I saw more of Zedu Sanusi even trying to get to the byline than Ademola Lookman and Samuel Chukwueze. So these two players now in the mix, I mean, they are supposed to be as creators in chief in that particular game, and they also have the ability to do that job. What do they need to actually help them come back into the player we once know them to be?
For Chukwueze, I think he needs to work on his consistency. You cannot have one good game and you have another 5 bad games. The game he played yesterday definitely will seal his place on the bench for Fulham. So he needs to rethink. If he gets the opportunity to play in the next game against DR Congo, he needs to bring his A game, and that is what will help him with Fulham. For Ademola Lookman, I think when the Osimhen issue came up and we were talking about Osimhen moving to Turkey, a whole lot of us, I mean, we said it constantly on local room that Osimhen should not be playing in Turkey. However, if you look at what Osimhen has been doing in Turkey, you know, his game has improved, and he has also brought that performance to the Champions League. He is playing in Turkey, he's very happy, and we are seeing his performance, and that performance is also translating to, you know, it's also translating to result in the national team. So for me, I think if Ademola Lookman leaves, maybe he gets to play under Okan Burak. Maybe Okan Burak has a way of making players happy. Osimhen is a different player from the sad Osimhen that was with Napoli. So, and we all know that Ademola Lookman is not happy in Atlanta. Yes, they fired their coach, they fired Van Druit and brought in another person. But I don't know, maybe his fortune will change under the new coach. But if it does not change, I think Turkey might be the right state. It might not be the ideal place in terms of competition, but at least you get to play football and also remember Galatasaray in the Champions League. So, I mean, that's also another avenue for him to be able to prove himself in a club that really wants him. So, I think if he has the opportunity, he should go to Turkey and probably maybe he gets back the, the sharpness that is no longer there at the moment.
All right. So, I hear you say in the absence of, crocodile, he can actually manage lizard. So, let's continue with the player rating in that particular game. So, let's look at the guys in the middle of the park. Wilfred Ndidi. What's your performance rating for him?
Wilfred Ndidi. No, I think you are disrespecting Wilfred Ndidi. You have to put Captain Fantastic Wilfred Ndidi at the back of his name. Because, to be honest with you, I think, he had a rush of blood in his head, got a yellow card in the 6th minute, and he was able to control the midfield that way. He was a box-to-box midfielder yesterday, and he was also instrumental breaking up play. He also provided extra cover for the pair of Benjamin Fredericks and Calvin Bassey. He did his job very, very well. And to be honest with you, he was instrumental to what the Super Eagles were able to do in that particular game. So for me, I think, Wilfred Ndidi, I will not want to give him a 10 over 10 because that one. But I'll probably score him a 9.8 over 10. He was exceptional yesterday. Apart from the fact that, he picked up an unnecessary yellow card in the 6th minute, I think that was the only wrong thing he did in that particular game. And even at that, he was playing, do you understand how it is? You are yellow carded in the 6th minute of a game. You are under a lot of pressure to perform. And with that pressure, you still give that kind of performance without making any errors. The guy was awesome yesterday. And I hope, we get to see that Ndidi going forward. Not Ndidi that, plays as if he has no football left in him. If he continues to play like this, a whole lot of Nigerians will not complain about him being invited to the Super Eagles anymore. Remember, in the preview of the game, I was one of those people that said I would have preferred the Rafael Onyedika over Ndidi because of the kind of performance he has been putting in. But the performance of yesterday in the next game, Ndidi starting for me.
Personally, I actually saw a Sunday Olise in that particular game putting on, the body of Wilfred Ndidi. We've seen Sunday Olise get yellow cards in games, and then you see him give his best performance. Top players, top defensive midfielders, when they get yellow cards in a game like that, first half, you see them, up the ante, bring in their best, become the best version of themselves because they want to show the world that, yes, cards or no cards, I'm still the same person. This is exactly where you get to see the best of players because it is in the very difficult situation that the best of, any substance can actually arise. And that's exactly what Ndidi showed yesterday. I agree with you, actually, Maiwa, that he actually gave an awesome performance. But then let's move on. The next man who actually plays side by side him is Alex Iwobi. Alex Iwobi's game was, a lot of people say he's like a prime Frank Lampard. You won't actually get to see a lot of him moving in the pitch, but then he gets the goals and he gets the job done. What's your performance rating for Alex Iwobi?
I think Alex Iwobi did well in that particular game. Yes, if you put him side by side against a Wilfred Ndidi, you want to say maybe Wilfred Ndidi outplayed him. However, they play different roles, and Alex Iwobi also, remember when we were squandering chances in the first half, he was one of those that was creating the opportunity for an Adam and the Victor Osimhen for them to squander the chances in the first time, especially in that particular game. So, I mean, he did a very fantastic job. I want to rate him, a 7/10. I would still expect more from him. And this is why I say I would still expect more from him is this. When the likes of, Adama, Lukman, and Chukwueze were not showing up yesterday, I would have expected him to show up more. What he just did was he did his job the way he's supposed to do it. I don't think he went above and beyond just the way a Wufe Ndidi has done. And the reason why I'll probably give him a 7 is this: in some games when your key players are not performing, you have a free roll sort of in that particular game. You are supposed to step up way more than you've done. That I did not see with Iwobi yesterday. But at least if you look at it on the basis of what he's supposed to do, he did his job, and I'll probably score him, a 7/10.
And of course, let's move on to the man who seems to be taking the shine off Tolu Arokodare, talking about Akko Adams, the man who got Nigeria's first goal in that particular game. Mayowa, how much of Akko Adams did you see yesterday?
Well, I mean, apart from the fact that, Akko Adams had a good game yesterday. Yes, a lot of people might say the Gabonese dashed him a goal, whatever it is. However, his movement alone won him that ball. If he was not making any move, he would have got that particular ball. Yes, he had a couple of opportunities in front of goal in the first half, and he should have buried that opportunity. I think what he needs to add to his game is this: those opportunities he got yesterday, if it were to be an Arokodare that was in that particular position, based on Arokodare's antecedents in our games, he would have probably buried those chances. So yes, I think he needs to work on him coming down in front of goal and being able to finish appropriately, like a goal poacher. Yes, he's playing alongside Victor Osimhen. He does not have the kind of instinct and Osimhen has. However, he's put there to be able to deliver this. So I mean, it's a good game for him. He played in the last game against Benin Republic, and he also played in this particular game. He has also gotten a goal again. So it shows that he's improving. And I want to cut him a slack. A lot of people are going out on it. But I think he did pretty well yesterday. Yes, he missed a couple of chances. Osimhen also missed a one-on-one. So we should not crucify him because he missed chances. But I mean, what we are seeing is progress, and progress is what matters. So in that particular game, I probably scored him a 7.5. He got a goal for Nigeria. He was the one that led the charge in terms of us scoring in that particular game. And he did very well. He did so well yesterday. Yes, he missed some chances. The coaches need to work on that. Because if you are playing a game whereby, if you are playing the likes of DR Congo, we cannot afford to miss chances the way we missed yesterday. So I think the coaching push should work on that. When you have the chances, keep calm and ensure that you bury the chance. So I'll probably score him a 7/5, a 7.5/10 in that particular game for yesterday.
And of course, the big man scored himself, former African Footballer of the Year and Nigeria's biggest star, Victor Osimhen. What a day for him to be a Nigerian, because I saw him, he was very furious after he missed that sitter, and then he came back strong. Big players rise in those occasions. Mayowa, tell me about Victor Osimhen.
Well, I mean, we are not called Victor Osimhen FC for no reason. If Victor Osimhen does not score, our win is not that. It's not that guaranteed. But jokes aside, I think Victor Osimhen, he gets a whole lot of criticism from me. I'm not one that will shy away from criticizing him. But his performance on the field of play, the guy is a goal poacher. Look at the top goal. Yes, the one-on-one, the opportunity he got in the 95th minute, if I'm not mistaken, he was supposed to bury that chance. He was one-on-one with the goalkeeper. You expect him to bury it. However, the best strikers in the world sometimes miss opportunities like that. So I won't fault him. He misses one, scores two fantastic goals, shows how good he is, especially the third goal. Look at how he brought that ball down, bullied about 3 defenders. I meant the fourth goal rather. Brought down that ball, bullied about 3 defenders, and was able to find, the back of the net. Somebody was joking, earlier in the day and said, Osimhen is much more effective when he has defender with him. But when he has one-on-one, he's in another world and he ends up missing the chances. However, he has given a good showing. He has given a good performance, and I mean his performance yesterday is definitely a 9.5 over 10. I'm the only mistake. Why is he getting a yellow card? Another yellow card in the game against DR Congo takes him out of the Intercontinental game in March. And the yellow card he got yesterday might come back to bite us. I hope he's very careful against DR Congo and not get a yellow card, because if he gets a yellow card and it's out of that particular game, that might cost us that particular game. Because I mean, you can all see that without Osimhen, we don't usually do well in terms of winning games.
All right, so Marwa, let's look at the players that actually came into that game. Yes, first we look at the man who actually replaced Bright Osai Samuel, talking about Chidozie Awazie. I mean, what's your match rating for him? I saw him came back after a long time. He was very calm. He took on the game, and it kind of made the game, the Super Eagles, more comfortable when he actually joined to show up the back line.
Well, definitely. I mean, what he was brought in to do was to calm the nerves down. Remember, especially after we scored that particular goal, there was a bit of jitters in our defense, and that's expected. Remember, the Gabonese side, they knew if they don't get on and try to force a goal, they are out in the 90 minutes. So definitely, we're under a lot of pressure, and he was brought in to calm the nerves, and he was able to do his job. Yes, he has been away from the team for a very long time. However, it's good that we are beginning to see him back. He's beginning to integrate into the team, and these are the kind of things we want to see. And the reason why this is very important is this: in case any of our regulars are not there, these are the kind of people that should be able to step up and be able to do a good job, same as our first team choice. So I mean, yes, he didn't play all the 90 minutes, but when he came in, you could see his impact. He was very calm, and those are the kind of players we need when the team is under a bit of pressure. And he did his job, very well. I mean, with the kind of performance he put in, I probably want to score him, a 6 over 10. I mean, he didn't start the game, but when he came in, he did the job the way he's supposed to do it, and that's the hallmark of bringing somebody from the bench and reading the game very well. I think he read the game very well, and he did what he's supposed to do. Somebody that's supposed to come to defense down.
And let's talk about the Super Eagles captain, William Troost Ekong, the man who was dubbed the protest leader. I don't want to use another adjective to qualify him. Maiwa, tell me about William Troost Ekong.
Well, I think it's unfair if anybody tags him a protest leader. It's only fair that you request for your wages. If you have worked, you are supposed to be paid for your wages. The NFF president that was in the stand yesterday, is he not being paid his salary? He's being paid regularly. So why are they not being paid? So I think it's very unfair for anybody to categorize him as a protest leader. The other players needed their money, and I think you speak up against injustice, and that was what he did. I mean, we've said it. I think we are beginning to see Second being phased out of the national team. I think probably maybe if he's lucky enough, he might make it to the World Cup. But with the rumors going around, maybe after these qualifiers, maybe after this this round of playoff, we might see that might be the last time we see a Second play for the Super Eagles. Because remember, anybody that speaks up against the NFF, there is the way they freeze them out of the team. They did it to Leon Balogun when he spoke out about the same match bonuses. They did it to Victor Moses when he spoke out against the NFF. So it's likely that we are seeing the to second place last game. He came in yesterday as a captain and he did his job. Yes, Nwabali wanted to throw his job in the bin. I mean, he did so well in the minutes he came into play, and he brought a whole lot of leadership to the defense line. So I mean, he played very well for the minutes he played yesterday. However, I think we should begin to take our minds off to Stefan. Sooner or later, Stefan will no longer be part of the national team with the rise of Benjamin Fredericks and the likes of Kevin Bassey holding their own in the center of the yes.
So let's talk about the man who was dubbed the tank at the just concluded African Cup of Nations. Talking about Frank Onyeka. He came into that game. he did a lot of job in the middle of the park. I saw him break through the lines, break through the heart of the midfield of the Gabonese. I recall that the Gabonese actually played a 5-man midfield, which was difficult for the likes of Alex Iwobi and Wilfred Ndidi to string those passes together. And then when he came in, he was the man who actually led the line breaking in that particular midfield. What can you say about him? How much of his influence helped Nigeria win the game, and what was his performance rating for you?
I think apart from when Frank Onyeka came in, Frank Onyeka and Ejuke, when they came in, I mean, you could see the difference in our midfield. Definitely, we've complained about Chukwueze, and we've complained about Ademola Lookman in terms of their performance yesterday, and that was the reason why Elchel, was a master class with the substitution. Frank Onyeka, another thing Frank Onyeka does is, remember, immediately Frank Onyeka came in, Ndidi was going forward, is, the frequency of Ndidi going forward was much more. And the reason for that is this: you have a Frank Onyeka who understands how to break up play. You have a Frank Onyeka who also understands that, yes, he might not be moving the way Ndidi moved yesterday, but he still understands how to move the way Ndidi moved. And that's the reason why Ndidi was so confident yesterday to be able to join the attack, and was, Ndidi became a JJ Okocha sort of yesterday in terms of spreading the passes, because he had the guarantee that there is a Frank Onyeka who can slip in behind it and do the work and break up play. And Onyeka did that job excellently well. So kudos to Onyeka. I think he deserves all the accolades he's getting. One thing that has been his issue is the issue of consistency. If he can be consistent with how he played yesterday, I think he has a bright future in the national team. I will not be surprised if NHL decides to have a midfield that has an Ndidi and a Frank Onyeka based on what he did yesterday.
So what exactly is Frank Onyeka's match rating for you?
For me, Frank Onyeka, I think I will score him a solid 7. And the reason for that is this: he came in and he did the job of Ndidi very well. And what that does is this: it released Ndidi for him to be able to do the box-to-box. He worked very well yesterday. He gave room for Ndidi to be able to join the attack. And remember, Ndidi joining the attack gave rise to the second goal. Ndidi joining the attack also gave rise to Osimhen being free, being in a whole lot of space. Because what that does is this: Ndidi on the shows the kind of quality he has. Remember, we were lethargic with the likes of Ademola Lookman and Chukwueze. Ejuke came in and it was very fluid. Ademola Lookman and Chukwueze were not fluid yesterday. They were not getting it right yesterday. Ejuke came in and you could see the sparks flying on the right-hand side. You could see the sparks flying on the wings. And that's the kind of thing you want to see. And he was doing it so well that he even created an opportunity for himself. Remember how the second goal came about. This is why it came about. The moment Ndidi was coming with the ball, Ejuke made a move. Osimhen was running now. Yes, the run of Osimhen, dragged a whole lot of players away. But the movement of Ejuke gave Ndidi not to pass through. If Ejuke was not moving the way he was moving, obviously, and if you want to give an Osimhen that particular pass. However, Osimhen is being crowded, but because of the movement of Ejuke in front of goal, because of how fluid he is in terms of his movement, that creates an opportunity for him to be able to pass that ball to him and for him to be able to score that goal. And that's intelligence there. So I mean, he did so well yesterday, and I hope to see more of him in games to come. We have an Chukwueze that is not consistent with his performance. Probably maybe we'll get to see an Ejuke start a game for us against the DR Congo.
So his match rating is what for you?
His match rating, I mean, he scored yesterday, so I'll give him a 7.5.
All right, 7.5. Let's talk about the Paris FC forward, Moses Simon.
Yes. At 31, I think it's 31 if I'm not mistaken. At 31, he brings something different. Ademola Lookman could not do what he was doing yesterday. And, for whatever reason we've said that Admiral Lukman has not been sharp. A whole lot of people, even had issues with. I was talking to somebody after the first half. Had a whole lot of issues with Moses Simon not starting that particular game because of how Admiral Lukman has been playing. It shows that he has a whole lot of experience. He was troubling, especially the right-hand side of defense of the Gabonese yesterday, and that shows the kind of quality he has. So he gave our attack a lot of options. He gave the Gabonese side a whole lot of headache, and that is what we could not see in Ademola Lookman yesterday. So definitely he did so well, and for the fact that he did not start the game, I also want to give him a 7 out of 10. But if you look at the strength of how he played yesterday, compared to what Ademola Lookman did for the about 69-70 minutes he was part of the game, I think the contribution of most Ademola Lookman that started that game yesterday.
All right, so let's talk about the man who later replaced Victor Osimhen, Tolu Arokodare, though he gave a cameo appearance. But what's your rating for him?
I think he came in the 115th or 116th minute, so he had about 4 minutes to play that particular game. So he's just warming up. However, we all know what he can do. From his antecedents, we know that he's also somebody we can rely on in terms of getting the goals if an Osimhen is not there. Remember, he was part of those that contributed to us getting here. Some of the goals he scored for us brought us here. So yes, because of how we played yesterday, definitely he never had an opportunity to play. So he made a cameo appearance. He did so well. So give him a rating would be a bit difficult because he practically played for 4 minutes. So rating will be a bit difficult. However, if you look at performance so far, I think we've said consistently, if you are struggling in front of goal, he's somebody we can turn to because of his previous performance. And I think he will always be a joker. I'm hoping I will see more of him, against Congo DR in the next game on Sunday. I hope I will see more of him. But he just came and give a cameo appearance. So to give him a rating will be a bit difficult because he didn't really do much in that particular game.
All right, man. And as reaction continued to throw that particular game, talking about Nigeria versus the Panthers of Gabon, a lot of persons actually be talking. Nigerians have been talking. People have actually been, looking at the players' performances and talking about who actually gave a standard performance. But one name has been on everyone's lips: the person of the young Benjamin Frederick, and legendary Nigerian footballer and former Nigerian captain Sunday Ogochukwu Olise has hailed the young man as the most influential player in the Super Eagles' 4-1 victory over Gabon in the semi-final of the 2026 FIFA World Cup playoffs. At just 20 years old, Frederick showcased his skills by effectively neutralizing Gabon's threat in the person of Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, and it kept him at bay. His standout performance included a crucial last-ditch tackle and, of course, an assist for Victor Osimhen's third goal. Reflecting on Frederick's performance, Olise praised his positioning, pace, and decisiveness, expressing confidence that the defender will bring his best game to the upcoming final against DR Congo. He highlighted the performance of Frederick's contribution, noting how the team's unity has been the driving force behind their success. Frederick's solid performance have made him a key player for the Super Eagles since his debut, which came during the victorious penalty shootout against Jamaica. The Super Eagles now set to face Congo. There are high hopes that Frederick will continue his impressive form and help to secure a place at the United States of America and Canada. Mayowa, Benjamin Frederick has been, the talk of the town right now. And I ask you, you gave me 3 players, and 3 players actually got about, I think, 9 points, over 9% rating, talking about Benjamin Frederick, Wilfred Ndidi, and Victor Osimhen. And I also want you to know that yesterday, that the man of the match was actually Benjamin Frederick. But from your own assessment, do you really think the young man deserves to be the player of the match? And of course, is Sunday Olise's praises of this young man in right direction?
Well, I think I'm surprised the way Benjamin Frederick is playing. He's playing as if he has played football before. Football before in terms of he's older than 20. His situational awareness It's awareness on the field of play. And, Olise, who is a defensive midfielder who plays in front of a defender, gave him a glowing review. The way he's moving, the way he plays, the guy was very, very fantastic yesterday. And a lot of people will not believe it. For a 20-year-old to have that kind of, footballing understanding as a central defender, as a right fullback, as a fullback, goes a long way of how mature he is. At that age, what he was doing yesterday, was a stuff of class. It was very, very instrumental.
Maiwa, it's also interesting to know that this young man talking about Benjamin Frederick has gotten the attention of his colleagues. Talking about the man who paired him, Kevin Bassey. Kevin Bassey was actually talking about him and was making a case for him to be a regular for the Brentford side. I don't know what's taking the coach so long to notice him. Perhaps it's his age, but I think the guy has made a very good claim to be a regular player for that particular team. I don't know what you think about that.
Definitely, see, this qualifier, this performance he has been putting in, definitely would make the coach give him a look in again. With this kind of performance, he is somebody that is not playing regularly. He's not playing regularly and is giving this kind of performance. Definitely, there is no way the coach will not give him a look in. His situational awareness, his maturity on the ball, and he's not one of those central defenders that are quick to just kick the ball anywhere. He reads the game very well as a defender. He reads the opposition very well, and that was what he did to Aubameyang yesterday. He was to snuff out Aubameyang. Aubameyang had no opportunity to be able to do anything against him. That's how fantastic the guy has been. So for me, I think I've said it consistently, this is the future of the Super Eagles. This is the future of our central defense. Going forward, I think it's going to be a Calvin Bassey and a Benjamin Frederick with maybe a Shemia Ajayi on the bench in case anything happens to them that can come in. And also remember, he knows how to play from the right hand side. So it's very fantastic, and I'm hoping to see more of him in the national team.
Okay. So Maiwa, before we go, because time is fast spent, it's also worthy to note that Aubameyang also praised the young man, said this kid is just too good. And there's something also I want you to talk about. Shemia Ajayi is actually back now. You recall that the yellow card actually kept him out of this particular game. Do you actually hope that? Are you actually hoping to see Eric Chell actually rejig his back line since Shemia Ajayi is back? And what does that actually reflect? What does that mean for the Super Eagles going into this particular game? Do you want him to actually change, his centre-back pairing? Because that's exactly what's going to likely happen if Shemia Ajayi is to come back into this particular one. And of course, Victor Osimhen is just 6 goals, behind the legendary late Rashidi Yekini. He's 31 now, and of course, Yekini stopped as 37. So, I want you to comment on this too before we wrap up.
Definitely, let me start with Victor Osimhen. Victor Osimhen gets to 37. At most, maybe at the Nations Cup. Because the Nations Cup is before the final playoff. If you make it to the final playoff, before then, I think it gets to 37 goals. So he's on the right track. He's scoring, I think he's averaging, 3 goals, 2 goals per game, which is a good, record. So he's going to break that record. For Shemia Ajayi, please do not be angry with this. If you are listening to this, I think you sit down on the bench. Don't break the CG, don't break the chemistry. Benjamin Frederick and Calvin Bassey starts next game for me. Shemia Ajayi comes in from the bench. Don't destroy the chemistry. Those guys played very well yesterday. There's no reason you need to change the pairing. Leave Benjamin Frederick and Calvin Bassey alone.
All right, on that note, we'll definitely be wrapping up Locker Room on this particular edition and, of course, this week's edition of the show. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. I am Ikechukwu Agwago.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Ngwa sonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The truth needs voice. The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at Voptvlive. I've been joined in the studio here, Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Dr. Peter Anosike. He is a philosopher, business and economic consultant, journalist, and author of several books. He's also a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Dr. Anosike, and thanks for being part of this show.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. I always appreciate your presence. On the show today, Abuja High Court aborts PDP convention over exclusion of Lamido, restrains INEC. Pandev demands national apology for Wike, condemns naval officers' conduct. And PFN, that is Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, to Trump, work with Tinubu to curb insecurity, not threaten Nigeria. Well, let's get into it. The Federal High Court in Abuja has halted the People's Democratic Party PDP National Convention scheduled to take place in Ibadan tomorrow, 15 and 16. While delivering judgment, Justice Peter Lefu ruled that the event cannot proceed because the party unlawfully excluded former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido from contesting the national chairmanship position. The court determined that Lamido was unfairly denied access to the nomination forms in violation of the PDP constitution and its internal regulations. Justice Lefu emphasized that political parties are obligated to create fair opportunities for members to pursue their ambitions and participate in party leadership process. As part of its orders, the court restrained INEC from supervising or recognizing any convention conducted without Lamido's inclusion. Quite interesting. Well, it further directed the PDP to pause all convention activities until Lamido is allowed to obtain nomination forms, mobilize supporters, and campaign for the position. This ruling effectively stalls the party's planned leadership transition. Dr. Anosike, you've heard it all. As at yesterday, we got information that some delegates had already arrived in Ibadan, the venue of the convention, and that people were mobilizing, horse trading, campaigning for their candidates and all of that. But this morning, around 11, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, we got information that, look, a court presided over by Justice Peter Lefu has said, look, we cannot, because you recall too that Sule Lamido had gone to court, said, no, you cannot exclude me, in this process, because, he went to their office, they restrained him, they stopped him from getting the form and all of that. Dr. Anosike, where does that leave PDP at this moment?
Well, all these are concurrent courts. Understand?
Okay.
It is still a high court that gave order in Ibadan that the convention should go on.
Okay.
Understand me? So, all of them are still on the same concurrency. We've not gotten any judgment from a superior court. Understand? So, a high court say, go on. A high court say, don't go on. So, all of them are still where they are. But the convention is happening. The venue in Ibadan is already wearing a new look. The Ibadan is bubbling as we speak. Understand? So, this thing will not, this judgment will not stop PDP from embarking on the convention, because one, it's not even a superior court. It is still the same high court. It is still it's still the same high court, so there's no big news. Assuming that any of them had gone to court of appeal, we will say that a superior court has given an order, but all of them are still on concurrent.
Concurrent jurisdiction.
But what we're expecting, this is one of the moves being made to stop PDP from presenting a presidential candidate in 2027. Because one, INEC is not going to observe the convention. And
okay, go ahead.
INEC will not.
Why won't INEC observe the convention?
They are going to obey this order from Abuja High Court.
Okay, but you just said that that the court is of the same level with the court that said go ahead.
I know, because
okay, so INEC will cherry pick now
They
will be choosy.
They have been cherry picking.
Okay.
And they have a mandate too. They have a mandate. INEC is in Abuja, and INEC is not in Ibadan.
Okay.
So they will tell you that they are obeying the order of the court, which will restrain them from going to cover the convention, which makes it illegal. So whoever emerges as a candidate tomorrow will not be able to present a presidential candidate in 2027.
No, but Dr. Nosike, your position is somehow, I don't want to use the word contradictory, but looks like you are going back and forth. You say that, your position is that the court, we have 4 judgments as we speak. Out of these 4 judgments, all of them come from courts of coordinate jurisdiction.
I think we have a 3rd judgment.
No, we have 4 judgments.
On what are sure, Peter Lifu and
the one in Peter Lifu has given 2 judgments.
And A.L. Akintona in Ibadan.
Yes, there are 4 judgments as we speak. Peter Lifu has given 2 judgments. Now, according to you, your position is that these courts are of concurrent or coordinate jurisdiction. All of them high court, one federal, one state. One federal, the other state. And no, one state, the other federal, because Abuja High Court, So in that position, you are saying that the convention will go on because they are going to disregard.
They will disregard it, but
okay.
INEC will obey it.
INEC will obey it. So if INEC does not supervise or attend that convention,
it makes it
useless. So the people that are congregating in Ibadan, to what end are they doing that?
That's the thing. I said this is one of the attempts being made to make sure that PDP will not present a candidate.
Okay.
Understand?
I like that. The attempts being made that PDP will not present a candidate.
A presidential candidate.
Is it PDP preventing itself or others making attempts?
Near some week, carrying on the mandate that was given to him.
Okay, near some week now, Wike is back into the picture. I asked that question in the light of the fact that
he had not been expelled, he had not been suspended, so he has always been in the picture.
I'm looking at it from the angle of this last judgment given by Peter Lifu, who said if you exclude Lamido, then you don't conduct that convention. Was it part of the game plan to stop Lamido from getting the nomination form so that he will go to court and stop this convention? Is it part of the game?
The game here is to give this judgment that's at the eve of the election, so that there will not be any time that to go for a counter
judgment. Okay, so now my question is this: does it look like Sule Lamido and Nyesom Wike, they are on the same page? Are they working together?
Or they are not on the same page?
So how does Wike come into this?
They are not. But Wike controls the judges in Abuja. Understand me? And the judgment was given at its own convenience.
Okay, no, at his own convenience. No, sure. I want us to, put the dots and, the national chairmanship of this party to the north. Because we want the presidential ticket to come to the south. They threw it open. They said there was not going to be any microzoning. On their own, in the communique, 6 points, 6-point agenda that Mike and his group raised. One of Wadata Plaza to collect the form. They said, no, you can't collect the form. The man made desperate efforts. They stopped him. Now he goes to court. And the court has stopped the convention because, according to Justice Peter Lifu, he was unlawfully denied access to the nomination form. So now my question is it that Wike is planning this, or that he planned this with Sule Lamido? We exclude you, you go to court, stop the convention and all of that.
No. Lamido made a statement when he said that he is in sympathy, he is in bed with ADC.
Okay.
But it's not the campaign from PDP.
Okay.
So you cannot be in bed with a ADC and now want to contest for the national chairman of PDP.
What kind of contradiction is that? The person that is stopping all of these things, according to analysts and public opinion, is Nyesom Wike, who is also working for an APC.
It's Nyesom Wike now.
And he's working for the APC.
It's working for the APC, and judiciary is helping him. Understand me? why didn't they give this judgment on Tuesday, Wednesday? Understand me? Why didn't they give this judgment on Tuesday or on Wednesday? Why give it that today? It's already Saturday. You cannot file an appeal that's during the weekend. Okay. So this is just judiciary helping Nelson Wike to achieve his aim.
No, you see, Dr. Anosike, you have brought us back to this point of judiciary helping Nelson Wike.
When did Lamido file this appeal?
Lamido filed this appeal, I think, more than 10 days ago.
Then why haven't judgment been
the reserved judgment
then?
Until
when? Until the eve of the election. Until that on a Friday.
Now it brings back.
Do you know that somebody who wants to punish you can just send you that to sell that's on a Friday? You'll be there till Monday.
Yes, I understand all of that.
So that's exactly what happens here.
What I'm trying for us, I want us to establish a connection between Wike, Lamido, judiciary, and the plan to scuttle PDP from having a presidential candidate in 2027. I want us to synchronize all of these things.
The issue is this: Wike is not it's not in bed with the former Jigawa State governor.
Okay.
He is working with the judiciary.
Okay.
Understand me? He is working with the judiciary, and that's the reason why the judgment was given on Friday, so that there will be no appeal.
Okay, so at some point their interests have overlapped and working for each other.
He didn't. The
interest of Wike is stop the convention.
Yes.
Now the interest of Lamido is stop the convention until I get a form.
Until I'm allowed
to get a form
to contest.
So even despite the fact that they are working from different camps, their interests have overlapped at this point.
So it's a coincidence.
It's a coincidence.
But the winner is Nelson Wike.
The winner is Nelson Wike.
Because INEC will choose to obey this Abuja order.
Okay.
Understand me?
Okay. They will obey it because it is Wike or because it is convenient for them. It suits them.
Because they are being controlled by Nelson Wike.
INEC too.
Yes.
This Nelson Wike must be a very powerful man. He controls PDP, he controls FCT, he controls INEC, he controls the judiciary. How come he's able to do all of that?
That was the power that was given to him. That's why he was brought from Port Harcourt to FCT.
Okay.
And that's what he is doing as now.
Okay.
Mind you, he is building houses for the
judges.
The judges. Understand me?
Yes, I do.
And you cannot bite a finger that is feeding you.
I want us to expand this Wike's connection. You know, before now, Wike and co said, look, come, let us agree on valid points so that we don't get into trouble. Part of the problem the Wike camp has is that, look, you cannot go into a national convention where you have outstanding congresses in some local government areas, where you have outstanding congresses in states, where you have outstanding congresses in some zones. The South-South zone, one was conducted in Calabar that produced Dan Obi as the zonal chairman. They stopped it. Damagum and Co stopped it. Some states have not conducted congresses. I think Ebonyi State and Ekiti State and all of that. And some local government congresses. And Wike says, look, gentlemen, let us conduct all these congresses so that we have valid delegates for the convention. Now, Damagum says no. The convention must go on. Sheyi Makinde says no. The convention must go on. Now, the courts have stopped it. Why is it Wike's problem?
Why should Wike, who is saying that he's supporting a presidential candidate of another party, be talking of PDP holding a convention? Okay. And you want to listen to him?
All right, Dr. Anosike, Okay, go ahead. There was an incoming call, but it's gone off.
So why must you listen to Nyesom Wike, who said that he is supporting Tinubu for 2027, be talking of PDP convention?
He's still a member of the PDP.
And even the FCT council election that is coming, he said that he's going to deliver FCT to APC.
Okay.
I still want to go to and listen to him. Well, I'm happy with what is happening that in PDP. They cost it for themselves. I know that this will happen. I've already said it that PDP is dead. So all these things will continue until 2027, which is exactly what Nyesom Wike wants.
Yes, you have come back to that. A lot of Nigerians blame Nyesom Wike, and
no, I blame Damagu.
Okay, you blame
Damagu because he ought to have sacked Nyesom Wike 2 days after that presidential
You just said something like, "Can you buy the finger that fed you?" Nyesom Wike made him acting national chairman of PDP. So how can he sack him?
I don't know who made him.
I just told you.
So if he's man enough, he should have sacked Wike. Wike shouldn't have been in PDP even 5 days after that presidential election. But he are now able to fester and it gained taproot.
Damagum, as the national chairman of the PDP, on his own cannot sack Wike. It is the duty and responsibility of both the NEC and the National Working Committee. They set up a reconciliation committee headed by Bukola Saraki.
By then,
now Bukola Saraki is singing the same song with Nyesom Wike.
By then, it is too late.
By then, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you.
So
Damagum on his
PDP
own cannot sack Nyesom Wike.
PDP has been programmed to fail, and PDP cannot resurrect after the 2027 general election.
Okay.
Understand me? It has been programmed, and the more we stop talking about PDP, the better for our psyche. Because it's just like talking about dead people.
But they are making news, and their convention is causing trouble everywhere.
So for me, it's just, they will go there, but INEC will not supervise it. And any convention that INEC did not supervise, they cannot present candidates for election.
Okay.
Which means what is going to happen in Ibadan is a May jamboree.
Okay. Just a talk show. Okay, now, Dr. Anosike, let's examine this thing. Assuming that Ibadan convention holds, because
it will hold.
Now, when the convention holds, what will happen? The aftermath of it all.
One, they will begin to go to court. Now, understand me? Where Wike has an upper hand. Understand me?
Okay.
They will start going that to court where Wike has an upper hand, and this thing will continue till election.
Okay, now let us reason that by chance this convention is put off tomorrow. Wisdom.
It will not put off.
We want to create a what-if scenario. By wisdom prevails, common sense and reason, and they say, okay, let's leave out all of this, and now go to the courts, go home and do the internal work that we are supposed to do before the convention. How soon do you think at what point will it be late for the PDP to hold a convention so that they will produce candidates for the 2027 election? The primaries are supposed to come up between April and July next year.
Well, for me, I'm not a PDP member. I don't know what their constitution says, okay. But it's still not too late for them to hold their convention. Their convention can still hold January, February, March.
Okay.
Understand?
So all hope is not lost.
It is not. PDP is dead.
No,
they will not resolve this crisis till 2027.
Okay, so because it is in the interest of some people that
it is in the interest of Tinubu and Nyesom Wike.
But how is Tinubu coming into all of this? The man is an APC man.
Nyesom Wike has a mandate from Tinubu to keep PDP down, and that's what he is doing. And that's what Nyesom Wike is doing. That's why all these confusions are going on.
Do you have valid information? Do you have evidence, or are you just making conjectures that probably this is what he's doing with the president? Do you have evidence to show that Wike is working out all of this for the president?
That's what he is doing. That is what he is doing.
Okay.
Understand me? To make sure that Tinubu will not have a stronger position in 2027. That's a strong candidate in 2027.
Is Wike and Tinubu, are they the people causing the problem in the Labour Party as well? Talking about strong opposition in 2027.
Labour Party has been captured. Junior Sabure is in the pocket of APC.
What is Julius Sabure he's nobody in the Labour Party?
Who?
Julius Sabure.
He is no.
Yes, because the Supreme Court said, "You young man, your tenure has expired."
INEC is still dealing with him. INEC is still dealing with him.
So INEC is acting illegally.
Go to their website. Go to INEC website and check who they recognize as national chairman of LP.
Why is it that the other party has not gone to court to challenge that? Do you have an idea?
So if Supreme Court has issued an order, then INEC will wait for the other people that to go to court before they would do.
No, I'm just asking.
So INEC is still dealing with him, which is
an illegality.
Which is an illegality, and which is what they have programmed.
No, that's my question. Why is it difficult for the other party to look, bring INEC, bring Abure, take them to court and say, look, do the needful. Supreme Court has issued a judgment.
So excuse me, if a Supreme Court gives a judgment, do you need any other court for interpretation?
So, okay, at this instance, what should they do?
If the highest court in the land gives a judgment, so you now have to go.
I'm just asking. So, how do they enforce that?
They should effect it immediately.
Now that they have not effected it, what should
that shows that they are working for the ruling party? Period.
And there's nothing anybody can do about it.
That shows that they are working for the ruling party.
No, Dr. Anosike, that also shows that there's nothing anybody can do about it.
Why Labour Party appears to be quiet now? There have been no news here because P2B has not been making statements about political parties. But before the end of this year, P2B will announce where he is, and then Labour Party will. Or the crisis that's happening in PDP now will start happening in LP.
That's assuming P2B returns to Labour.
He's not returning there. Understand?
Okay, he's not returning.
He is not.
Okay, so assuming he goes to party XYZ, the problem from the PDP will shift to that party X.
No, Labour Party will now say we have expelled him so and so thing. Understand me?
Okay, and the problems in the Labour Party will end because I've expelled him.
It will end. It will end.
And then it will move over to the party that Obi joins.
Until then. But that's why Labour Party appeared to be quiet.
Okay.
Because P2B has not been making any statement about the party. P2B has not been strong on Labour Party or ADC.
Okay.
Understand me? So that's why Abure has kept quiet, because he has his own
plans,
mandate.
Okay, he has his own mandate. All right, Dr. Anosike, let's move on to the next topic of discussion. The Pan-Niger Delta Force, PANDEF, has declared FCT Minister Nyesom Wike deserves a national apology after being obstructed from performing his duties by the naval officer. Well, PANDEF's national chairman, Ambassador Gali, condemned the incident and urged President Bola Tinubu to order a thorough investigation and sanction those responsible. Gali argued that the officer's conduct was not only disrespectful to Wike, but also an affront to the office of the president, whose authority the FCT minister represents. He warned that such actions undermine military professionalism and threaten the respect due to civilian leadership in a democratic system. Panda further criticized the growing social media praise for the officer's behavior alleging that he acted on the orders of a retired service chief. Igali insisted the Navy must apologize and stop using junior officers for personal non-military assignments. He described Wike as one of the administration's best ministers who must be treated with greater respect and protection. Dr. Anosike, we see some kind of polarization in the read between the FCT minister and the naval officer. Partner says the nation owes Wike an apology for what the naval officer did to him. Do you agree?
For 1,000, what his business, no business going. He believes he is above in the that he has to there. And he ended himself up. He ended up being messed up. Understand?
Yes.
Because one, he is not that's a law enforcement officer. That is not what he is. What he should have done first is what he did at the end of it. Now, because FCDA men had gone there, they were chased back.
Okay.
Understand me? Mm-hmm. They had gone there, they were chased back. We can feeling that it's Goliath.
No, feeling that he's the FCT minister.
Feeling that he is Goliath.
Okay.
Decided, who is that chased you? Let me go and see him. Understand me? These people, you are in Abuja. These people are in Abuja. Why don't you call them? My people went to where a construction is going on, and they were chased back. This issue would have been resolved in the office. Understand me? This issue would have been resolved in the office. But he felt that that after Tinubu, it is him. That's why he has to go there personally. That's why he has to go there personally. And sincerely, Wike escaped death on that day.
Anosike, we are national TV, and I'm sure we don't advocate.
No, he escaped death. Okay. Assuming that his men
Anosike, let me ask you,
acted violently, there would have been a shootout.
Okay, so, and Dr. Anosike, what is the position of Nyesom Wike in the cabinet of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
He is the minister of FCT.
Okay, by virtue of being minister of the FCT,
does that make him a law enforcement officer?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm trying to get at something. You also understand that constitutionally, he holds that for the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Are you aware of that? He was appointed minister of not FCT. Just appointing him. The constitution is very clear on that. As the FCT minister, he holds that position in trust. In fact, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is also the president of Abuja. So he appointed the minister to hold that position in trust for him.
What of the aviation minister? What of the other ministers?
No,
what of the other ministers?
There is appointees, but they don't hold those. They hold those positions, on their personal capacity. Now, FCT minister, the constitution is very specific on this.
Which constitution
of the Federal Republic of Nigeria?
Which constitution that said that FCT is not? It's like any other states.
Dr. Anosike, forget.
No, which constitution? Which constitution?
Anosike, let's not get into this debate. Let me tell you.
2023, Court of Appeal and Supreme Court has changed the status.
But it didn't change the constitution
of FCT.
But it didn't change the constitution.
They said that FCT is like any other state in the country.
But it didn't change the constitution. Now, I want you to understand that the minister holds that position in trust for the president. and the president is the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That young man didn't disrespect the president by his action.
Which action? By which action?
By what he did.
So Wike went there without a court warrant, without a court order. They will just leave. He will enter.
Okay.
Understand me? By going there without any court order, any court warrant, he is there on illegal duty.
Okay. And the young man there was on what? On illegal duty?
The young man stated, I'm here based on order.
Okay.
I was asked to be here and I am here.
Okay.
Understand? If you want to pull him, there's chains of command. Who sent you here? And the young man mentioned who sent him there. Deal with the person that sent him there, okay. Not the young man.
Not the young man.
Yes?
Okay.
So the humiliation, he brought it upon himself.
Okay, now Pandev is also of the opinion that, look, is it proper that that we use military men for civilian duties, like guiding the house?
It's not their business. It's not their business.
It's not Pandev's business?
Yes, it's not their business.
Okay. So they shouldn't put nose into what
it is not their business. They should caution Wike to stop being reckless.
Okay. They should caution
Wike. He's not the only minister in the country.
Okay, we see also some kind of polarization, not really polarization, but generals, both retired and serving, seem to support their own. What does this speak to the subordination of military to civilian authorities?
The boy conducted himself very, very well. I'm not in the military, but that guy performed creatively well. He was professional in his conduct, in his speech, in his composure.
Okay.
Understand me?
Okay, that's why the general support him.
Every Nigerian supported. That boy's act united Nigeria on that day. That boy's Yerima's act united Nigeria on that day. Both Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, we are in support of that boy.
Okay, the support that this boy received, is it because of the excesses, of the perceived excesses of Nyesom Wike as a person? Or is it just because of the boy's conduct? Does it have anything to do with the kind of animosity that Wike bears because of what he has done, probably, and Nigerians are not happy with him?
Why must you be calling somebody? That uniform is the country itself, not even that boy. Somebody dressed that's in Nigeria army uniform. You are calling him a fool. You are calling him a fool. Okay. Understand me? So what kind of does he? That's why I say I saw a 24-year-old man and a 57-year-old boy on that day.
No, Doctor, I understand your position. My question is this: the kind of support that this young man has received from Nigerians,
the way he behaved, Sure.
Okay, if which minister, is there any minister that I can think of that Nigerians like so much? If there was an altercation between another minister, probably not Nyesom Wike, and this young man, do you think that this young man would still have receive the same kind of support he's received?
If the minister acted the way Nyesom Wike acted,
okay,
Nigerian will support that boy.
Okay, so the action is not because of Wike's personality, but because of what he did on the spot.
Because of what he did on the spot.
Okay.
Because of what he did on the spot and the way the young man responded.
Okay.
Even adding sir, even with utterances, he was still, I'm not a fool, sir. I'm not a fool, sir. Understand? Minister who goes and be noticed should be given the treatment. So that boy's action made me that to have hope in Nigeria. The past.
Okay.
Understand me? Because army is an embodiment of what? Discipline. Army is an embodiment of discipline. Even so, policemen fear army, but now they are now like civilians.
Okay, so the young man just restored the optimism that
for me.
Okay, for you.
Yes.
All right.
And for a lot of other Nigerians. So Pandev shouldn't ethnicize it.
Okay, Pandev shouldn't ethnicize it. Okay, all right. Dr. Anosike, we'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll get into our final topic of the discussion. So we'll be right back. Welcome back. Now, the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, has appealed to U.S. President Donald Trump to collaborate with President Bola Tinubu in tackling Nigeria's security crisis instead of threatening military intervention. PFN President Bishop Wale Oke stressed that while the killings, especially attacks on Christians, must stop, Nigeria needs United States support through training and counter-terrorism assistance, not foreign invasion. Bishop Oke emphasized that all Nigerians, regardless of religion, across his comments came after of public concern, accusing radical Islamists of killing thousands of and of possible U.S. military action. Trump's remarks included claims that the U.S. Department of War had been instructed to prepare operations. While Trump's statement drew reaction from authority religious organizations, the federal government dismissed the claims of Christians, while the Nigerian Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs found that both misleading. Modern Christian Association of Nigerian Leaders also clarified that the message meant on killings. Nigeria that side, especially men of God,
well, there's a saying about their fruit we shall now by their name we know them. I mean, by their name we know them. Make a statement, we know what they are going to. The current president, Daniel Oko, has said emphatically that there's a genocide in Nigeria. That there's a genocide in Nigeria. There's a Christian genocide in Nigeria. That's the current president. Okay. So this one okay, I say by their name we know them. One okay saying that there should be that Donald Trump should collaborate instead of issuing a threat.
Yes.
The threat is working because in combat they have woken up.
Who has woken up?
Government has woken up. Understand me? They are now holding security meetings now and then, which was not happening before. Understand me? Which is so Donald Trump has woken them up to their responsibilities. Which is a very positive step. Understand me? So, and Donald Trump never spoke about invading Nigeria. He talked about coming to wipe out the bad boys.
Yes, I was coming to that because that word invasion is a very strong word. Trump never used because I didn't hear him say that.
He never say, he said, stop the killing of Christians in your country or we'll come and help you and do it.
Okay.
So his focus is on the terrorists, not Nigeria. But we are fond of exercising and exercising everything in the country. Understand? Instead of coming together that to find a way out of this, we are now talking of ethnicity. So Donald Trump's threat was positive, and there's no other way he would have said it for it to work. Understand me? There's no other way, and we also know his manner of talking. He talks tough. He is trying that to put it. People are being killed in Nigeria, and the government that swore to protect lives and property ought to start doing that, assuming that they are not doing it before.
Okay. Now I like Dr. Anosike. You keep saying they have ethnicized it, they have tribalized it, and all of that. Is there any way, we can wish away, ethnicity in our politics, global politics?
When we begin to think objectively, when we begin to think of just like this, a pandemic saying that Nigeria should apologize to Wike. Okay, has any other part of the country made that statement? It's that's unwarranted.
I have not heard a group. I have not heard a group that said. That even senior advocate of Nigeria, who has said, look, what the boy did is wrong. And they all come from different ethnicities.
Who said that?
No, I know. Falano said it. Another senior advocate said, look, what the boy did is... there's something I read for you the other day by a senior lawyer. He said, no, that boy was wrong. So the fact that Pandev has come out to say, look, what the boy did is wrong. Is there any... You try to read some kind of ethnic bias into what Pandev said. Because Wike is from the South.
That's what I'm talking about.
And now my question is it possible for us, to wish away ethnicity in our politics?
It is possible when we begin to think Nigeria, when we begin to reason Nigeria, when we forget where anybody comes from.
Has that happened in any part of the world that you know?
In America, nobody cares where anybody comes from.
Really?
I asked the question, which zone did Donald Trump run?
Okay.
On which this is?
So what is the essence of Black Lives Matter in the US?
Most of the Fortune 500 companies in America are being run by Indians.
Okay.
What they want is results.
Okay.
What they want is result. And not
okay, so you believe that there is nothing like racism or ethnicity in the United States of America?
It is not as pronounced as it is in Nigeria.
Okay, but it does exist.
Even in UK, it exists.
Exactly the point. So why do we try to sound politically correct when something happens? Instead of us looking at it from a prism, we say, no, don't ethnicize this, even when some people are right.
I say, when we begin to think Nigeria, when we begin to reason Nigeria, then our mentality will change. But when something happens, we begin to look at the badge of an army officer, understand? Or the name.
What's his name? Who is he representing? Where is he coming from? Who owns the property?
Understand me? So we should go above all this and begin to put Nigeria first.
Do you think we'll ever go above that?
Well, maybe not in my time, but I believe that
one day it will happen.
One day it will happen.
Okay, I think that is the prayer of every Nigerian. Now, Dr. Anosike, let's come back to the issue in this course. Now, there's been an escalation in the killings, in North Central since after Trump made that threat. Looks like the terrorists are trying to, call his bluff, dare him. Do you think that any level of provocation will actually pull Trump into Nigeria to come and rout out the terrorists? Is there any level of provocation that will to come into Nigeria?
I'm not really there compared with the number of people that were
No, the thing I'm talking about also happened in Benue.
No, before we were having a 200, 150, 100. Since after this statement was made, I don't know if there were people. Even though
25 people were killed,
even though one person's life is
matters,
very important. Understand me? So, but America has their embassy in Nigeria. They have their people in Nigeria, and their responsibility is to be feeding United States.
Okay.
So if they succeed in bringing American soldiers to the country, they should know that they are the problem and not Donald Trump. There's going to be collective punishment because they don't know who is Christian and who is a Muslim. Understand me? So there's going to be collective punishment. I mean, on our security, make sure that they don't provoke the soldiers.
Is it security officers or the terrorists?
It is the duty of the security officers to stop these terrorists.
Okay, so that we don't provoke Trump to the extent that he will come.
Sure.
Okay, but he might decide not to use footprints. He can use drones and all of that. What they are doing in Palestine with the Hamas and what they did to Iran.
I say once America comes, there's going to be collective punishment.
Okay.
Innocent people are going
collateral damage
to be affected.
Okay.
Understand me? So, and we shouldn't be our desire. So it now behoves that on our security to stop Trump from coming.
Okay. Now, Dr. Anosike, we are questioning him. I'd like for you to use 2 minutes to give us your concluding thoughts on the topics that we talked about today. Let's start with PDP, the convention tomorrow. What's your advice to the PDP?
Well, PDP caused what is happening to them by allowing evil to fester. You don't condone evil, you eliminate it immediately you see it.
Okay.
But they condone evil, and that's why what is happening now is happening.
Okay.
But the convention will hold, but it will be a jamboree because INEC is not going to recognize it.
Okay.
Understand me? So it will hold, but INEC is not going to recognize it. On the issue of PANDEF, they should call Wike to order.
Okay.
Wike is not the only minister in Nigeria. He is punching more than his weight.
Okay. Then on Trump coming to Nigeria,
our security can stop him from coming by living up to the oath of office that they swore.
Okay. Now, this is where we'll have to end this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, business and economic consultant, journalist, and author of several books. I appreciate your presence in political life, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, the bus manager, sound engineer, and ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndomdioto. Stay with us and don't go away. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice. Mondays through Thursdays, 4 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006, and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial standing. Beyond Nigeria, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
Welcome.
Economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. On today's episode of The Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from President Tinubu reappointing Buba Amaru as NDLEA chairman to Pandef backing Wike saying he deserves an apology. Also, court orders PDP to halt convention. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break now. When we return, we'll dig deeper into these details. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. President Bola Tinubu has renewed the appointment of Brigadier General Mohammed Buba Amaru as chairman of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, for another 5-year term, extending his leadership until 2031. Mara, who hails from Adamawa State, was first appointed NDLEA chairman in January 2021 by former President Muhammadu Buhari. President Tinubu described Mara's reappointment as a vote of confidence in his agency's effort in tackling the menace of drug trafficking. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Elvis Elimihele, a political and public affairs analyst. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
Hope I pronounced that name very well.
At least you got it better today.
Okay, and joining us virtually is Emperor Jackson Ojo. He is a public affairs analyst, a security expert, and executive protection specialist. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us, Emperor.
Yeah, thank you. It's my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. Okay, let me start with you, Emperor. Would you say this reappointment of Buba Amaru is well deserved?
I think it is rewarding when you appreciate or compensate somebody with good work. I think the best way to compensate for a good work is for you to reward. So to me, Buba Amaru has tried heavily. He has worked. Can I tell you, if I will not be sounding hyperbolic, that he has performed better than all the people that have occupied that office before in the time past. So to me, the only way to reward him is for this the appointment. So I think it's a good thing that has happened. Nigerians we appreciate this. It's a very good decision taken by the president.
Okay, you said that is a very good reward. Okay, what would you say are those things that he did under or during his tenure that you would say was actually well done or well achieved?
if you see the way the drug baron, if you see the way they have been treated, the way they have been arrested, the way they have been prosecuted during his regime 5 years tenure, you will know that this man meant well and he has performed credibly well. When you look at some other areas in Lagos, Anambra, some other parts of the south here that nobody goes before, that became a no-go area for the drug warlords. This man, under his administration, the men of the NDLA penetrated and they made a lot of arrests. And as they are arresting them, we are seeing the way they have been prosecuted. So what else do we expect from somebody fighting against drug in the country? He has performed very well. The man that was there before him, hardly before you can hear the activities of the NDLA, even in a month, in 2 months, but hardly in a day, that will not see the activities of the NDLA, the way they are attacking these drug warlords.
Okay, thank you. Let's move. Let's come back to the studios. You know, for you, I just want to hear from you. Is this reappointment rather, justifiable, and what reasons would you give for this appointment? Or how would you rate Mara's previous tenure as an NDLEA chairman?
Yeah, the reappointment is very, very rewarding. He deserved it. If there is any appointment that one can liken to Buhari's administration as one of the best he did was identifying Marwa in 2021 and making him the chairman of NDLEA. So since then, we've seen so many changes in drug war in Nigeria. You see, most of us do not even understand that these barons are the ones that live in highbrow area in this city and all over Nigeria. Since Boba Marwa came in, you begin to hear sophisticated estates like VGC. Some of those compounds that you see, premises that are sealed up, and you think that the big man inside there is one of these hardworking Nigerians, not knowing that part of those homes are laboratory for drug peddlers. Since he came in, we have seen him puncture such crime. And we have even seen him going as far as, today we now hear that drugs that are supposed to, these guys are very smart. Sometimes they want to even bring drugs into Nigeria through the sea. That even in ports, Nigeria ports, that NDLA are puncturing some of those activities of drug lords, warlords, barons. So, reappointing him, I thank President Tinubu that he identified that somebody who does a good job needs to be rewarded. This is not a political appointment in any form. If you look at Marwa's trajectory, even at the time he was governor of Lagos State, as at the time he left, Lagosians were like, who is going to step into his shoes? He left and the democracy came in. We saw, even as at that time, the present president succeeded him. And we saw that there were a little bit of gap before the president picked as governor of Lagos, because Marwa has a very large shoe that he left for him to step in. So Marwa has been a performer right from even his days as a military officer till now. There's no wonder that he has done so well. And if you look at it, the name of, at the time in some of these agencies, somebody will always come out through all the name for proper recognition. That was what Dora Akunyili did in NAFDAC when she came into NAFDAC. Nobody knew much about NAFDAC before. But when Dora Akunyili came in, we saw NAFDAC change, and NAFDAC was everywhere. You could understand what the workings of NAFDAC. You and I could say, oh, let me test if this drug is fake or not. You understand? It was able to bring that awareness, was able to bring that campaign, and it was in the lip of every Nigerian. That's exactly what is happening in drug now. You see, this is an agency that the world, it's not just Nigeria alone, the world looks at the performance of the fight against crime, drug crime in every part of the world. Because most of these activities of these terrorists and these bandits, if they don't have this drug at their beck and call, they will not carry a gun and just begin to shoot people, discriminately, will not happen. And these are some of the areas that we look at when Buba Marwa came in. Do you know how these drugs would have been getting to these guys freely? In spite of all the seizure, in spite of what we are seeing is sponsoring, these guys are still having access to it. That shows that the market is thick. So somebody of this nature need to be there. But in these next 5 years, I would like to set agenda for him.
Okay.
He has to push harder. First of all, let it be that there should be a bill. If he can sponsor a bill in National Assembly that everything that has to do with fighting of drugs and discouraging young adults from going into drugs should be taught in Nigeria schools. Because if you look at it, Nena, most of these children that goes into this drug are from affluent home. It's not food. And for you to acquire it, it's costly. And because they have so much from their home, they are so rich, they have a lot in their hands, they test so many things. So there should be more campaign, more awareness, so that even the teacher, there should be like, it should be like a curriculum attached to Nigerian primary and secondary school, so that from that, at that beginning, it should be nip in the bud. Even if you are fortunate to come from rich parents, if the children start hearing this in school, that this is a crime and it must not be tested, they will learn that whatever is available to them from their parents must not be used in that angle. So let that be a sponsored bill from them, that this teaching of this crime against drug should be in the curriculum for Nigeria primary and secondary schools.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to Imperial. Imperial, are you still with us?
We do, yeah.
Okay, I want to ask, how do you think the continuity of leadership would influence NDLEA's long-term reforms?
You see, continuity in office is always very, very effective. If the leadership we are talking about is efficient, definitely the mark he made for the first 5 years that people of this country are applauding him today. If we give him another 5 years, just like your guest there said, that they should give him to encourage him to spur into more actions. Definitely before this man is leaving, after 10 years in office, if he continue the way the level has gotten to today, before the next 5 years, definitely he would have set a standard that whosoever that is coming will not be able to derail. Whosoever that is coming will not be able to bastardize. That is it. But assuming he performed for 5 years and you don't tell another person to come, another person that will come, we begin to study the system. During that period of studying the system might even collapse. But this man now, for the second tenure of 5 years, is not coming to study the system. He's coming to improve on his very excellent performance for the first 5 years. By the time he's leaving office by the special grace of God, after 10 years of full tenure, definitely the standard would have been set. The place would have been heavily standardized. That there is nobody that is coming now that will be able to derail. That is it.
Okay, still with let me stay with you. What do you think are the challenges that NDLEA would or is facing or would be facing in how would I put it, in fighting drugs?
It is just the effectiveness of the leader. If the leader is very decisive and ruthless, and is not somebody that is looking at what people are trying to give, because these drug barons, the barons, they are very rich, they are super rich, and they are ready to spend any amount of money in order for them to penetrate the system, particularly the operational system. And again, the men on the field, they should be well taken care of. Their salary, their emolument, their allowances, and every other thing should be very, very attractive. So with this one, if they are well taken care of, definitely their eye will not be there to collect bribe from anybody. But in a situation where the men are not happy, when people just flash money at them, they'll be very ready to welcome it and collect. And by the time you begin to collect money from all these barons, definitely the system will collapse. So to me, it's only Buba Marwa himself and his co-travelers in the business of fighting drugs that we actually know. But we, as an outsiders, we know the best thing is to encourage the men on the field. Let them, their movement and everything, let it be very, very attractive. Allow them for more training, allow them for, at times, you might even need to surprise them with some allowances that they do not even understand. With this one, by the time they are satisfied with what they are doing, you are boosting their morale. And when there is heavy morale booster, these people will not look at the side of the drug barons.
Okay, thank you. Let me come back to the studio. Okay, for you, what new strategies should NDLEA adopt against synthetic drugs and cross-border trafficking? We know that our borders are porous. So, what are the new strategies that you think NDLEA should adopt?
One, Buba Marwa has been faster to some extent than the Baron. So that smartness must be improved upon, because the Baron thinks faster daily. That's why you see from air, they are not going through the sea. And so many of them are also coming through cross-border. And many of them too, there are local ones that are even planted. Sometimes you hear that NDLEA officials, they go to farms to destroy, to burn this thing, burn the farms. So they should be well equipped. And they should be exposed to international training. Because drug war, drug crime is worldwide. It's an international crime. The same way we are battling it here in Nigeria, it's that's the way they are battling it in the US. Most of the problem the US have with Mexico is all about drug matter. Because they don't want Mexico to infiltrate United States with those sophisticated barons all over Mexico and Colombia and others. So that's it. So the officials of NDLEA must be exposed to such international training. And they must be well equipped. Like my colleague has just said, remuneration, enhanced packages. And this, because of the nature of the job they do, they are exposed to affluence at all time. These guys are so rich. So if they are not well remunerated, if their packages are poor, they will be tempted. And they should have insurance scheme for them. Because most of these barons are sophisticatedly armed. Sometimes you hear what they call that they attack ambush, they attack on their way to some of these farms because they know that they are coming. So they should be well armed so that these operatives will not just be thrown into the hands of these sophisticated barons. Barons are rich. You see, to the extent that some people will have to start ingesting this thing and thinking that they can outsmart the NDLEA in our airports. Then at the end of the day, you see them, they are taken out and they take them to where they start excreting these things out. That's to tell you the level drug crime has gotten to. So at all time, for this next 5 years, the federal government of Nigeria, if they actually want to help him do his job better, they should have that more sophisticated equipment must be given to NDLEA and overseas training so that they can meet their counterparts all over the world. And those things they know they're able to get from them, bring it back to Nigeria here and import it in so that Nigeria can be free of drug. Especially this situation we are now, this terrorism we are fighting in this nation, we don't need drug baron to help in fueling it. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to manage.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to the next conversation we have tonight. The Pan-Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF, the apex socio-political body of the South-South geopolitical zone, has come to the defense of the minister, saying he deserves a national apology for being prevented from performing his duties. The national chairman of PANDEF, God knows Igali, has called on the Nigerian Navy to immediately tender an unreserved apology to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. He called on President Bola Tinubu to direct the respective security and law enforcement authorities to fully investigate the incident and bring those involved to book. Meanwhile, former Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Rabo, retired, and Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, have warned that any act of disrespect towards the uniformed services amounts to an affront on the authority of the Nigerian state. The minister dismissed any justification for disciplining the naval officer involved in the fracas, describing the encounter as unnecessary and avoidable. General Rabo said uniforms worn by military or security personnel go beyond the individual, stressing that they symbolize the power, dignity, and sovereignty of the nation. However, Wike has debunked social media reports suggesting a personal beef with the military, but insisted he would not succumb to intimidation. Let's come to you first, Imperial. What's your take on PANDEF's stance? I think this PANDEF is like the first body or the first group that would come out to actually back Wike and say that he actually deserves apology, because so many persons have been saying it the other way around, that Wike should apologize. Brutai said it the other day that Wike should apologize not just to the Navy, to the person in question, then of course to the president. And now PANDEF is now saying something entirely different. What's your stance on this?
Well, I don't have much to say about this. PANDEF is a respected organization. But immediately Edwin Clark died, I knew that possibly the aim and objective that brought about the formation of PANDEF may no longer be achieved, because it is going to now be politicized, now going to be regionalized and others. You see, PANDEF is condemning the action of the naval officer. When a public officer in the position of a minister pointing at a commission officer and calling him a fool, you are a fool, you are a fool. I think the Yorubas of this world say charity begin at home. I think it would have been better for PANDEF to call their son, whom they want to kind of tribalize and regionalize now. It would have been better for them to call their son, the honorable minister, to order that is to work on his temperament. Honestly, at the first place, does the minister necessarily have to be at that spot? What is the work of a minister? The work of a minister is supervision. You have the permanent secretary, and you have different directorates that are manned by directors. You as the minister, your own is to give instruction to the permanent secretary. Permanent secretary will pass it down to directors. And if there is any disloyalty on the field, they report back to the permanent secretary. Permanent secretary will report back to you as a minister. Could you hear what the former governor of Zamfara State, Honorable Minister of State for Defense, said? That the matter was reported to him, and he told the minister to give him some time, that he's going to investigate and treat the matter. But he was so surprised. Well, PANDEF had their right to vent their anger, either wrongly or rightly. But I want to tell you clearly, 2 cabinet ministers from this same administration have condemned what the minister said, and they were kind of applauding the Navy guy. The chief of defense staff himself has condemned the action and applauded the Navy guy. What else do you want? So we should not trivialize issues. Nepotism, tribalism, sentiment are trying to rear its ugly head. By the time that one is done, the Arewa Consultative Forum 2, another that Forum 2, they will stand in support of their son, who is the Navy officer. They are trying to wear it ethnic color now, which is not too good for this administration and for Nigeria. But at the end of the day, I think the matter may end up in court. If Mr. President could not handle it very well. But when you look at the numbers of people in this country, the numbers of the people that belong to the PANDEF, they are so infinitesimal compared to the comment of people across the country and even beyond.
Okay, before I move back to the studio, I want you to enlighten us or shed more light on a statement you made. You said the matter might go to court. Can you throw more light on that, please?
Might go to court. I am telling you, instead of trading blames, PANDEF will be blaming the Navy officer. Before you know, Arewa Consultative Forum 2 will begin to blame the minister. So if by the comment made by the Chief of Defense Staff, Honorable Senior Minister of Defense, Honorable Minister of State for Defense, and comment of Nigerians and people across the globe, I think this matter is not supposed to be trivialized. This matter is not supposed to be ethnicized or religionized. I think that if this trading blame here and there, at the end of the day, they should meet at the center. And where is the center? They should meet in the court.
Okay. Okay, well, okay, let's come back to the studios. You know, with all of this, it's just been back and forth all through, and for the past 3 or 4 days now.
Yeah, since Tuesday.
And it's just been, you know, this particular issue has been gaining ground. You know, mixed reactions have been coming in. And even Wike himself has come out to say some things as well. One of the things he said he would not succumb to intimidation. And I'm wondering, who is intimidating who? Because Nigerians would actually say he was the one intimidating the naval officer who actually refused to succumb to his intimidation. Now, Wike is now saying he would not succumb to intimidation. Can you just speak to this and, of course, your stance on all of this?
You see, the matter, if it is played down on regional, tribal level, it becomes something else. You know, that's how it works in Nigeria. Well, anything of this nature will play down on it, become tribal, it become religious, and at the end of the day, everybody will begin to take different sides. But I think Nigerians spoke with one voice in this matter, Nina. Everybody condemned the act of Wike. Everybody was like, the minister's too low to leave his office and went to the site and, you know, start confronting an age mate of his son. If the minister actually respects his office, the minister ought to have called the 3-star general who sent that young man to lead that squad to guide our property. At that level, as a minister, and the retired 3-star general, former chief of naval staff, at least, these are high-ranking officers, whether serving or retired. So Wike ought to have, you know, sorted out this matter at that level, not even getting to going to the site. Then every person that is involved in this matter are all under the president of Nigeria and the commander of the armed forces. All the armed forces of Nigeria report to the president by virtue of his paraphernalia as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Then Wike, as a minister, was also appointed by the president. So it's a family thing, Nena. I don't see any tribal matter coming in or any sentiment coming in. And look at all the high-ranking officers. Yesterday we saw in Nigeria daily newspapers that the retired generals are angry because of the way one of them was treated. That's to tell you that even the chief of defense staff, present 7 chief of defense staff, is not in support of what Wike did. And all of them are members of this cabinet. Then even the immediate retired chief of defense staff, I'm talking of Lucky Rabo, the former chief of, he also condemned it. These are people who knows about the workings of the military and the civilian under a civilian administration. So for Wike to say he doesn't want to be intimidated, he cannot be intimidated. Nobody is intimidating. He intimidated himself by leaving his seat, drove down with all his security entourage to go and start confronting a young boy who was sent on a message. Wike should have treated the message and leave the messenger out of it. That boy was just a messenger sent by his boss. So I expected him to have trashed it out with his boss. So everybody that is involved are sitting with the president, and the president must have to make a pronouncement so that this matter can come and go once and for all. But Wike need to do a proper apology to Nigerians, to even the government he's serving, and the Armed Forces Authority.
You know, sorry, I was just going to say that, while you were talking, I was going to say that even the president hasn't even come out to say anything.
That's why I said he needs to.
He needs to.
Yes.
But our president sometimes try to, he doesn't come out to come out to like talk about things like this. But in this kind of situation, one would.
Nena, this is a very dicey matter because we have just heard of rumor of coup scare, and we have not, although they have denied it, we've just heard of it. And one of his minister is confronting the armed forces where that rumor came from. So, and we saw that what happened. The president came and changed the service chiefs. Everybody is like, okay, probably that rumor is true. That's why he said he changed the service chief. So within the presidency and the armed forces, I don't think the president should not allow any rancor. He should not allow it at this time, so that he will have a smooth say in his administration. He must be friendly with the civilian and must be friendly with the armed forces itself, because he is the father of all. He wears 2 toga as the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So if you are a father in a home, you must manage your wife very well, and you must manage your children very well. You know what it means. So there should be no sentiment. So when the children are not behaving well, you must be able to come out as a father and say, come, this is not how, you must not bring shame to this family. If the wife makes mistake, you also tell the wife, honey, this is not good. Don't push these children too far. I think the president must make, a statement on this matter so that this matter can die down. Then Wike must, his handlers, those that are handling Wike, his media aides, must be able to tell him the truth. Wike ought to do a very decent apology to Nigerians because of his office, because he doesn't own that office. He's only an appointee to that office. Somebody else can be appointed into that office tomorrow, and the person must not be seen doing the job of Omonile. The job he just went to, what he just went to do at that site is not different from the local Omoniles we see, coming to fight in people's sites. That's what he went to do. So the minister must be orderly, must respect his office, and must be somebody that is articulate. Not like my colleague said, he has retinue of officers that serve under him, permanent secretary, various directors. Why will he leave his seat and drive with all his security personnel? Were they going to start fighting because he has gotten information?
But one of the things that he said was that during his press briefing, or during the press briefing he had yesterday, that some of these officials were attacked. That was what he... But I don't think anybody has actually seen or there's been any reports of that.
Nena, even if there was an attack on the officials of FCDA, that's where he would have even do his job diligently and act maturedly. He will put a call across to the 3-star general that owns that site. My boys were in your site and they were beaten up. What's happening, sir? Can we see? 2 wrongs cannot make it right. So coming out with his own security details to go and confront armed military men on that site, what do you think would have happened if the young man, the young officer that led that squad did not manage that situation very well. Did you see behind him? Behind him are his subordinate armed military men. They hear only one language. If that guy has beckoned at them and say, these people came as enemies, no military don't want to hear anything enemy. They will have, it won't have been, it's not what we are discussing at the studio now. We'll be talking. So Wike should have behave in a more civilized manner by calling on the former chief of naval staff that owns that property. This matter is so far from the young man that he went to the site and started abusing as like his house said. It's too far. He belittled himself so much, coming to that level. As a minister, probably he doesn't recognize what his office means to Nigerians. He is the landlord of the president as the Minister of Federal Capital Territory. As big to tell you how bogus that his office is. He's the landlord. All other ministers, even the service chief, everybody that lives in Abuja, is their landlord. For the landlord to now leave, pull his big agbada off and said he want to go and be doing the job of Omonile on site. I mean, he should be called to order.
Okay, let's come to you, Imperial. Some persons have actually said, there have been differing messages or differing reactions to this particular question I want to ask you. Some persons have been saying the soldiers were not supposed to be there. That, of course, that is not in the line of their jurisdiction. Some persons have also said that is in the line of their jurisdiction. So, but for you, I want to know, were the soldiers actually on lawful duty, or do you think they were acting outside their mandate?
It's a pity some people that do not really understand the running of the military affairs, they are just coming to the public and begin to speak. The retired chief of army staff is entitled to men of the Nigerian Navy around him till death. You mean if there's any harassment on his person or his property, he should leave the Navy men around him to go and be seeking the help of the police? Why are those men around him? He is entitled to them. And for the protection of his life, for the protection of his properties. So I think if there is any crisis at all, if there should be any complaint at all, that is, do you know when a military man commits an offense, they don't take him to the civil court, they go to the military tribunal. Whatever those people are saying, why are we people saying they are on illegal duty? Illegal duty when their principals are sent them on an errand, on a message, and the military procedure is obey the last order. Are they just on the main road for roadblock? Are they in somebody's compound, protecting the compound? These are the people they have been posted to serve. Whatever instruction that man gave to them is the last order. Just like my colleague in the studio there said, if a situation like this happens, former Governor Yeso Wike has no business with that Navy sub-lieutenant. His business is directly to the three-star general. Or if he could not get across to that, he could call on the Minister of Defense. He could call on the National Security Advisor. He could call on the Chief of Defense Staff. He did not call on any of these people. He just moved to the side. Confrontational. You are going with paramilitary to go and confront the military. What do you expect? We thank God we have a well-trained Nigeria naval officer like that guy. If it's all these ones, trigger-happy officers, honestly, you listen to Muiz Banira in Lagos today, he was congratulating Wike. And people say, why are you congratulating him? He said he congratulated him because he came back alive. That is it. He took a very heavy risk yesterday. I advised him on radio platform yesterday that all those police officers around him, he should send them back. Those people did not advise him very well. They did not handle the situation very well. They would have been able to tell him that it is very, very risky for a paramilitary to go with gun to go and face the military. Paramilitary, they are there to maintain law and order. The military are there to kill. He took a very heavy risk yesterday. He should be thanking God.
Okay, in your own opinion, does the public defense of the military undermine Wike's authority as an FCT minister?
Who undermine? Did that guy around the minister?
No. I said, does the public defense of the military? You know, people have really come out to say, I've defended this situation. You know, even past generals and all of that have defended. Does it undermine his authority as a minister?
No, the minister did not handle his office well. The minister has no business going with police to go and confront a military officer where his superior posted him. No, it is not done. It's like something is happening in Zamfara State, and Mr. President just fly down there to go and confront what is going on there. No, it is not done. When did you see a community king to go to where people are fighting, that he want to separate the fight? Where he should remain in his palace and call all the other family involved to his palace, and the matter will be settled in the palace.
Okay.
That is the pride of a king.
Okay.
In this case, Wike was like a king there, but he did not handle the matter well.
Okay.
We should congratulate him.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. The Federal High Court in Abuja has issued a final order stopping the People's Democratic Party, PDP, from proceeding with its 2025 National Convention scheduled for Ibadan, Oyo State, on Saturday and Sunday. The convention is scheduled to hold for the purpose of electing national officers for the PDP. Delivering judgment in the suit filed by former Jigawa State Governor Sule Lamido, Justice Peter Lifo barred the PDP from proceeding with the convention until it complies with must be put on hold until Sule Lamido is allowed to purchase a nomination form for the office of the national chairman. The judge further prohibited the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, from supervising, monitoring, or aiding the convention until the former governor participates in the convention. Meanwhile, preparations are in full swing for the National Convention of the People's Democratic Party. Delegates have already started arriving in the southwestern city for the event. On his official handle, the PDP shared a photo from the venue expressing readiness to proceed with the convention. Former Senate President Bukola Saraki has asked the People's Democratic Party to halt its planned national convention, warning that going ahead with it amid ongoing legal disputes could push the party deeper into crisis. But another former president and the chairman of the Board of Trustees, Adolphus Wabara, said the exercise must go on against the plans of those he said wants to kill the PDP. Let me come to you first. You know, back and forth. One court is saying one thing, another court is saying one thing, and you know, there's just so much back and forth. And now they've started preparations for this, you know, for the convention. I'm sure people are already arriving, like what I saw in their official handle on X. And now this court order has come in today. What do you make of this new development?
It's becoming very dramatic, Nena. You see, where the truth is opaque, where you trample on truth, things of this nature will definitely happen. PDP has a functional constitution. What did the constitution say? And again, we are in a democratic system of government, and they happen to be one of the political parties of this democratic system. And they even happen to be the first party to lead Nigeria for the first 16 years before they messed up as a result of what is going on now. When the truth is not being said, things of this nature are bound to happen. If you, as a political party, cannot respect your constitution, and you want to elect ordinary leadership of the party, we are not even talking of the leadership of Nigeria now, how will you respect Nigeria's constitution? The court says, put a hold. You must respect the court. That's another arm of government. The same way, if you win the presidency of this nation, if you form the government of this nation, your own is just the executive too. So if the judiciary says no, put your house in order before you go for your convention. They're not saying this convention should not hold. They say, I read that statement, I read the judgment. It said to allow Sule Lamido to pick the form and also create awareness for people that will vote for him. In the first instance, Nena, tell me what was Sule Lamido's offense that made him not to be allowed to pick the form. Is that not autocratic? If at that level, PDP cannot learn their lessons after losing 2015 general election, after 16 years, after boasting to Nigeria that we're going to lead us for 60 years, 16 years down the drain, you lost that office. Then they went as far as setting up a Ekweremadu's panel to look into what led to their failure. Now that panel has this report. Part of those reports were that primaries have never been clear in PDP. Their primaries, the way they bring in their officers for elective position has always been through back doors and who you know within the party. It's what is still playing out. Now you want to elect your chairman, national chairman for the party. You just gave her the form. The day the Sule Lamido was going to pick the form was the day they said submission of the form is already closed. When did you advertise for picking of form? When did they fill the form? When did you call them for scrutiny? And when did you now say, okay, the submission has closed? If there is no truth, what is happening to PDP is just a child's play. It will continue. They have not learned their lessons. And for a party that is even talking that we are going to come to power in 2027, have you seen any seriousness in coming to power in 2027?
Okay, because of our time, I'd like to cut you short there, please. Let me get to Imperial. Imperial, just have your concluding thoughts on this PDP issue, please.
As far as Jackson Leko Ojo is concerned, I have registered PDP as a functional party in Nigeria. PDP, they are the architect of their own problems. The law says you must conduct all the world local government, state, and zonal congresses before the National Congress. You have not done that. That is one way. Two, you disenfranchise somebody like Sule Lamido, who is a founding father, one of the founding fathers of PDP. You disenfranchise him, and you want him to go and sleep. When I joined to build a house with all my effort, when it is time for me to seek to take one room or there, somebody will tell me I don't have the right. I think there are some paid members of PDP that are pretending to be in PDP, but they are ready to keep PDP so that Nigeria can go into autocracy, having one party. I think that is it.
Okay.
And those people, they are still in the PDP and they have killed the PDP. We are just waiting for PDP burial.
Wow. That would be a fine place to leave it there. Thank you very much, Imperial, for joining us all the way from Port Harcourt. And thank you very much for joining us as well, live in the studio. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu. Don't go away.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter?